Another beautiful day on a prop. Arms all healed up. Just silver. Gonna be doing over in Unity. I got one, pushing one. Take the housing off and get the half out. Run it. Blah, blah, blah. Getting everything together. Situated, watering the plants right now and hydrating everything. Gonna be pumping water from here. I got 600 feet of water, fire hose in. I'm gonna be running some to the very front. Let's see what our pressure's like. And then 500 feet of line over to the big hole that I'm digging. Start pumping at the bottom hole. Get everything all matched in. Water priority cage. Love and light. Water's a lot quieter and powerful than the old gas line. Running on solar.
Like I did it before I got there. You can't really leave it on its own because it'll fly. Like it catches on this air.
So, I got several hundred feet of water hose, or fire hose, for 1 inch going up. We attach with the 150 when we'll get to the trailer. Same with that way, so on and so forth.
Definitely. And
we split. We have everything all integrated in, and we'll have our normal, our sentries that are spraying in certain areas, and then we'll have our wands that we can go and fucking in drench areas.
Yeah, totally. Epic. Good. Not bad, that's a good pump.
Oh yeah. Way stronger than the gas.
It's noiseless. Renewable energy.
Yeah. I was like, what the hell? The ground's wet.
Hey mama, you're ready for your first stack?
Out there. Getting closer.
No face getting burned, you're like,
Yeah.
Look up. Good.
No more of that. No more of that happening.
No more.
I just filled that 500 gallon up in like 20 minutes.
And the rice be growing in no time. We'll be like this. It's like a good spring rain. Right?
The ground nice and chipped and so on and so forth. Come through with misters and that right there. Drench it. No, we won't have any ground fire and we'll be able to do treetop breaks. Now that plus the ram pump should give us some good rotor head speed. That should give us some good rotor head speed. I got a hole in my water line. I gotta fix that. Got a hole. We got a hole, mama. I gotta fix the water hose. I don't know how that got a hole in it. Might have to switch it for the other water hose down from the other garden, since that's not pressurized. Yeah. One of these hooked to itself would be like a motor with a rubber band in between them. Except instead of a rubber band, it'd be water and rotor heads. Gotta get this lined. I like that a whole lot better than hearing that. I had this rigged for running on hydrogen and methane, wood gas. Anyhow, love and light. back to work. Yeah, they're having fun. Yeah. Get those spread out, get things hooked in, metal piping, and boom. Recirculating systems off the buildings where the water is reclaimed. Try to do at least 70% of the water reclaimed for a fire. Evolution right there. It's silly
Bring our minds together, huh?
Silly because we had it sitting there for a minute. I was like, dude. And they put this together, so I didn't go to bed till like 2. Trying to figure out putting stuff and allocating water and how I'm going to dig those ones out over there and where the water's going to go and how to do the feed line.
Pump is that I can use all of my shower heads, huh? At the same
And where the water hoses are, I'll have to trench all this out and have permanent piping in. Where we just tap it in, and where those are at, we'll use those to tap in, or we can go from those to a 3/4 inch line and fire hose. Ever feeling afraid for that day and Rambo it? Commando it and run towards it. I've gotten the other transfer pump figured out where I'm drawing from the top instead of the bottom since there's that crack. Get everything worked out. I have to flip this front tank around, put the black toolbox on there, mount it, tie the 2 tanks into each other, separated. Just for fire, otherwise one's utility water and the other one's drinking. Both of them are drinking, but there's one for utility and one for drinking water specific, so that we get to do what we just did. This is utility water. I'm like, dude, that's the same amp draw as the little transfer pump. Another one. I'm like, are you serious? Yeah, I'm like, are you serious? Upgrading that chainsaw to 555 and getting that 365. Get those big boys. One that I spent on 4 chainsaws already. Should have just went with the bigger one. But they didn't show me the echo chamber algorithm. Anyhow, run the other ones with hydrogen and do stuff with them. Energy production and so forth.
So yesterday, sequence of event, Maida sent me like a live video of a girl. I didn't get to see it because the internet wasn't great, but I got the glimpse of the intention of what she was sending. It was about doing introspection, self-healing, knowing oneself. But so Maida sent me that, and I was prepping orders and whatnot, and I had finished at night doing the orders like at 9, and I was gonna scan my sister's friend because she had asked me to scan her friend, and I was like, no, you know what? I'm just gonna scan myself right now. So I honor that, and I scanned myself, and surprisingly, well, so it looked very good. Overall vitality was at 87. Crown chakra 90. Third eye at 87. and then it starts going down. So all the chakras at 80, so 84, 87, 85s, except for the crown. I gotta work on my root chakra and throat chakra. My root chakra is at 79, and my throat chakra is at 82. But after scanning my chakras, my meridians, and my elements, my attention was brought to my endocrine system, which is looking better now. I physically don't get the manifestation and the expression of the sweats, like those crazy sweats that I was getting and whatnot, like a month ago. But I still gotta work on my endocrine system as far as my thyroids, hyperactive thyroids, and not toxic but hyperactive enough to be throwing my my system off balance, and my adrenal glands as well with my root chakra. Um, Still having like some residual of the Addisons of speeding up the hyperactive adrenal glands too, and so um, got to work on that, and then yeah, hormonal balance, and so the flower essences that were suggested for me are peach flower essence and papaya flower essence. And it says, I think you'll laugh too, because I feel like it goes all around what we've been talking about. Trying to help your side of the family, also with myself, with the work that just like work, with the business. Um, all around, it's pretty good. I mean, it's a good reality check. It's good qualities to embody as I do the flower essences. So it says the peach flower essence. It's called the selfless mother, and it says keyword unselfishness, quality unselfishness, message of self-mastery, concern for the welfare of others, empathy, maturity, nurturance, consideration, compassion, sensitivity to the needs of others, and giving for wholeness instead of neediness. Pattern of disharmony, selfishness, self-involvement, thoughtlessness, looking out for number one, like in the competitiveness side, constrictiveness, exploitive nature, inability to relate to others' reality, a tendency to smother,
Smother.
smother,
Yeah.
those who sap the energy of their listener, inability to receive love, affirmation. With friendship and compassion, I embrace the fellow man. In spirit, I am one with all. Positive expressions, selflessness, genuinely interest in others, understanding, sensitivity, good listener, compassionate, caring, humanitarian, altruistic. Okay, and then it says, this is the part that says, well, the peach is 4,000 years old. Its native home is China, where it was venerated as the fruit of immortality. In his writings in the 5th century BC, Confucius refers to the Tao, the Chinese word for peach. Oh, that's why they call them the Confucius Institutes. The tree, small, deciduous, and short-lived, grown in warm temperature zones. The blossom of the peach tree are either small or rose pink, or larger and pale pink. And then it says, that it is great also for self like entrepreneurs. Wrapping it up, certainly we would all agree that we are living in hard times economically, environmentally, and politically. Clearly, our world is suffering more than ever. We see the need for nurturing love epitomized by archetypal mother. Isn't it the responsibility of each of us then to emulate this quality? In giving we receive echoes the essence of peace. Through sharing we become peacemakers. I am fortunate to live in a spiritual community that well, hold on. Doing volunteer work, especially helping others, those less fortunate than oneself, work with children. It says have pets and learn to sensitively care for their needs. And the papaya flower, it says receptivity. And it says message. Gentle is powerful. Just as the enzyme in the fruit is known for its ability to tenderize and soften, the papaya flower plays a special role in helping our planet recognize the power in being tender and soft. As we enter into a time of increasing female leadership, papaya flower prepares our collective consciousness for honoring the feminine just as much as the masculine. We are relearning to value and cherish both masculine and feminine aspects within ourselves, how that plays out in our everyday actions. A new kind of era is upon us where we are recognizing both masculine and feminine ways of being and doing things within ourselves. The explosion of social media communication and media in the last decade is an embodiment of more feminine styles of communication networks. As a culture, we're learning to find a balance of masculine and feminine energies, focusing more on being just as much as doing. Papaya flower teaches us how to flourish by attaining a healthy balance of both yin, feminine, and yang masculine qualities in ourselves and in our culture. By honoring the feminine, the papaya flower elixirs help us to perceive events such as menstruation, birthing, breastfeeding, and menopause as sacred and divine activities that relate to giving life and supporting the sustainability of humankind. It also helps women to it also helps women accept support and assistance from men with grace and tenderness. It inspires both men and women to recreate the healthy and harmonic balance of yin and yang aspects in each of us as individuals as we are as well as in our world. And there's a part that it talks about entrepreneurship in one of the essences. And I think on the peach, and it talks about like if you're working in a business as an entrepreneur to connect with a soulful intention, like soulfully to help others and then getting results, but soulfully connecting with the need of others, compassionately connecting with the need of others, and using that business as a medium to connect, to create networks. And also talked about non-competition, doing collaborations and non-competitions. It says, in essence, the papaya flower magnifies balance of feminine and masculine aspects, entails ability for collaboration, receptivity, intuition, nurturing, and community mindset, learning the balance between making it happen and magnetizing what you need. Compatibility within all types of relationships, harmony with relationships with mother or children, clarity regarding sexuality orientation. Dissolves any excess of hardness of character, competition, envy, or refusal to accept help. evaluation of feminine energy or roles, past trauma with mother or mothering, discord with romantic partnership, confusion regarding sexuality or sexual orientation, fears about pregnancy, breastfeeding, motherhood, or menopause. Oh, that is the papaya flower. So those two were suggested for me, the peach and the papaya flower.
Thank you for sharing.
Hmm?
I said thank you for sharing.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, it was pretty inspiring. Yeah, like they said there's a testimony here where it says, some years ago, a young man, John, who had recently studied a jewelry business, came, this is for the peach essence, came for a consultation. He explained that he had been struggling financially and was basically frustrated by the numerous difficulties involving in being self-employed and beginning a business. It seemed that he needed to get more in touch with his true motives for the work that he had chosen, and so I suggested peach. A week later, John called that said his business had picked up along with his interest in genuinely serving his customers. It's like a mothering essence. Okay. I'm gonna show this. I feel like I need to take a drive because my mom keeps showing me houses that are in that place Yankee Hill, and that is
Down there by the fire station.
no, because these are on the 70. Like this house she sent me is 30 minutes from Walmart, but going up on the 70, all the way 70,
Mm-hmm.
as going to Bellingham. So like where those bars that every time we drive by, I think it might be at the height of where those bars that we drive by. You always say like you were play there. Remember? There's a bar on the left, like a stone bar. Is it?
That's not building town. That's past that, huh? That's Garbo Gap. Look up Garbo Gap.
How you spell it?
Garbo, Garbo. Garbo Gap, GAP. Where we stopped and got gas at the geodesic store. It's Garbo Gap, as I know it. The locals know it. So I've known since my 20s. It's the last time I was in there.
Carboga. Local feature gapping big tiny.
This is part of the green triangle. But that's going past where we make the right. G. We'll make the right. Or no. I'm sorry, below. That's going bins. You go through Paradise and shit like that. That's where the Y is, where we had the festival we went to. The camping one for 3 days with the kids. You go straight.
So where you said Carbo Gap?
Yeah.
Basically, it's on the 70.
Since you said building town and so forth.
Well, yeah, way before, but I'm saying going up on the 70.
Yeah, no, but Garble Gap,
Carbo Gap, that's really close to where my mom sent me.
However you say that, that's past building. In the opposite way. Because building you go this way, that one goes straight.
No, when you're parking the gas station, you haven't got to building yet. It's just coming up from the 70.
You don't go by building when you go to Garble Gap.
No.
That's what I was stating, honey.
Yeah, it's building town. It's another 20 miles down. On the 70.
In the opposite direction. You gotta get off the road of Garble Gap to go to Belden Town. You do not go to Belden Town and Garble Gap. It's not the same road, honey. We took that road to pick your mama. You get to Nevada on Garble Gap Way. The same with fucking the other one, but there are different directions that you can take. Believe me, I would have never made it home if it was not for a straight drive to go down from that spot, in a sense, to come from Belden Town, wasted as we were on tea and alcohol and herb in my teens, driving to B Street to my first apartment in the Sundance. From the Sundance. White and cream.
Well,
So anyhow, she's talking about over there.
Yeah, my mom likes this place. And
That's over by where Ben and stuff lives. You get slight snow and so forth, depending on how the season is. All them people trying to get out because what did it state in the next time Paradise was going to burn within the next 3 years from now? As they said, this shit was going to happen in a decade or 5 years or some shit. Huh? Just keep that in accordance in mind. You live here. And fucking all the spots that they sending you, fucking just be mindful of that. You seen the same information that I'm fucking blabbing out of my lips. That's why that shit's going on for sale. It's older people like them trying to get away. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. They can grab it up. Be some nice properties and stuff over there.
First time sellers, yeah.
Maybe some nice properties over there. Be some nice properties over there. There's an Amish barn style.
It's a 2 acre. 2.5. A little under 300, but it's priced at 455. Like it was,
This went down because it's been on the market for a while. They're trying to sell it.
But it's gone down $116,000.
Again, because it's been on the market and they're trying to sell it.
2 months, yeah.
On the market for 2 months. Everybody else put something on the market at that time that they'd done such, and you were saying it was gone in a week.
Oh yeah, 3 days.
So again, what's coming out of my mouth? Are you understanding and hearing me? Or are you giving those essence? Are you comprehending, consuming the information that's coming from my lips? As I keep stating to you, not in this, just in this conversation.
like in the drive yesterday, where you look at the tablet, so on and so forth, and it turns into a screaming because someone wants to keep pressing on me that you didn't know where you're going.
I don't want to push shit on you. I only asked, would you mind holding the tablet?
Sure. And I did.
I'm looking for the address.
And I said, why would you need to look up the address, honey?
To make sure that I exit in the right exit.
And the only
Even though I have seen the physical location.
So what's funny is the way to get to where the fuck your mom is sending to you, the addresses, is that road that you had to go to FedEx. And that's the road we took to go pick up your mom before. From California to fucking Nevada airport. Motherfucker shit. This is my home country. This is my home turf here. You argue with somebody and I don't need Google to fucking look up something because not just sitting as a passenger, as a driver, and as a child driver, that stuff just come up in here recently. So in my adult life, having to have to drive a car with a child in the car or with other people as a responsible person, I've driven past that thing as many times as you have in the last almost decade because it just popped up in this last decade. For me to witness it, because when we first did such, I drove past it to get to my mom's house.
How many times
Then,
do you exit to it?
It's not an exit to it, honey. It is called,
And there's multiple buildings.
you can drive, and the only thing that you got is always a fucking excuses. What place did we went to and what multiple buildings were right there? None.
There's a freight,
There's a freight and a ground. What is your address to, and what did you tell me when I asked you to, if I should look up the buildings that are completely stop? Stop.
Wait, I want to grab the bong. Is that okay?
Why did you tell me when I went up to look up those buildings, you stated that in observation are not anywhere around that building? Are not anywhere around that building. Those buildings are not anywhere around that building, and you cannot get to those buildings via the directions that the thing gave you and the directions that I was saying to you, be it that's the only road you can take, which is Durham Road. Durham is Durham. If you're driving and you cannot pay attention to the signs as you're driving, then, or as you're as a passenger in the car, as I've been driving you around, and now as a driver as you're driving me around, as I asked, where are you at when you're driving? As I asked yesterday, because you looked at the thing, said you got the directions. Durham. There's only one road to get off in Durham. So as we're getting up to that exit, no, there is only one road to get off on Durham Road. Durham Road is Durham Road, which gets off in the center of Durham, where the ground FedEx and the freight FedEx is, which you can see the big ass fucking distribution center from the highway. Which I'd said to you, honey, before I even had to Google, we even got in the car and left. I said, where are we going? He said, that's the thing on the thing. You don't have a memory of it? That has been my discussion since you asked me here and said, what? Babe, that is the big building on the left.
Before you even knew we were going
building
there,
on the left.
I talked to the lady on the phone, and I told the bitch in school, I'll go pick it up because I know where the fuck it's at.
Okay, so if you know where it's at,
you don't want to tell me that I don't know.
Then if you know where it's at, then how did that happen? Somebody's pointing to you and saying, that's the off-ramp. Hey, you looked at the thing, still had time to put the blinker on and get off on the road that you're supposed to get off of because you just stated, now, again, you know where to go. And told me you know where to go. Because I heard you talking to the lady. But then we get in the car, and again, you asked me to look it up.
Okay, I know where it's at.
Yes, you know where it's at.
I would like to know the fucking exact exit I gotta take. I'm sorry.
There's only one exit, my love.
I'm sorry.
Maria, there's only one exit. See, you just want to fucking argue, dude.
How do I
There's only one exit, Maria. We drove on that. I talked about this because what the fuck was suggested to you?
Cool. Receptivity. I'm accepting what the fuck you're saying, see?
How to get to that area is the road that we went to.
It's on the 70. It says it's on the 70.
I understand that it's on the 70. I'm saying to you, you can get there another way also.
I bet
Since you said you wanted to go for a fucking drive, and I'm explaining to you those people are selling it because of fucking fire season. So wouldn't it be cool to fucking see how to get around in those areas and so forth, be it that the city of Paradise and so forth, those people in that area, where the fire fucking burnt all the way and such. Why did they get cluster fucking so many people die? Because there's only one way and one way out, but there's actually more than fucking one way in and one way out of Paradise, but only those motherfuckers that use GPS and just move here have only that way to fucking go. As you see people unfriending me and other things when the fire happened, when the flood happened and so forth in this area, me fucking giving the ways that I would go.
Well, for
And what the
162,
fuck was the
there's a
city
road
saying
that
to
connects
people
there.
in the news and so forth? You can't go north and you can't go east. All you can do is go south. Why the fuck did you guys just make everybody above us come this way? 250,000 people go to fucking Sacramento, or the Sacramento River is lower than fucking Marysville, and all the population that you just made go fucking south. It will flood before us. Hello? And to move those people takes 4 fucking days. To get them out of the way where you don't have a clusterfuck of 250,000 people of us going that way, since you shut west and northeast off exits. Simpson Lane, all the stuff like this, you couldn't go to the mountains. You couldn't go fucking north. You had to go down. Down into the fucking ocean, where the water goes.
Miguel wouldn't come to her mom. She had to
No, she went to fucking Sacramento and then went north and then came back this way. Took her 13 motherfucking hours to go 30 minutes drive north, because they shut it down. And my message to her was like, gee, what the fuck are you doing? Honey, come over the bridge. Your dad's gonna fucking cut all the locks off the shit. Fucking come up. The water will fucking hit the thing. It will not come on top of this 5-story building. I got solar panels, power, food. What do you need, nigga? Because we can't get to the property. Where we had all these longitudinal waveguides already set up, but not put together. Instant like that, I'm pretty sure we would have put the shit together faster. You understand what I'm saying? Like with the fire, what did that do? Boop. You understand? Not just some shit I'm looking at and oh my god, I have to put other people's needs before mine. Which is, by doing this, puts those people's needs in with mine so that I can't help them. You understand? It's not being fucking greedy or fucking selfish. Henceforth, me yelling at you in the fucking getting burnt going, take care of yourself, I can see with you, you're fucked up, dude. Take care of yourself. Dude, you're draining yourself because you're fucking mind chattering yourself, dude. And you're fucking, My words are fucking, what the fuck, dude? I am not the full mental 100% capacity. You're over here fucking causing this argument. You're not seeing what I'm asking you to fucking perceive. Why? You got somebody fucking hurt. Ask them, where the fuck is your compassion, honey? I don't get up on that shit. Somebody with a hurt fucking neural network, especially with mine, if that's the epigenetics that it has to deal with, it comes back fucking vicious. You know what I'm saying? It's like a puppy being fucked with. That's why I try to tell people, fucking be careful, dude. You get what you don't want. What you say that fucking, your ego says is what you lived, and you end up fucking living it. Not saying that I'm going to torture or anything like that. I'm just saying that's what happens with people. Actually, you see the difference between this fucking head injury and the fucking one where I was put out and put in the coma by the hospital? All I had was books and myself in the cell for 6 months. And get out and talk with you. And I told you, I put myself to sleep. Get fucking brain damage. Hey, let's grow together, honey. Tired of having conversations with myself. I'd like to have someone I can have a conversation with. You know, get life partners. I'm not trying to do the fucking. I blew out my throat chakra because I'm just talking to myself in my head. Like I do with everybody else. life. It's my senior project, my thesis. All this shit ties in the fucking intrinsic rattle, sympathetic resonance. Goes back into your sister. Del Pon stuff, sympathetic resonance. So what are you looking at and so forth that you sympathetically resonated with that acquired and equilibrated itself into you? That where it reverted the chirality effect to what you normally would be, in a sense, your normal response would be. Therefore, the shadow light, which you see in the jar when Lenr's going on, why, in a sense, like I was explaining those movies and other things, when you see the apple got sent over there, where did it go? But yet, another sees it as a non-expenditure energy or more energy than what they put in, so on and so forth. Well, who else is, what results are happening on the opposite side? Understand how our conversations are me becoming so fucking, in a sense, masculine sounding because of my fucking, like I explained to you when we first got together and other things. This feminist movement that they've got with women fucking brainwashed doing this shit to their sons and other things. Hear me. And hear me. That those that do not predatorily fucking do some kind of like whack patriarchal fucking I fuck you when I want, you touch me when I want you, fucking you're an object, drag type shit. When you offer these things that I do with my ex and all the other women that I was with and all those women that I cheated on my exes, not understanding and trying to break away from that bullshit and having my own miasmic issues. Everyone, as soon as I started trying to divulge or do like what I do with you, they do the same as yourself, where you get annoyed, where I state you're doing the same fucking pattern. When I first met you, I told you, fucking, I can cope with this because you're non-Americanized feminist. I just have to deal with what you went on in the home and help build you up into, say, a feminist, but a true person of, say, feminality. You understand what I mean?
Feminine.
But not one where it's like, okay, I'm gonna fucking dog you out.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, as you notice what you read in there, when someone is sensitive to you of the masculine side perception, that's supposed to be the head of the house, and tell you everything that you're supposed to fucking do, when I don't do that and give you your own option and brain to think with, it causes confliction. And I keep trying to point that out to you. You need to work on that shit from home. So talk with sister, talk with mom, because that's the issue that I was saying. Why you needed to talk with mom, and I thought it would be so beautiful if mom didn't go, that it would just be Lule and dad, but be it that you haven't gotten that, and she's never gotten that, but yet you see what's going on with you, and the difference between you and her is you have me fucking, in a sense, perceived you by you as chastising or antagonistic when I'm going, hold on a minute. I'm just asking certain adult questions to you to look at because you're in a relationship with someone for a decade. As a grandparent now, as your mom and your dad, and as someone that has kids. Be it in your life or not, but still having that instinct because of that love. You understand? So, stuff you divulged about mom and dad having a sleep issue, and you're going, okay, we'll look back at this, and you're going that, and I'm going, no, look at it in this manner. The information you're giving to me is from a child. Talk to me as my wife, or not as my wife, but as an adult. Look at from 18 till now and go, okay, well, what have you done in retrospect to the other persons you're with? Because here's my thing, because when that conversation happened, you fucking just slept in there all night. So on and so forth. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So look at things in those manners, because you've lived it, not just, okay, I'll agree with the association thing because I wore a diaper and I seen this shit. And I'll respond to it in that manner. Or I'm being geppettoed because I don't know what to do outside the mean. You understand? My people have issues. Why Florida and all the other times that you've seen something outside to me, your mind has gone, what the fuck? And I seem like an asshole because I go, hey, your daughter says she's not ever seen you be loving to mom. I feel like a fucking smuck for saying this shit. It's, okay.
You do?
Oh, okay, hold on.
No, I know you do. You have said it multiple times.
Okay. What the fuck are you talking to somebody that just flew from fucking halfway around the world, dude, and you're sitting at the dinner table with them? But I went home to my wife, my life partner, explaining to me that what type of a husband or striving to be man and father figure and grandfather that I'd be if I didn't illustrate that. You know?
Yeah, totally to understand, too.
That's why the same with Aunt Heidi and so forth and all this stuff. Reason and always, honest person I ask, I'll give you an honest answer with no ego, and hopefully the same happens. When it does, ooh man, shit fucking happens like when I get beaten to death or have a close near-death experience or whatnot. And it's crazy. It's like DMT trip or whatever you wish to say. All the way through, where my mind goes and puts it together, and I'm like, damn, I made peace on that. All right, that makes sense. And then it clears my mind where it's like, all right, I need this chainsaw and this and this and this and this. I'm gonna make that disappear as I think about that and do zigger and put the dots together. You know? And see how it connects. You know what's going on in the revelation of my life partner. Association to my side. So I got that good old lock and key thing. Man, everybody fucking. How many men did you meet in the shop where I asked them, bro, your wife beat your ass?
Well, I'm gonna start taking the peach essence. And it says
Big ass
everything 20
motherfuckers
days.
look like they wrap me
I
around
should
their
feel
pinky.
different.
Look like they wrap me around their pinky finger and fucking flick me across the room. Shit. Shit. I figure fuck if I can do that in a fucking business and haven't got my teeth knocked down my throat in fucking half a decade asking people questions like that, then I should be able to fucking talk to my own family and ask people questions. And hopefully they don't. I've honed my skill good enough to where it's to the throat, but in a loving manner. I'm just picking you up to bring you back to the nest.
Yeah,
to mama to drink. Mama to drink some milk. Not to fucking pick you by the fucking throat and I'm trying to pick you up like this. Come on.
But you just gotta past break the ego, that ego barrier, and once the person does feels it, it feels more nurturing. But if their ego don't,
Boy, yeah, some fucking hard instance sometimes. Armpits are sweating, motherfuckers be like, man, it's getting hot in here. I'm like, there's a fan, all kinds of shit, bro.
and you're crazy because you don't leave.
Shit. Fuck, I'm gonna be scared of somebody for. I ain't scared of a police officer with a gun. Telling me I'm gonna kill me, shit. You kill me, nigga. What story you gonna put behind my name? Fuck you. What kind of fucking Dr. Seuss book you gonna write? Let's do this. Sure as God. I'm a creator. And stupid shit in my heart that I ain't worked on. I sit here and try to stay in constant zigger. Why I look like I got a fucking 8-pack. And I ain't done a 6-pack once since 6 sit-ups since we've been here. If you notice when I have my shirt on so forth, the exercise and so forth when I'm doing, I'm always like moving and fucking body into that routine. It just, I don't know. For me, I feel comfortable because it's my core, and the core is the most important for your stature and so forth. But my core looks like this because it's in prayer of Allah. Like, you understand? It's something to be happy and proud about. Something I haven't thought about or formulated or said out loud until now. As you see the change in myself. I'm feeling good about oneself and trying to overcome that bullshit from what happened on the 12th and the stuff that we've been going through.
Yeah. Definitely.
Co-creation with it. Alright, you want to stick with me then? Okay. We're going to build you into this because I got a bunch of work I need to do. Ain't nobody showing up. But me, myself, and Marie. For the party, so let's get this shit going. What I need to do, okay, I need to do this right here. I need to get a big ass chainsaw, at least 4 fucking horsepower to cut that shit up. Something that can take a 36-inch bar. So you got some good trees the size. But get a mill. Just take all this stuff where it's at, stack it, cut it, and do some log cabin things and some other stuff. And duck and flanges stuff.
Planters, stack them up and start doing planters. Since we said that's gonna be garden, we can do rows.
It's all gonna be. I'm saying like building it up, shaving the sides and planking one side and other things like that, where we can wax it and keep it for a while.
Yeah.
But tearing it, so we use that wood. Is now with something that big, I don't have to buck all that down in the small sections and so forth. We can 2x6 and trellis it and make 4x6s beam. It's just been there for a half a year. We let it cure out and so forth, and we don't have to worry about it warping. Dude, nobody bullshit at your ass and them and fucking literally trying to throw money at them and they're still bullshit. So tired of motherfucking shit. Self-sufficiency always. Green bean machine. It does get tiring. Teach other people that. Help them build up. Every once in a while they might notice if you're weak or not and help you. That should give you strength. Rebounds back into the squad. Teach everybody once so that even if you go away, everybody's still the same. No head or point or spear, just a wheel rolling. If you got only one person know what the fuck is going on, then that person goes away, man. You trapped. Nigga, that's all this shit's documented, bruh. USBs right my kids.
Do you remember when I scanned myself last? No, when that we had that conversation where we asked in your timeline, a possible timeline, when would I pass away? What was the answer?
I don't know, you told me I had the date off by 10 years, so.
So it was a trip. I asked myself yesterday, again, when would I pass away?
Did the date change?
It said 65. And I asked how old Ezekiel be when I die, and it was literally
Was it the same?
like we die on the same year.
Is it still 8 months apart or 9 months apart?
It was like, so I'm 65, 67, 60, 65, 66, 67, 68. 69.
It makes
17
me 73
Yeah, it
on
said
your
that
father's
you
age.
was 73.
And so I said, I didn't realize I had that much time. I used to do the other stuff because when you explained that, when we'd done that for my mother, I guess I had understood you wrong and thought a different time.
And he asked if we have a child, how old our child would be.
Because of such, I explained to you that I did a prayer for such because I thought at the time that I had misunderstood you, our child, if we were to be on track for what I was trying to do. It'd be 26, he or she would be 26 when we both were away from this plane and this physicality construct. So, with that time frame that you're stating, that's, again, it's 32 years I have to go.
Yep.
So, I got 6 years. For it to be what I was just explaining. I have a baby and so forth.
No, but then I asked, how old would our child be? And it said it would be 33.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be my age. In a little bit. But if I'm gonna, so if you do 65 minus 33, I'm 32 now. I'm 32 and I'm almost 33. I'm 32 and a half now.
Yeah. The adult mind, it means that your husbands and ourselves, we've accomplished the things, as I said, that were a requirement if you wish to create a life. And pass on self-sufficiency and so forth to the person. Wouldn't that mean that? It means a whole lot of this work gets completed in the next couple of years. Hopefully, inshallah. The only way that can be done is if the person explains where they want their shit. Back to that, being stuck. 5 years. So that means a whole lot of fucking growing up on the part of mom. And dad. Because we have to work and co-create to make the stuff, right? That's what the shit's telling to you, and I've been asking you for 5 years straight. Where do you want your stuff? How do I do the piping? Where do I put the stuff? I need to know this information because it's the stuff that goes in first. It's called co-creation, collaboration. Someone for 5 years annoyingly asking this. Now because of that I said, okay, I'm not going to ask you anymore. I'm just going to build the shit and do like a normal husband would do. And negate any information other than, buy this, honey, point and click. Thank you. That's the only task I need you to do. Hello? Is it sure, babe? Or is it?
Do you feel like that?
I'm not saying like that. I'm saying that's what has to be done, or that would be going on. What husband asks his wife fucking what the fuck I'm doing, or how the lawn sprinklers, where she wants the lawn sprinklers fucking put, Maria. It's such a fucking hassle in a relationship that motherfucking shit just gets done, dude.
So we had this conversation.
We had what conversation of what? 5 years of me asking you something. 5 years of me telling you put the fucking tanks over there because you wanted to build the stuff over there. 5 years of me saying don't build nothing until I get the shit cleaned out. I start clearing out on this way and explain to you I'm heading that way. What do? Spend the time of building a structure right there and stop me from fucking completing getting to right there. That's why from right there to right there, all the way down in that quadrant is not done because of that. And someone asking, please don't do that. For some reason, always when I'm doing something, one wishes to build, put the stuff there, and I seem like an asshole because I'm going, okay, sure, that's what you wish to do. I have to figure out how to accommodate what you wish to do. Or figure out what you're trying to do so I don't cut all this stuff down and you get sunlight. You want shade there? Hey, honey, do you want a shade there? What do you want? What are you building? What's going here? Hello? Harking back to your mom and dad. It's mom and dad's house. It's your mother's house. Dad inquired what he wanted in some stuff, but mom had final say so because it's her house on what she wanted built. Yes, so how come it's so hard for you if we are it, but it's just me? Because you are doing the other important side of the work. But the architect, still an engineer and dirt digger and fucking gopher, needs to know what the fuck is in your head so they can make it happen. Not an argument for fucking 5 fucking years on a simple ass question on fucking evolve, grow the fuck up, become an adult, visualize what the fuck this person's asking you, and fucking allow us to move forward. Because the motherfucker told you what's holding you back from having a baby, from somebody fucking around with you and doing that. But you're not comprehending it, which is holding us back. Because along with all that is growth between the both of us. Like I said, when we held hands and motherfucking writing, you tried to tell me that bullshit, and I looked you in your eyes and said, you need to work on that shit, kid. Work on this, because it's going to pop up. I'd like to fucking do something, otherwise we ain't doing that, because we'll end up splitting apart. And I'm done with getting my kids took from me. Many people you see fucking acquire, build a house together, and they divorce or fucking split up while they're doing it. It's a very interesting thing. There's collaboration. Shit, I ain't even got to the kids yet. There's collaboration. I fucking, okay. You got titties and ass, so you gotta take care of them. No. I haven't tried doing that shit with either one of them. Children's mothers I have. If you wanna play that role, fucking go ahead. But all that, a motherfucker that'll bath you, cocoa butter your hair, massage your feet, and braid your shit. And shout out their years of motherfucking shit. If I do that, then fucking this is gonna happen. If I do that, this happens. If I do that, this happens. Damn, just by simply talking nice to this person, trying to keep them from beating themselves up and their ego turns into this. What the fuck? Nothing. You can take I'm scratching your ego by just openly stating.
No, it seemed that you were talking about. Sorry, it seemed like you were talking about a specific relationship.
No, I was just saying relationships. Well, I'm talking about feminist women, feminized women, feminism. That's why I told you when I was in jail, fucking years back, fucking read this stuff and see what's up with women right now. And your homegirls. Why they ain't been licked as a rat and don't lick their kids as a rat. I got fucking wrapped up in that shit.
Comet last time, as it's shown that you and I would pass away on the same year. As I had always told you that I would kill myself if you're not around, which I think is crazy.
Yeah, but you say that, but you go before me, so.
No, that you had said that.
Yeah. That's why it's the same year.
That
My
the
end
only
date.
way that would happen is
My end
either
date.
hella coincidental.
But
Like,
then, how do I tell you that when we first met? Huh?
yeah.
You get to live 6 years in St. Martin's long coming back. 2053. 2047. St. Monty comes. 2050 is when they say the ocean dies, so you gotta stack your chips up now. Get everything together, right?
See. Well,
Yeah. Wake up to that. You keep going, I want a baby, I want a baby, I want a baby, I want a baby, and I go, look at the world. Look what's going on. You wanna do that to somebody? Alright.
I don't say I want a baby. I don't say I want a baby that often as you're saying. But I said,
It was, this month has how many days gone by in it? It's been spoken twice? It's recorded, don't we?
there's the desire of wanting a baby. I said once it was in the context of the conversation of talking about coming like in comas, parentheses, saying about accidents in the conversation with my mom.
Yeah,
And,
your mom.
and all I said was
And that was an
regarding that
accident.
consciousness of
Yeah, when are we?
if I guess it when are we? I said if we ever have a baby, if we were to conceive a baby, I would like for it to be a conscious and thoughtful act. That's what I said. I didn't say I want a baby right now. I want a baby, or when
Okay,
we have
well,
a
if there's
baby,
gonna be
and
all
then
that,
if we ever
all
have a
that shit that
baby,
you're talking about, somebody saying to you and stating that it would be a conscious act. So for those criteria to meet and so on and so forth, certain things have to happen, correct? So I said it's a work in progress, right? All right. Keep working and I'll keep working. Otherwise, it's not a work in progress. And someone doesn't facilitate seed, because I don't want my kids taken from me, from us being children to each other. We both can be visitors to each other, and I wish not to have that happen. So, from citrine to asking where you want your stuff so that I can trench and do this hard-ass ground by hand. How hard is that to answer and respond to a person? It was like first sitting on the porch when we first met, talking about what religion you follow. Because you got like you want to have a baby with me, right? So here, you have no religion or way of life, which way religion fucking means. I'm not asking you your organized religion, because you got one of those. And it's forced me again trying to help and see what you would be passing on to the next generation or my children. If we're together or not together. Because it's like the shit you do where I'm off for the day fucking cutting and working, I come back and there's the shit move. That kind of stuff gets put into a kid's head. It's like my questioning our daughter. If we're babysitters, what am I putting in the head? Why? Because what happened with me? And me opening my mom. Like I've been my whole life, but for some reason it just stuck this now. Oh, okay, it's funny. And it's forth my verbatim to Samina, my sister-in-law, for you. Oh, better father. So on and so forth. Let's do the work. Or not. bless you with a cat. As you stated you needed one, you got one, even had a family. And you just got one. This is a start, right? Caring about something other than self. As a spouse is just routine. Abrahamic faith is a form of prayer because you're taking care of someone, or not, if you wish to see it in that manner. Or in a sense of we're doing something so much with somebody that the body learns it more than the mind, right?
That's sad that you think that I would take the kids from you.
Honey, I'm not saying that you would take the children from
I
me.
understand where you're coming from.
No, you don't.
Growth.
At all. At all do you, because what I'm stating is, for some reason, for it to get to that point, I or myself or both of us have been so vicious to each other that the best thing is to separate the children from that situation. Be it me taking them from you or vice versa.
Do you think where we're at right now, we would get
Anything can
vicious
happen,
like
Maria,
you're
when it
saying?
comes to children coming in for life.
I'm sorry, just I never had the thought, so it's just.
Didn't say that you had. Oh my god.
Like I'm just saying, I had never
Wow.
conceived it or thought of it, so I'm just now. We're having a conversation about
And
it.
again, an adult, not an emotional response of
Bringing something
this
up that
is.
we have never talked about before.
It's been said for me when I was drunk and now sober. Like, someone's paying attention to the conversation for once, I guess. Here, let me add to it. Where it might refresh your memory so you don't take it as I farted in the fucking facial with the child would be born disabled like myself or my brother. Do you remember how many times I've said that to you? We need to work on our stuff because we are going to chiralically make a child that will, through Allah's mercies, wake us up or split us apart. And the way I'm seeing my character and the way I'm reacting to you, I don't feel comfortable enough in myself because I feel we would split apart. Speaking on myself, and always it seems like I'm chastising and fucking derogatorily being on your ass. Where you don't comprehend what the fuck I'm saying to you. At all as an adult. It's, oh my god, you said I would take the kids from you. Huh? Okay, Maria.
It's hard to try to have a conversation with you.
How is it hard to have a conversation with me?
What I say and just already tell you with not being adult, honestly,
Not being adult enough, I'm saying in an
I love
emotional
it.
response.
Hey, that
I'm
hurts
not
out,
saying you're a child, I'm saying the aspect of stating as an adult. We were together, you were just stating in our growth.
Do you think
In our growth,
yeah.
you were stating such, in our growth, and I'm still stating since you can't remember and you made that look on your face as if I'm making up shit. When I said I have been saying this to you for 8 years, since the fucking stop, since we first met, till motherfucking now, as I stated when I was drunk, and now sober I'm stating this. And you're made to show the face as if I have not been saying nothing. So I said, here, let me give you a reference. How many times in conversation have I said to you when you get as such that I state our work because you mimic my mother so much. Here, I'll state that also, because I was also in the conversation that you take offense to. That you would have a disabled fucking child. How many times have I said that to you? And have we talked about that? Just now? Why would that child be taken from me, again, out of my mouth? Either you or I would, if it got to a point of such manner, again, to protect the fucking child. Hopefully, someone would not be so involved as a fucking child to not do such. That if it got to something as such, I'm still saying the same thing. Why I stated, dude, it's beautiful that my ex fucking took our children away from the monster underneath the bed. From the guy that, if he got a little bit of drop of fucking alcohol or a smell of fucking rubbing alcohol, he turned into a fucking pumpkin. And took the kids from that fucking environment. Someone who stated, just like you said, just like you, someone who stated, just like you, I would never do like your ex and take the kids or blah, 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 blah. And I had tried to have the same conversation with this person. Hopefully, if fucking something arises, one of us, in our childishness, wakes up and says, this is not cool for the kids. The kids got to get away from this. Not stating that you would fucking vindictively take the kids from me, but as an adult and as their parental parent, hopefully one of us, if it ever got like such nastiness, as you're seeing with myself, my cousins, and everyone else that is a fucking client of our shop that gets something to eat from you online and so forth, and in person. Hopefully someone breaks the fucking chain, and as an adult, removes the fucking child, our children, from that aspect, but not in the aspect in the sense to where they remove the child to where it just fucking continues. It's just the child out of that environment of the home, but actually fucking does what I'm saying verbally, and removes the child from that aspect to where it's not, does not continue in the aspect of it snowballs.
Exactly, because hopefully it doesn't get to the point where anybody has to.
Yeah, hopefully we can all have hopes and dreams and so forth, but again, you still have to tie up your motherfucking camel or someone will steal it. You gotta do the work still, Sue. It's what I'm explaining.
Totally on the same terms, but
are you? But your ego is taking it as if I stated you would take the fucking child, our children, from you, vindictively, or you would from me. And I'm saying what I've been saying from the start when I had a fucking child with Erica. When I was a fucking child, having children. Still up into my 20s, having a fucking child. With another fucking child. And I'm done having children with a fucking another child. So I'd like to be in that person's life that we create. And not have, as you see, or when a person, as you're looking at me the way you are, I've tried to talk with Erica, all this shit that you see going on in your family, because it's a reflection of it not help working in mine, all this information and pain and trauma that I've been through with that fucking side, and still fucking kowtowing and assing, and then giving that information to you and giving it to your information to your side of the family, and look what it's done, because the people fucking are actually tying the fucking camel up. Now look, sitting there with the body language that you are, looking at me like you is, making me fucking over here sweating shit. Like, wow, really? And this would be a conversation that Samina should have with your brother that, hey, if this continues like this, as she stated, with her boys, why she's taken it upon herself to try to whatever your brother perceives in his mind as what the household should be. It's like with you. We have a kid, or G and fucking Todd. They just had kids as such. Like we could have done. It's the manner that we met, just like them. Like most of them motherfucking clients you got. They got kids and you don't know what the fuck to do. Well, shit, how are we gonna raise the kid? I don't know. Your parents gonna be around? My parents gonna be around? What are we gonna do with this? What are we gonna do? Fuck a motherfucker holding a fucking another living being in their hand doesn't comprehend why the child's fucking reacts the same way as you because, I don't know, it's only fucking obvious. Even a babysitter should figure it out too. Fuck the kid's holding the fucking being held. Does the child have a consciousness that perceives that it's not being talked to? Like if we were talking in this conversation like now and fucking, what would Isla be doing? Why? Because conversations like this are perceived by the child as as a fucking what? Aggression or a fucking what? Argument. Because the baby's being fucking held by either the mom or dad. And depending on the reaction of that person and the way the person's looking and projecting, because they're still formulating what the fuck body language and all the other fucking stuff is. Because 95% of fucking language is the fucking non-spoken shit. But we'll play fucking stupid. We'll be as childish as a baby in the diapers being held by this mother and go, I don't comprehend what the fuck the conversation's about, or and so forth, the context and everything. That you're gonna take the baby. That's why I put it on that. And again, I'm a covered alcoholic. I pray to God I never drink again, but if I started drinking when we have a kid, I hope you remember this conversation and do what you said you'd do if I ever started drinking again. God damn.
I hope I get to the point where we're not together.
Huh?
I hope I don't get to the point where we're not together, as you're saying.
The only reason that we wouldn't be together is
So things are worked on. Honey, what's
honey, just
the
hear what I'm saying.
emotion? I just don't.
Just hear what I'm saying. There's a big difference right now that it's us talking like this and the cat's hearing us. And whoever wants to listen to the fucking us rambling. Right? There's a difference of it being a living fucking thing that this is how it facilitates its life. This is why you have an issue, because this is what you have as your fucking tools of seeing somebody try to communicate with the other person in the fucking household. Huh?
What is it that has the issue?
I don't know, dear. What is it that you don't have the issue? Ask yourself what the flower essences are given to you, which is having compassion and empathy of being able to fucking take in information into yourself in this situation, or being able to perceive, or having some type of associative manner of empathy, of visualization or something to fucking comprehend what the person that is talking with you, having conversation, is saying. Or client, or your husband.
It's nice sharing information with
I don't have to have it shared. It's what I've been pointing and saying to you for fucking since my head injury. Because of my head injury, my filter's down to where I do not keep from fucking looking in you, as I told you. With that down, my defenses are out. And it's more for me telling you what the fuck is going on with you. And you only giving motherfucking credence to what the fuck I was telling you. And motherfucking, again, antagonistic neural networks as my neural pathways go back and so forth. What one gets back, as you stated in arguments that are recovered, that you had an issue with what I had stated to you and it was a buildup. Some words I had said, and the only thing I had said differently to you is what I had stated is I would take unto myself and be an asshole, like me stating like 5 or 10 minutes ago about your parents illustrating at the dinner table with, hey, fucking your kid, blah, blah, blah. Of me getting the piece out of the car, putting the opposite piece in the car and putting another thing there and putting it back together where you'd have to walk over and unscrew it. So take it. And you asking a specific question. What are you getting from the store, honey? You know what you're getting? A fucking argument and blah blah blah. And then finally being honest with themselves and saying, yeah, I have no idea what the fuck I was gonna go do. Well, what was the point of such? I don't have full mental capacity. What is the fucking point of bringing this into an argument when the only way I have out is a fucking argument or getting your attention, which just happened to be aggressive because for some reason in your scanning you're stating you do not take and accept a fucking passive man. So therefore I have to talk like this. Which is not me talking aggressively, it's me actually speaking. Me. No. How have I gone from speaking like this, which is not my normal tone? My normal tone is this. Yes, talk like that, but since for 8 years when I talk like such, you shut down, my mom shuts down, my fucking kids shut down, the people in the store shut down, they fucking go, oh my god, you're attacking, you're yelling, and I'm going, dude, I'm an alto tenor, and I did fucking choir, and I know how to fucking breathe, and speak, and project my voice. As I used to point out in the store, are my hands sweating? My palms sweating? Is there any sweat in my armpit? I'll let you know when I'm being fucking aggravated or fucking excited and so forth in the conversation. Because my voice goes a whole lot different. But when I'm talking like this, so on and so forth, it's like, Dad, how come you're cussing? Oh, I don't know, because as I'm talking like this, you're not paying attention. And as I say fuck or shit or damn, or I put this tone to it, whoa, all of a sudden I get some observations. But yet, in that observation, one just tunnel visions and picks and chooses certain words and then sticks, and I have to ask in the argument that devolves in from it, because it's just emotional responses from the person on an adult conversation, is, what is your point, in fact, that you wish for me to see? Because I am talking about this. I'll put a pin in what I'm talking about, and we'll focus on what you're talking about that you make it seem so important that you wish me to perceive that you're saying I'm not perceiving. And you state it's about such. And I end up asking how the hell we come up with fire hoses when we were talking about trimming the fucking tomato plants and bell peppers. And the frog always chilling by the motherfucking, the program hologram. Where'd the fire hoses come from? And that being so relevant and important that you want me to fucking stop what we were talking about and focus on the fire hose. And until I focus on the fire hose, will you even hear what we were talking about? Not me, we. The other instance where it's me, we're just straight to the fire hose. And stuck on the fire hose, and the wrapping on the fire hose, and the fucking connector pieces on the fire hose, and everything else about the fire hose. And I go, okay, sweet, we figured out the fire hose. What did that have to do with what I was trying to talk with you about? Are we done with the fire hose? All right, sweet. Back to talking what I was talking about? Shit, we're back to the fire hose. Start talking with you about the fire hose, and then you switch it to something else and we get an argument. And I go, okay, again, I start asking, what are you talking about? Because you were just talking about this, which I'm responding to on the fire hose. And now you're arguing with me about this other shit. And I'm confused, and I can't keep up with you right now, Maria, because my head was damaged. Otherwise, I would fuck with you on this. As you say, I somehow get a kick out of the shit. But right now, I'm underpowered, and I can't keep up. Because I'm trying to keep up in my head the conversation, and remember, and see the relevance between the fire hose and the fucking frog, and the hologram, and the fucking bell peppers, and the tomatoes being trimmed, and so forth, to that. You're my spouse, so it's important to you, so I put memory away to keep that. Then when I do, it turns into an argument. Well, I'm not talking about that. Well, here. Here's why I record stuff, and I made it to where you actually put shit on cardboard where you can go, here, this is what I was talking about, the fire hose, and here's all the stuff. What you made and so forth is not what you argued with me about and said what you're going to do, so what the hell was the issue of wasting that time? When again, you don't even know what's in your head and what the hell you're going to do. So go ahead and do it. That's why I say just go do it. Because you're going to do it anyway. Regardless of my input or not. You do it. I'm not saying it in a bad thing. That's what I love about you. Go ahead and do it. What you going to do? But yeah, tie up your camel if you can. Otherwise, when I get drunk into it and I get fucked up for my own shit and then also our stuff, if I can stop it by tying up the camel or talking with you or figuring out what's going on by trying to talk with you or have to fuck or damn or hopefully it sinks in. What I'm noticing, and I had been pointing out for months better, that it's not. Henceforth, why fucking start playing my game? That's all I'm gonna say. Positive thoughts on myself. Hopefully, what I said does not hurt or scratch any egos, but it's just digested in some manner. It's my observation. Mine, not yours, mine. It's my reality that I wish to live in non-real-time fucking sensory perception. So it's fucking hallucination, dude. So don't internalize no shit. But just at least hear it. Why I say please stop having a conversation in your head, because as I'm talking with you, you respond to me. And I didn't even get the full conversation out. And when it states, well, you don't let me talk. I still haven't even fucking said what the fuck I was trying to say. Because as I'm trying to formulate and put the shit to you, one is answering me. Which means, how are you even hearing me? And we spiral off an argument from that. Or one gets offended because I say, can we have an adult conversation? I'm tired of this shit. Let's grow. It's not what I wish to show our grandkids or fucking our child. No, I'm sorry. So, can we grow by having adult conversation, doing adult fucking shit, and being childlike while we do it? So it's pleasurable and pleasing. It was a prayer. And I'm fucking, oh my god, I gotta do this shit and take me away from here, because this motherfucker's telling me what came out of my words in my mouth and telling me here's what I'm saying, but I'm still yelling at him saying fucking take me away from here. And he has fucking what you seen on the scan, and you're sitting there, and I said you're gonna leave, and I still want to sit, and tell me the same shit that my mom says was, oh, you're right, facts. Well, fuck, what the fuck else is there is facts? If you don't have the facts, dude, that we're both saying is fucking what factually happened, and agree upon that, and say that's happened, all this other shit is fucking what? I don't know, to me, I see the jinn fucking playing with the person, eating their inner child. Fitna. Stealing your motherfucking ions of your precious metals and noble shit. Oh my, I was a fucking idiot. Just proud to be one. The smarts in the world is why we at the place we are now. Dumb hillbilly in here. Fucking college smart kids. I can't do nothing for nobody unless they get paid. Should be from the heart, always. I can't die with this shit, so give a fuck about it. Let's build it up for the next person. And try to raise them to what's the same. Nothing to interfere with that. That's something that lasts forever. When you come back, you're like, oh, dude, I know this. Otherwise, fear reincarnation. Or you can leave seeds so you don't have to, right? You got fruit to eat when you come back. Wake yourself back up and help those around you. Who knows what it'll be like. The knowledge that's out there, we're either gonna have the first version and dude stuck in the hallway still from the past. There's none of them dumbass movie review people fucking even acknowledge. I mean, come on, dude, you gotta be a dumbass. And you pointed it out. And while I was bringing it up, it was point time. Like now, time, contract. I was just stuck. Oh, it's not you. You know, his friend was right because you can change that. It's gone, right? But the shit powered by a nuclear battery, how the hell this shit only got 2%? If it's first time there, then it has to be from the past, correct? Otherwise, how did the thing get all deteriorated? Well, look at the stuff. The Easter eggs and so forth. Stuff points to things. Saying, being aware of something while you're driving. As your life, you're driving. Watching a movie, you're constantly driving. Your consciousness and the other, what makes up your body to pay attention to that shit. Like the 8, people's names, the anagram, so on and so forth. It's like, you look at, if you put just a simple equation of my years together, when I pass, I'm 1 and you're 2. It's like 12 and 13. You understand? Or you could say 1 and 11. Which if you put the 2 together, you still got 2. If you're 65, around 73. You got a 10, which is a 1. And yours is 2. Or you put them together and make it 2. There goes 1, 2. It's like 12, 13. So I wrote you that letter about everything. It was interesting finding a person like yourself. Where the numbers and everything equated out to 786 on our births and so forth. Like lesson number and all that shit. I have to go to your letters and read it. Answer my question that I asked you that I wrote out. There's an equation that I gave you about the years from the Comet to understand when Nibiru on Planet X is really going to affect us. As you've seen, what was the city today that got flooded out in snow? Debris. That means crossing. Abraham. Debris. It's the thing that I told you to look out for. Hello? Debris is getting snow. It's in the middle of the desert. You understand? Crossing. As it comes closer, it messes with their stuff. People's brains and everything. Everyone, libido and everything is gonna sped the fuck up. The Haitian president been talking about Haiti for what, a week now? One of the gangs that took it over. Boop-de-bop-de-bop-de-bop. I wonder who America's gonna put on that. The gang runs the whole country. Early on hurricanes and shit. That'd be a lot of like volcano or something going on somewhere. You remember the night when you was pointing out the sunsets and how red it was?
Yeah.
That bunch of iron oxide in the air. Only other time we had sunset like that is when KELEA or whatever was erupted.
Iron oxide, like these redness in the car?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a lot too in the car. I thought it was from the trees.
But I'm saying in the sunset. Huh?
Oh, what made it red,
Yeah.
the darkness to it.
Yeah. Iron oxide. There has to be a couple of volcanoes that just erupted and we're in the stream of it for a sunset to be like this. The only other times we had sunsets like that was when Hawaii had erupted. And we had that beautiful fucking impact effect where we had snow falling on an active volcano. And I'm trying to get your attention to explain to you that stuff because that melted and went over here and killed a million cats. The snow bomb, they called it. What hit our northern page paw installation. Hello? And then evaporated. And they moved it with a low pressure system and caused what in Texas that year? They got all the fucking findings and reading and so forth. And shit when they did it to us over here. On the radar and everything. The circle that fucking had that cloud pattern over us for 36 hours. Almost flooded us out like rats. And burning out my fucking scalar fucking thing in mine. Refracting and fucking fighting with that shit. Probability. You turn the quality of it. This shit's crazy, man. Right. What'd you do? Don't do it. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. I said thank you, everybody. Oh, boy, night. Back to work. Finish that thing. Put together to get this stuff going. Close up system and feed everything back in and feed it out. I remember what your husband was saying. And now, what they showing you here, but if you see this, you're gonna be like, oh. And again, they try to say that Osama bin Laden was with them people, but you understand? That was until after they didn't blame the man. Anyhow. So I was saying this, they're gonna do a real interesting thing with Pentagon budget because all the stuff these people done got that made their stuff, they have now at least some ground game. Wouldn't say so much for air because they got the parts to keep the stuff going, but at least if they can get it off the ground, I mean they can use it. But at least their ground support and anti-aircraft stuff and fucking anti-ground units are now all up to date.
Oh shit. You better have them on your side.
Olympics or Winter Olympics, which will happen
Earthquake!
in
Oh my god, what is that?
It's an earthquake, homie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You felt that?
Yeah, honey.
Felt like a humongous tree.
It's still going on.
Yeah. The ants knew, huh?
Yeah.
Dude, you felt that? The whole mountain's shaking. It's still shaking. It's shaking. What the fuck? Whoa, I got like goosebumps. Ezekiel, There are reports of shaking in the Garden Mill Ranches area. Did you feel it? Yes, I did. "29 seconds ago, just felt an earthquake up here in Tahoe." 4.8 magnitude earthquake, Mammoth Lake, California. 1 minute ago, we have reviewed another felt event. A magnitude 3.2 earthquake occurred. This has been going on for a minute. At 1:30 p.m. southwest of Kluk 1, southeast Alaska.
It's coming back.
Holy shit! 2 minutes ago. What can you learn about? Okay.
Coming back.
13 kilometers of
Away.
Sunnyside, Utah. Holy shit, Ezekiel. That was crazy.
It's still going on, honey. I feel it.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. I had never felt something that strong in my life.
What are you talking about? The one that we felt was stronger but deeper when we were at Thousand Trails in that slump and we went up and came down. Why is this thing got it where I can't share it to the page? It should be, my privacy should be open. Why can't I share it to the page?
Somebody said,
This thing got it blocked where I can't share it to the page, which is crazy because I should be able to. It's open, but it's not letting me do it.
Breaking news, did you feel it? Reporting 2 earthquakes on Farmington, just outside Stockton, 4.8 magnitude. One in the eastern Sierra, 17 seconds ago. Did anyone feel the San Francisco earthquake? Building just shook.
What's going on, Mama? We're coming closer to the Chesapeake than when I was talking about fucking, the Chiquina doll. The blue Chiquina. Or blue star.
Yeah, pretty much. Earthquake reported. Network at 10 kilometers from San Francisco.
So you got that snow.
46 kilometers radius. And it's 10 kilometers from San Francisco. Sismo app.
So that snow that happened in Mexico the other day showing a negative entropy fucking downburst I commented on and Sheridan was like, interesting. What trips me out is this not letting me share it to the business page. That's crazy. Now it lets me share the page. That's whack, dude. That's why the ants, mamas. Like again, last time I seen ants do like that, I had the ridge crate. I always pay attention to nature. So I'm putting it right there. Back to work. That should wake some people up. You got L.E.N.R slump. Other things as such. If that was felt in Tahoe, and we felt it here, next one to give loose when that does is gonna be a fuck. We gotta move faster. Because you understand we're rock, honey. We're rock, mama. And the rock was shaking. Which means the valley's gonna come and do its thing when that pressure release. If not, it's rolling upwards and we're gonna see some shit pop off in Alaska and around and to Japan and so forth. All the water weight pressing down on them from them getting flooded and naked interpede. It's a compression wave coming back around. But I'm 40 years old and I don't think I've ever met anybody that's felt an earthquake in the mountains. It's a different feeling than in the valley. Because we're on rock. And I was back east when that almost 6.0, 5.4 or 5.5 earthquake happened. And Brockton took out 5 states over there. It felt different than that. Similar but different. Because everything was moving. Because we're here on this, the stuff's not moving. That's why I've been saying to you, what have I been saying? And keep putting the wire there. And I keep getting looked at like I'm dumb and shit. What's the smirk on your face now? All my things you put on the top shelves of that shit in there. If it would have fell off, dude, I don't know how I'd interact. Would I be an adult or would I be emotional? Especially after being put up there. After someone saying before this happened and illustrating I'm having an issue and saying please reinforce that because I see something. Not just a couple of days ago. So I'm saying, oh, I fucking, this got stuck to my foot. No, I didn't get to stuck to your foot. Why don't you stick it to your foot and walk and see if somehow the driver of your body can't fucking realize that they're dragging some shit like that out of their foot and it's not been set there by their husband, asking them to please do this.
I sense something. And it's getting blown off. Yeah, I don't wish to because your fucking stuff would be broken, dude, on the concrete. That's why I told the man and cried, and he was like, don't cry. And I'm like, no, fool. You just fucking released my soul because the $30,000 amethyst butterfly wings right there, which I was stating, I got it strapped to the wall because there's a quake coming. I don't got to deal with that this year. Because it's right there laying on a pillow. Should be inside there, but it's not. Not my fault. The other stuff got stuck in the way. So I can't put it in there. So I picked some motherfucker up by myself and put it over there. All of my stuff. But to me, I felt safest thing, pillows. Because it's been overwritten and what we talked about, you felt that was not right. You want to do what you want to do. So for me, I asked, if you're going to put my stuff on something like that, because we live in California, can you strap it down? With metal cable, not the shit that you did. This is why you feel and understand. Because what you felt would be, well, 4 times worse in the valley. The water wouldn't been coming out that shit, right? Oh, that shit would have fell off. All this. Oh shit. It'd have been interesting. This shit would have come off the trees. Woo. Yeah. So the question arises now, what we felt, was it the aftershock or part of the original one? And is there going to be aftershocks to these now? And keep this in your mind because these are cylindrical. Something like this now will happen again. You read 2 quakes?
Yeah, 2.
This again is what we felt. Is it an aftershock of the first quake, or is it a quake on its own, which has its own built up in aftershocks? You understand? Because what just released builds up somewhere else. We just built up friction.
So at 349?
Tectonic plates of what we're on goes from Battle Mountain down to Calistoga and shoots up to where fucking that mountain range is that I was pointing out to you in Alaska, by Fairbanks, Alaska.
So
All the way through Washington and Oregon. This continental shelf, if it moves, which had to move for us to fucking feel it here on our property, that had to shift over. What I just typed about. Because
there's been a 5.9 earthquake 29 miles from Gardnerville Ranches, Nevada at 3:49 p.m.
Gardnerville, Nevada. So 29 miles is the depth. Otherwise, there's towns next to Gardnerville. You know where Gardnerville, Nevada is. When you come over to the 50, you drop down when we get gas. That right there, it's Gardnerville, right on the right. 29 miles from that, if you wanted to go in a circle, would be fucking literally where Kathy is. And you drop down. That's the mountain range. That's why we felt it. But if it's 29 miles depth in the crust, that's shallow. That's another reason why we would feel it, because again, where Gardnerville in Nevada is right next to the base of Tahoe Basin's foothills. As a volcanic, it's the part of the volcanic. You understand? Footsteps.
Yeah.
So read that.
That's
Read that.
Nevada, and then people in San Francisco are saying,
Read that correctly, because if again, It's not 29 miles from, it would be a
Yeah,
depth.
29 miles from.
Read something better than such, honey.
I was telling you the location of where it occurred, and
Understand what I'm... Please.
I'm not saying that it's 29 miles.
I'm asking you to see if it is that. That would be why people in San Francisco are feeling it. If the epicenter is Gardnerville. Hello, please. Stop with the shit. The depth of what we were sitting on when we got flipped on the wave, because how deep it was is why we felt it in the mannerism that we did. If it was shallower, we would have felt it like this. But yet we were in the valley, so it would have been a whole lot stronger, honey. We went, woo, woo, woo. It looked like we were fucking on a fucking Ferris wheel or some shit. Are you comprehending my fucking thoughts? Are you digesting? Are you shutting up in your mind and comprehending what the fuck I'm saying to you? No. Well, I'm asking you to please look into it when they say earthquake stuff. Again, they're showing you a red dot. The center is somewhere 29 miles around the circle of Gardnerville. You know that territory, as do I. For us to feel it because we are in the mountains, it would have to be towards Tahoe and inside Tahoe's footprint, but yet shallow enough for us to feel it, or San Francisco to feel it, unless they felt our quake that we felt. If you're stating you're reading and someone said back at 1:30, which is a whole fucking earlier than us, well, I'm asking a very fucking easy specific question like yes and no. What answer? Not no other shit, not the hose fucking bullshit all over again. Of, is ours an actual considered a quake that we just felt, or is it an aftershock of the stuff that happened in Gardnerville, which would have its own epicenter and aftershocks from it, and also a depth recess. It's like when I recorded the 4-point magnitude earthquake that happened during the flood from the water compression on Orville Dam. And them showing it's over in this region, blase blase, but it's at this depth. How far down? Why we're of this concern, or not of this concern, because there's little reverb up here, depending on how deep from down it is from the surface. Information on the channel if one understands why the open surface rupture is important to pave piles for their discharge. If they've been doing some stuff, a whole lot of work, and they just discharged, I wonder what the buildup would be and so forth. Sabe? Or no?
So you're saying there's been two different ones, one in the Syria and one in Nevada. Very, very much at the same time, but there's been two earthquakes. So let me see.
You felt the second.
Cluster of earthquakes just before 4 p.m. today. We've got crews on the way. Did you feel it? ABC 10 News. If I can see. Yeah, cluster. There's been 4 earthquakes. 5.9 in Nevada. 3.6 in Nexus of Santa something. 4.8 close to Stockton and a 3.7. Oh, ho. In Haiti. Oh shit, Haiti. Is this right? Massive earthquake. Relief effort. Joining incredibly young people and cleaning up.
The negative entropy from the fucking hurricane they sent through and trying to drive another.
Yeah, no, this is new. Let's pray for Haiti after assassination of Haitian President Moise on march and rest now. 6 people arrested. God bless. 7 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been 4 earthquakes, so that's...
It's from the release of that side. They're part of that shelf. If we slip to this way, they're part of... Oh, interesting. The snow in Brazil and all that kind of stuff. The heat wave driving that thing up. The pressure of the water coming on Florida. Being a month early. Water and ground and so forth not ready for that stress. Interesting. Warning, motherfuckers, dude. I've been trying to tell you. Motherfuckers dog a person's, dig a person's heart out and saying, I ain't got no new memories. I do. I try to make them even though I try to warn you about shit and can't tell you what it is. I'm just trying to prepare you about it. The new memory is fucking new. Always an interesting outcome. A reactionary instead of fucking prepared. L.E.N.R slump. Man, that's gonna be some shit when that pops off.
There.
How the fuck we feel that shit?
We are... In Tahoe, they felt it.
Yeah, but you gotta look at the time dates for each earthquake. You understand what I'm saying? Look at the time date for the earthquakes as we're over here. So you gotta figure out which one of those we felt, the radius off of it. Because the time that we felt it, look at the time of the earthquake. And you'll see the radius of such. Otherwise, you looked at the stuff in Nevada. Nevada had already happened before we had felt the one that we felt. You understand? They got them red dots and all that shit over there. But ain't nobody counted nothing over on this side. Which is interesting. So it's like most of the folks up here probably didn't realize they was going through an earthquake. Or if they felt it. You understand what I'm saying? Shit feel like I was being shocked or something. What the fuck? I know that feeling, but that's different. Yeah, I am moving. Yeah, it's an earthquake, honey. It's an earthquake. I'm going through an earthquake. Huh.
It felt like almost like something big was landing too. If not a tree falling, but it was too long for a tree falling, it would have been like something land. You know, like a...
I'm chilling on for a minute, dude. I was like, damn. I'm glad that shit is. Glad I ain't gonna worry about nothing fucking breaking my concrete. Glass shells and shit. Perforated boardwalk. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Gary. What you trying to hug me for, brother? I'm crying, nigga, cause fuck you, if you don't even know what's coming. Talk to yourself and do some meditation. You just might find out.
myself and work. And just fucking work and get it taken care of. Regardless if anybody else wants to pay attention or whatever. So, understand. I lost mercies will show them reason why. Conversations of today and shit like that going on. My motherfuckers start exercising that shit and eating and feeling different. Connecting out with people. I'm getting closer. Getting closer. Deep is the well and how long does it take for it to fucking money and pay attention to some shit's been thrown into it. I wonder what motherfucking water shit and so forth has been changed from that fucking doing what it did. I mean, what new aquifer fissures have opened up and what ones have closed? This shit's fucking exciting, honey. I've been through 2 earthquakes now. And this one was intriguing me though. I'm like, what the fuck is the first time I ever in my life seen earthquakes in this region? In those parts and felt it. And since it's like, thank you, Lord, we was in a drought, because that been some fucked up shit if Orville Dam crumbled. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Look at the good side of things, shit. At least we in drought with that. But that right there, that's a loaded gun. Depending on how much water we get now. It's gonna compress that shit and add to that kinetic energy. You understand? Oof, there's gonna be some interesting shit. Watch for Indonesia, Japan, shit like that. I have motherfucking some earthquakes, if not some volcanic eruptions. Same with Iceland and shit. Iceland will probably release again. Where are you at, Romo? You're supposed to tell us where your kitty communication at. There's some stuff going on,
Yeah,
buddy.
Mama, what's up with your whiskers and shit? You're supposed to have antennas. Yeah? It's your extrasensory fucking magic, Romeo. You were supposed to be fucking making backflips and letting us know like the mice did.
I ain't seen them act different. I seen other animals, dude, when the shit happens, motherfuckers act trippy.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. It's just like his mama.
No, I mean like trippy, like how you're saying you're supposed to be doing backflips, like doing that. Like, not trying to touch the ground and shit. Like, weirding out.
Romeo, like the closest he can be to the ground, the better.
He's just laying there, like, whatever, dude. He's like, somebody put a quarter in a massage chair? July 8th.
Dude, I was gonna eat shrooms and imagine if I would have microdose or something, that would have been a trip.
Yeah, what?
Where do we get the chocolates?
Huh?
That we got from L.E.N.R?
In the refrigerator.
In the freezer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where else would they be? I said, where else would they be? First day all week, they have not no motherfucking air donuts going on. Not one fucking airplane.
That's a right observation.
Not even a fucking Cessna plane. Back to the... I was just talking about Jib yesterday. Jib commented actually. Hardly felt it here in town. If the wind chime didn't make noise, I probably wouldn't have even noticed it. That's what I'm saying. Most people, they don't have Yuba City or nothing like that. Oh shit. That would be connected to the volcanic. Interesting. There's a buttes, honey. We have an open rupture fault that goes through Marysville and Yuba City, but they covered it up. Where that steam plant is that shoots the power down to San Diego. There, I stupidly thought most of my life that was the steam coming out of Sunsweet because the shit's next to each other. But it's the power of the plant for Sunsweet is a thermal, what the fuck they call it? They use volcanic or volcanic steam to run the plant right there. Well, it's part of the rupture that goes out underneath the pave fault, bare fault and so forth that runs up. That's part of the fault line that goes out to the buttes, which is still active. I wonder if that's a form of activity because they do not show on the picture and the thing that they show you for you our area over here as something that would be felt, or in a sense like, I don't know.
It could be. You have that information and you're bringing it up and you've been bringing it up, and not too long ago we were just talking about that if the thermal plant, and I mean,
Because that's what causes that's what causes shit in Hawaii when the eruption there happened, because that thermal plant, they're expanding and fucking with shit. When Maui eruption happened. I wonder. Let's see shit right there and talk about it for a little bit. I wonder why they don't do like a kid and divulge it completely anymore. But spark another conversation of interest, try to keep it at the forefront, and bam. Another one strikes. What is it? know what I'm saying, Vern? Everybody's earthquake insurance just went up.
True.
Ah! What the you gotta do with that stupid shit one? So we're still gonna flood. We're not gonna catch on fire, we're just gonna flood. We're at the top of the mountain. I was like, what the fuck? FEMA, you guys, just, if I could sit down and smoke a split with you, and you guys explain to me the fucking quiche map that you're gonna give to me to show me how in the fuck we're gonna flood here. I mean, even the L.E.N.R fucking tidal wave's not gonna hear here, bud. But we're gonna flood. I was like, huh? You need a fucking 5,000 foot water fucking tidal wave and they need to fucking smack us. I mean, I'm not saying it can't happen, but you need one of those, not a 3,000 foot. L.E.N.R slump is 3,000 foot, so you need something worse than the L.E.N.R slump. Half of California breaking off into the ocean, falling in, and making a fucking tidal wave coming back this way. Otherwise, fucking the shit in Hawaii breaking off and fucking making a 3,000 foot wave at 600 miles an hour, smacking us in 4 hours. Still wouldn't fucking hit us. How are we gonna flood? From what? What do you guys know that we don't? That's what I'm saying. I smoke a split with you. You guys give me the quiche rundown and fucking let's talk. Cause you got that over a fire danger. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to figure that one out. How do you get flood out? How you flood? Extreme flood risk. You're at the top of the mountain. And you live where it smells. No water runs down onto you from fucking something above you because you're the fucking top of it, but you're gonna flood. I'm trying to figure out how that fucking how does that work?
I don't.
How does the point of how does the fucking point of the pyramid get flooded out? You understand what I'm saying? How does the water accumulate, dude? When you're to the top, you're literally the pinnacle of Mount Hope. Fuck.
Did you take a turmeric drink?
Huh?
Where's the turmeric drink?
Turmeric drink?
Yeah, I had a big bottle of it too.
I didn't see your moonshine.
Moonshine?
Yeah. What?
It's a moonshine.
Yeah.
Like an alcohol.
No, it's your jar. It's your moonshine. I gotta figure that one out. Why moonshine's called moonshine? I ain't never looked into that in my head. Ah. Kentucky and stuff like that. That really good shit had that. Oh, okay. Yeah. It had that silver opaque next to it. Like the moon shininess. I can see that. Filling up Abuela's bathtub right now. With the big pump. I'm getting 820 amps or watts is what it's
using. 820 by 110 volt. Figure out the amperage and all that on there. Top there. Let's see what Yousteal has done. Do I have any views? Oh, they took and everything. Wow. 14 hours now, right? 188 views. This is insane, dude. .1 on the English subtitles. All there is India, no America. Whoa. Alright. That's insane. Whatever other is just gobbled up everything, right? Crazy. Anyhow.
Numbers that up to it, so it'll be 1 through.
What the fuck is this thing recording with? This fucking shit on my phone I can't take off. Oh, it's recording this some shit. So 8, so forth?
Yeah, so the flight number was 828
Uh-huh.
of these people. That basically what happened was they boarded on a plane in 2013.
And found themselves in a time slip.
Yeah, like a glitch. But then the thing is,
Not a glitch. They're in a pressurized aluminum tube flying through, having a high pressure wave. You've seen the pictures, we have talks with pilots. How does my Lenr experiments using a flyback work? It's a high pressure wave. Like I was talking with you last week about saying. Remember before I started wetting my stuff down, when I would put that next to it, it'd just blow it all away. Where's the wind come from? Where's the wind come from? Got the thing, I'm almost a foot away from it and it's blown away like I got a fucking fan on it.
yeah.
Until I go, whoop, and it zaps it. As I showed you. Like with my torch. Got the torch on glass, don't melt it unless you put this thought to it. You understand?
So the result is like they're all coming back with gifts and whatnot. None of them have aged. Well,
Okay.
there's one specific case.
That was something I meant to ask you last night when you said gifts, because we're speaking English. Do you mean X-Men gifts, or they had gifts like your mom brings? Sabe?
Yeah, no.
Don't be lazy. Fill in the things like I do, so that no one can think I'm coloring. My coloring book's already been colored in for me. Copy?
Yeah. So.
Copy?
As time goes by, all of these. There's about 160 something people on the plane, but there's 20 of them specifically that start having that connectiveness among themselves.
Sensate, like I explained to you.
Like sensate.
As I was saying to you, how time and so forth, and my own misunderstandings of my own work on it. It's interesting that you have some shit that, Starfurlow, you won't hold a convo, but you'll watch something, and then I have to hold a convo with you about it, where it's on the same context of the shit that I've been trying to talk to you about. It's okay. So sensate. But how much in the sense of sensate? Because sensate, you and I both watched. How so is it like sensate? You understand what I mean by that?
Yeah.
Because sensate delved on things, not just hundredth monkey theory, groupthink, so on and so forth, but also what'd they show? Something I was trying to show you with the plasma and so forth, where you could, if you wish to, masturbate with the plasma without having to physically touch yourself. And I thought it was funny after showing you that. I'm doing a couple of videos and so forth on YouTube showing what you can do with it. Or do you see on Amazon and so forth pop up from the Quiche Foundation? You have sex cream with the CO2 and the fucking zinc oxide shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? You understand? You guys are putting sex cream and so forth and stuff, stimulants, but you're putting toxins in your body. I'm telling you to use the energetic form. Hello? Remember when I did that with you? And you felt it? At the same time that they pushed their shit online, pushing the topicals and the solutions for men and women in the bedroom type shit. And I went, this is nuts, dude.
Well, so these people, because
So,
there's a scientist.
why I was stating as such, why I'm asking is, what happened on Sense8? They were able to share each other's pleasures, not just thought forms. Or say, I'm robbing you and the person in your pod is a martial artist. Hello? And that person uses your body to defend you. Understand when you say Sense8, I'm asked, when you state such, when I'm stating Sense8, which I'll divulge into is, this is what I ascertained from Sense8, and if you don't believe me, fucking watch it and you'll see. It's like watching 2067 and watching those dumbass review people and go, what the fuck, I'd never watch the movie if I went and listened to your shit. You missed out on all kind of stuff.
So,
You understand?
mm-hmm.
So when you say Sense8, like I was saying Sense8, but I was saying Sense8 and the whole encompassing of Sense8, if you paid attention to it, how they can do from the emotional thing to the orgy scene where they showed where they're all intermingled and all that kind of stuff, is all in the same context. Not just the one's consciousness being able to use the other person's body, physical body. You understand?
Yeah, well, that don't happen in this.
So,
in this case,
one has to, as I've been saying,
another depth of
separate out and allow. I know you're saying, let me talk and blah, 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 but I'm saying to you, the way you're describing it takes me down the wrong path. If I'm splitting apart the Sense8 stuff going, how is it like Sense8? If it's not like that in Sense8, then one cannot constitute it is similar to Sense8 because you would take someone down the wrong path if they had a different mind than mine in the sense of, I've watched Sense8, now I'm watching this. Okay, if I was a movie review person that watched 2067 that has 63,000 views, and you have the two of us listening to it, would we have watched a movie or went and paid money to go see it? Do you understand? Did the guy see what you saw? The shit the motherfucker and the other person described seemed like we watched completely different movies. You understand?
Absolutely.
Why one can't be lazy in their description, so that the only assumption can be done is, okay, this is entirely like Sense8, or it's not even like it. It's just as in reference of these people's consciousness is able to sense each other's. That's it. Not all the other stuff of Sense8. Okay, but you didn't say that it wasn't or is. You said it's like. Said it's like Sense8.
But may I illustrating what sense is like sense?
That's why I was.
Not absolutely all of it entirely.
That's what I was doing, honey. Because you
I
hadn't.
understand you're pointing out for me to illustrate the difference. I'm
But
waiting
you're not.
for the top.
And you haven't. Because you fucking started it by not doing such, henceforth why I said we'll fucking break it apart. Sorry. Fuck, I'm saying start with that in the beginning instead of fucking, oh, I'm gonna afterglow it and say that, and I'm going, okay, well, fuck. You haven't even what?
4 sentences, and you started asking me to illustrate in a specific
Yes,
way.
because of what I'm saying is if you say that way and I'm a normal person, and I'm like the fucking brain person that we watched the shit of the fucking review, I'm only gonna get that from it. Because you did not start it with that. Henceforth, why the fuck I'm fucking rambling? Never mind, dude. And fucking divulge how. Hello, this is like this in the example of this. This is how I'm saying. Otherwise, for 3 fucking days before this one fucking conversation, I had been stating time slip and so forth is like fucking the fucking show Sense8 that I had you fucking watch with me so I could try to have a conversation with you about it. Of some things. Still fucking not able to. Observation of the scientist saying something to somebody or something is different than an emotional statement. I'm asking you for a fucking non-emotional statement. Your 4 sentences to me had me go in the manner in which I did because it was an emotional statement to my observation. Probably completely wrong. I'm always this wrong and just fucking doubting all stupid shit. But henceforth, over and over again, going, the work that I'm fucking trying to get you guys to comprehend is most similar, unlike thing, like my stuff, but at least you get a fundamental basis that it's such. But it is not fucking Sense8 in any means. But if you watch Sense8, you might get a comprehension in the sense of the character illustration of some illusionary manners of which I'm trying to allude to that you might have a plateau to step upon and some constructs if you enjoyed the show. If you didn't look into the things that they were presenting to you, then fucking what's the point of me talking to you, right? Because that's the construct of what I'm trying to fucking get your mind to work into. So, is it like Sense8? Because we're back to the fucking turd drawer thing in the fucking shop and me going, dude, the information you give me 3 ways of going. Left, right, or forward. You're telling me left to go left, but the information you're providing to me keeps alluding to me to going forward or fucking right. Not the way that you're stating you wish for me to go or to see. Can you, if you remember the conversation, make it to where, at least for me, I don't give a fuck about other people. At least for me, don't be fucking lazy. Because the only thing that my autistic mind and so forth is going to fucking divulge to if you give me all this information that has nothing to do with what you're actually trying to say to me. I have to pick all that shit apart. It's like looking at you and you wave your arm like this. And I gotta go like with the little fucking girl and all the other people that have no fucking verbatim. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck you're doing with your body language. Because your fucking vocal cords ain't matching up with your fucking body language. And what I'm dowsing from you. Well, I'm trying to figure out what the fuck the information is. That's tactile. Hard as shit to fucking pass another person outside your head. Says, you're doing like this. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck you're talking about. But your arm's not going like this, and it's not going like this. It's just going like this. Huh. What would that be in my head? What does shit say to you that you need? The ability to do what? What am I doing? I'm empathizing with you. And, oh, you're talking about teeter-totter. Like with Sense8. So since we both watched it, how in what sense are you saying to me that it is like Sense8 so that we can cookie cutter, plateau, talk and speak with each other on those notions and so forth they presented in that? But then in a sense, what did you get from that in the sense of what did I get from it so that we could actually do such? Because we've talked about those things in the sense of like watching the review. Hey, we're going to watch a review on 2067. This is what I got from it. This is what you got from it. Let's see what the rest of the world got from this shit. We watched 4 different fucking review people that didn't touch on anything that you said, or nothing that I said, or anything that we seen together. Like I said, I wouldn't even got one watch. I wouldn't even download the shit watching that shit. You understand? Only motherfucker that said everything that I've been talking about is the goddamn robot voice one, but it said fucking cold fusion was fucking a nuclear reactor, and I said, there you go right there. It's like the Trump shit where they still call him the president instead of fucking former president. You understand? And the whole reason for me watching the damn movie with you was for that single spot of asking those 2 questions in the very beginning. What's the issue right here in 2067? Now they're in the year 2474. What the fuck did the dude have to fix? You understand? And you're going, I know, I didn't see. Well, fucking you described me everything else that happened in that exact moment. You didn't get what the fuck they said was fucked up. Here, let me scroll it back. What'd they say, honey? Because it wasn't the nuclear reactor module. Ion dump relay, so they can fucking have infinite energy and keep the ion cloud fucking shoot back. Otherwise, with it going off, something becomes less noble, and you got a what? What happened to me? An ion explosion. The shit has to go somewhere, and poof.
I like Angel's face. It's like it's when I was trying to explain to Angel what could have possibly happened, and one has to first go through that first initial explosion to understand that that energy form has to go somewhere, So I'm like, Angel, so at least this is how I'm perceiving it or conceiving it. How when we experience witnesses those explosions, what we are justifying in our head is that that energy went through the conduit, the wire itself, and has to discharge somewhere, right? But you have to experience, otherwise, a lot of these things seem to be, even though they're very, like you're saying, we are doing redox in our bodies, and every single organ in our body is working, like you're telling Gabrielle, you're doing cold fusion in your body, even though you may not be conceiving it in that way. Many of these terms seem very abstract. And so...
And why is that? Because of the shit that they've put in domestication
Yes.
and other things, as I've been stating.
And the synthesis of things. And so we're getting, like, with medicine, how it happens, how would it seem like the plant matter or the consciousness of a plant would happen, but even though it's been already accepted, but it's been given to us in a watered down version, in a pill form, synthesized, where you don't realize that the plant matter is actually the origin of it. Yeah. And we have it all along, but there's not that connection just because it's been sort of like chewed up and given to us in a different way, so we're not finding that connection on our own. I feel like we have stripping ourselves from that choice of observation, but if you deprogram yourself or de-domesticate yourself and start having those observations and not taking the food chewed as it is, then you start having those connections.
Henceforth, me here annoying the fuck out of you by saying, can we have an adult conversation? But it's been something that I've always been stating. It's just getting annoying now to where my head makes it to where my filter is gone and I say, can we have an adult conversation? Ego gets struck. One gets offended by that, and I go, how in the hell you get offended by that if I've been stating this for a minute? Here, let me help you. Remember when I stated this right here? and I say to this right here, do I have to break it down for you? Because I've been saying this for how long, honey? Last night, remember? Was I lying? Was I being a dickhead to you? Or was I factually saying the truth? Do you understand? About the fucking water hose, dude? And the what? Bell peppers, the tomatoes, with the hologram program card. We're speaking about that. Started in the context of myself trying to talk with you about it, and we always get the red water hose. Catch my drift? Hey, honey, want to build this? What the fuck does that have to do with that? Yeah, I want to be a dickhead to you and ask you, what does that have to do with that? Because who brought up pressure washing the ideal? You or me?
Your idea to pressure wash it? Yeah.
Okay, how long ago?
I think we had said it like a while ago, and then
Sure, but
it was brought up recently.
who
like
moved
a
the
day or two
trailer,
ago.
put the tanks on there, put all the shit together, and said, when we done putting the fucking water tanks over here, we gonna pressure wash this shit because somebody was supposed to come this month. Are we not in this month? Okay.
Gee.
So I don't give a fuck what you're saying about that. We're talking about pressure washing the tank, the fucking trailer. So when I'm talking to you about building the stuff, what do you say to me? A goddamn fire hose. Yeah, honey, I wanted to what? Pressure wash the trailer and paint it. And I go, okay, sure. Marina, what the fuck's the water hose have to do with the conversation we're talking about? When we already know we gonna get that done. Why? Because I said we're gonna do it. We got people coming. Regardless if those people coming or come not, we still got people coming, and we're gonna wash the shit, right? If you wish to paint the shit, because I already pointed out the card container and all the other fucking shit you wish to paint, and half-ass paint or not paint, you paint it. I give a fuck you gonna paint it. I already know what you're gonna do. So I said, what the hell does that have to do with what we were talking about? Right?
So I say the reference on this thing that I'm watching, the manifest thing I'm watching on Sense 8 as
Hold on a second. And then you get into what else was in Sense 8. You had the bad people that was able to find them unless they hid themselves, honey. That's why I say be mindful when you use something as an example. Because you had the pods, and you had them people that was killing them niggas that was in those pods that was able to find them how. That's why I say be mindful of using something as an example and being lazy at it. Because then it's like, okay, if you throw that in there, then it makes me think, well, fuck, is there these type of people over there too? The alternate side of 828? You understand?
yeah. So
939? Hello? You understand?
they're hinting on
You understand?
that there's something, but there's not specifically.
Do you understand? There's
Yeah.
the antiparticle and the particle.
Yeah.
Since it had the particle and the antiparticle. And the in-between.
Yeah, like the personality of the peoples.
And
had
the
trouble.
in-between, because they showed the child that died, and it was like, well, what about the baby? Remember the mom
Yeah.
went to that time?
The mom that
It does
gave
the
birth in
virtual
the
particle,
snow
the
that they
particle, and
got.
the antiparticle were included in such. Understand that. Don't mean to keep speaking over you, but I'm just throwing that out there saying, again, let's have an adult conversation because you're talking to an autistic person whose mind understands these things, and so does yours. That's why I get pissed off when y'all state that I'm above you or something. I'm going, I was fucking disabled. And if for you to comprehend this stuff while I'm speaking to you, and I do not have a college fucking background in any of this motherfucking stuff, so I can hold a conversation with those that do, and theoretical scientists, and all that kind of shit, what the fuck is what? And why I'm able to is because I keep my mind sharp like this. No context, in the sense of staying childlike. You understand?
Yeah.
Use your imagination, but fucking hone it. Comprehend? As I've been stating with you, it was so beautiful to have little Miss come here, have a whole world be done, but in our childlikeness and our imagination, we were fucking building what we're stating we don't want and wish to get away from. Hello? How many times am I going to say that to you? So say childlike so that your mind construct does not get stuck in that. So I keep trying to say to you. Otherwise, when someone asks you something, you shut the fuck down because one doesn't have access to taking the cheese and crumpet out anymore and feeding the stuffed animals that are fucking running around you. Hello? Employ the motherfuckers so they fucking measure shit for you and come with the answers instead of you having to physically fucking go and do it.
Good.
Virtual is fucking just as strong as motherfucking this shit, man.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you guys, dude? It fucking annoys the hell out of me, dude. Share with you all kind of fucking secrets and you guys is fucking weird. So, now we have that separated out in Sense 8, because you kept saying it was Sense 8 and I was going to watch it, but then since it's not, it's like, no, I don't feel like it. You understand? It's like, salam alaikum. Took out the Bible, changes everything. Huh? How fucking CCP can rewrite it that Isa / Salam, or Jesus Christ to English, fucking killed somebody. It's like, okay. Wake up, people. That's the Bible being printed right now. Passed out in China. Fucking okayed by the fucking Catholic Church. Because you can't print a Bible without their fucking authorization. Then you got a really interesting split in Christianity. You got part of the world believing Jesus fucking
That's how new religions start.
did some shit, and you got the other side that Jesus fucking killed somebody, and it's like, whoa, dude, wake up, people. Wake the fuck up. Wake the fuck up, please. Goddamn. Wake up. Nope. Fucking Kool-Aid's too good. Kool-Aid's too good. So, continue, dear, I'm sorry. Fucking wake up, people. Fuck, dude.
So,
All these motherfucking trillionaires and billionaires stepping down from their motherfucking companies.
yes, that's okay. But so I
Well,
feel like there's a few concepts that we've been talking about in the last few conversations we've had or we talked about.
It almost seemed that some of what you were stating where it mimics Sense 8 is like the movie Lucy. Remember Lucy? When I started messing with my plasma and said, I'm at this amount of fucking brain power, and you scanned me and seen it. I'm at 70%. I'm at this percent. Some of what you're describing to me reminds me of the consciousness of what they portray of being able to do the mind and such.
Well, so
Of Lucy and Sense 8 mixed together. Of the consciousness. Because a person's consciousness to go through time and come back changes. They can either degrade or not. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Taking, for instance, those people that came back with gifts. Is it because their chakras are aligned now? Or did they actually manifest something? Comprehend what I'm stating there. Because it's like when we balance someone and we bring their chakras online and they say, oh my god, they're giving me drugs, or I'm now seeing shit.
Are they actually more of their own potential? Well, one of the scientists who is a doctor, she gets an MRI done on herself.
And they
She
see her
pretends to
brain
be
has changed.
And she sees that the brain has changed, and they compare it to the guy in the room 810 who is already diagnosed with schizophrenia. And so, clinically, she would be diagnosed with schizophrenia and hallucinations.
Because the brain synapses too occur to live in
the cortex. They even said it's in the most spheric and the
outskirts of the folds of the brain out here, where trauma happens to people that get head injuries.
And then they get angry, or
Yes.
like that sister that contacted me that she went through a divorce, saying my husband went shit crazy after a motorcycle accident.
A head injury.
He's not the same. He's mean.
No.
We can't connect. That guy off the publisher, remember?
Yes, honey. What the fuck I've been trying to talk with you about? It's why me and my ex separated. And me vocalizing to you, brain trauma can fuck people up.
And
But
so
yet
she
it deals with that part of the brain where you're in time sequence. Those folds that get damaged take you out of your time sequence.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones that hold you there, but they're the first to be cleaved away as you age. You understand?
Mm-hmm. Well, that makes sense of the schizophrenia. But what time are you in,
Like
really?
tetanitis and schizophrenia is the same.
Yeah.
Comprehend
What
what
are
I'm
you
saying
hearing?
to you.
Where are you in? Why can't
So
we
it
hear
rolls
it?
back into fucking Solvate Coagula, X-Men, Futures Past, me talking with you and saying to you, your family. Why? Having someone with the healing factor and sending his consciousness back. He still has the consciousness of before the alt break, and in that timeline. And in everything that divulges from him being in that timeline, changing it. Changes every fucking memory that he has. So you have to figure out what's real. Hello? To me in this time, not what is real, because all that is real. It's all virtual. What do I choose as you hurt my heart when you stated there's no new memories for me, and I've told you and everyone in my life from my head injuries, I do not remember, but the future. Henceforth me being able to tell you shit before it happens. And to have someone egotistically hurt me by stating that we don't make new memories with each other. So this person's doing what they're doing.
She realizes that they came back with a new protein. So there's a few concepts that I feel that are expressed in the movie.
Which would change like how I was talking with you about on how many times an hour or how many times a day the 9,000 gallons of water will be exchanged, which was 2.3 times a day. In relevance to what conversation I was having with it. Why did Jamie come back and talk with me? What was that conversation that I had? Did I put that shit up just off the top of my head and I got accredited scientists and other people? Yeah, you're correct on that. The 18 cations. How much time does it take for a normal person's heart, done properly, for the blood to go around the body in one go around? 2.3 seconds. Me talking with you and asking, what do you think the difference is in those with long haul COVID and other things where I was showing you in those things? So they're finding, trying to figure out, like my video that I posted out and said, this is this. What is the sequence of such things is non-rod-like macro nanotubule elongated red blood cells that are uninfected are able to go like this spliff. Go like a rod shape and go faster than light and pass through a canal that is smaller than the fucking object that's going through it, right? And passing light, all its energetics and all that friction, so on and so forth. Doing that in 2.3 seconds. Remember what I was saying to you? I'm supposedly retarded, but if you mechanically advance a carburetor, it runs efficiently. So my rebuttal to those, you normies, when I was in school and so forth, was, if I'm fucking retarded, what's your issue, dog? You get mad because I talk? And you can't comprehend what I'm saying? And y'all in the fucking, you're the fucking, the class president and all this shit. You're an academic? What academia do you know, nigga? Show me something. Your fucking brain is mush. You're the fucking valedictorian? Hold the fucking, say me a poem. Construct a fucking sentence or something. You fucking idiot.
Like innate intelligence and concrete thought of your own.
There's fucking none. Non-existent.
That's measurable.
Fucking parrots, dude. What they make the world.
Yeah.
Henceforth me fucking being a dick sounding like to you going, bitch, use your fucking brain. Be a bitch. Get some fight in a fight with me. Fence with me some shit that is articulated from your own motherfucking fucking axons and so forth. Not some Google search shit as I was explaining to you the other day. That fucking go send me some Google shit. What the fuck does that have to do with you? You understand? And me.
See.
That's why you see when we first got together, I used to tell people, dude, y'all graduated. My own friends that graduated. Y'all niggas graduated and I ain't graduate, and you can't have a fucking conversation with a non-graduate. And you've all been to college and other things, and you gotta pull your phones out to Google this shit. Remember when I say that to him? You be shit-faced drunk. I'm shit-faced drunk and you motherfuckers gotta Google what the fuck I'm talking about. How fucking pissed off would I be if I was your mom and dad?
Well, mom and dad were busy elsewhere, so I don't
Fuck.
think they'll be that pissed off. Hey, I feel like there's a few concepts. Man.
Yes. I'm just trying to help you see some stuff. As you formulate it, there should be some shit that should be a guiding force that within less than a fucking picosecond, your mind has put that together. As you see with me, not even at 100% still, when you throw some shit out there, specific questions are rendered as fucking as digested and sent back to you. This will help me see what you're trying to say. Otherwise, it will help you see what you're trying to tell me. And maybe shorten it or make it where it's easier to where the next person other than myself with a non-background of the stuff that I have will see what you're talking about, not just stare at you like, that's cool. Hey, did you like the cupcake? Those type of things where you see the conversation get put into some stupid shit and you're like, I was talking with you about something very important, but you commented on my prettiness, and now I'm shutting down.
Yeah.
Hello, Maria? How many times have you told that to me? How am I trying to help you where that does not happen?
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah. I feel it.
Because while we're talking, I'm just Googling and, oh man, your mouth is pretty while you talk. You understand? What the fuck are we talking about? I don't know. Look at your titties more. You get male or female? Oh, your skin looks cool. Oh, you gotta tell me, answer her fucking, what's she do for her fucking this? To get her away from talking about the shit that I feel insecure about because I know it, but in my consciousness forefront, my ego is telling me I do not. So I feel uncomfortable. Let me change the subject.
Yeah. I felt like that was very much a few times the scenario last time that I went swimming with your sister. And then at the end she made a comment. Well, I said, have you heard about adaptogen mushrooms? You know, they help on this and this and this and that. Because she was saying that
As
in the
soon as
morning.
you roll that out there off the tongue, adaptogen and other things like that, people have to go, what the fuck does that mean?
Well, the sister works. So she was telling me in the morning she was doing
What
the
does that
turmeric
mean?
and things
But
like
I'm
that.
just saying, what does that mean?
Yeah, and so I
As
said
soon as
adaptogen
you-
mushrooms, it helps you with your cognition. And
As soon as you
she
roll
said something like,
something
oh
off
yeah,
the
I
tongue
can
like-
tell or something like that. And I was like, oh, I see where that comes from. Because she said, oh yeah, I can tell. And I'm like, what can you tell? Like, you know, I don't know, like, you know nothing about my background. I don't know, it was just like a whole review in my own of the whole day, like, oh, I understand now why these conversations didn't follow through. You know what I'm saying? But and then I messaged her and she said I would like to get some more knowledge from you on this and that. And I was like, oh, I thought I was overwhelming you.
And a good portion of men that would recede from you when you would open up. From 70 pounds heavier to now. I won't go back to the 90 pounds. 70 pounds and now. Hello?
Yeah, that was very much a BS scenario, or like just a feeling that I got the last time. And sister's there, like she's fucking firing. She knows her body. Like we're talking, you know.
But as soon as you say college colloquial word, this is the way we've been domesticated here in the States. Motherfuckers go, oh. Uh-oh. You're saying big words. With more than 3 syllables. What do I do?
And so this is what I came up with. A few things that we've been talking about that I feel like it's all correlated, such as the 33 minors, right? And how they, in its own words, explained how each of them had a role in society and the interconnectedness of the importance of those roles. And so they're not 33, but 20 of these individuals that were in the plane. One is a police officer, and she ends up, helping the others resolve cases, but at the same time, one is a scientist that is working on a cancer research project, and she's able to help the son of one of the other individuals that was at the flight as well, and the kid was there as well. So every single one had a piece of the puzzle that helped complete the reality of each. But it's all, I feel like, how you're saying, sort of like what keeps us in track, or like existing in this like plane of existence, and then the consciousness on time, the connection as.
Think of David Kennedy. Only person from town that reaches out and talks with me. You know his family's background. What changed in Marysville to where he didn't die like his father, rest in peace? Did you see what they've done to the lineage after? Yeah, oh. It goes along what you're just describing, kid. And I'm not saying it as a kid in the sense of a derogatory manner to you. Please don't take it that way, because when I see Jason and other people like that, kids, man. I explain it to you, love. Even David. Man walks into our shop wearing a what?
He had a cane? What was he wearing?
Wearing a cane? What do you mean, what was he wearing? What was he wearing when he left Right Out Hospital and walked into our business, honey? What was he wearing? What kind of a fucking vest is it? Is it a life vest? Yeah, pretty much you'd call it a life vest because they had to shock him to keep him fucking alive because his heart was failing. Never mind, dude, I'm done on this. Fucking brain dead. You're talking about that fucking shit. Show you're watching. I'm just trying to help you because you're talking about the thing. And somehow, a person that come in every goddamn day with his daughter say hello to us, you can't remember what the fuck anything about it. It's a straight brain fart. What was he wearing?
It has to do with a medical condition. What clothes
A medical condition. He just come from Right Out and he's about to die. He's wearing a fucking shock vest because I just said his heart failure. What was the man wearing? You're talking about he's wearing a cane. How the fuck do you wear a cane? How do you wear a cane? That's why my mind goes, what the fuck are you talking about? He's wearing a cane? He's wearing a life vest, honey. Literally, it's called a fucking life vest. That shocks you. When your heart stops. It keeps you alive. It's a life vest. The fuck did he show you? Oh, I remember. How I remember. Because someone had to fucking bap your forehead. Boop, 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 boop. Get that shit to fucking work and function. Fuck. What was so important that the shit you were just describing to me saying here's a reference of such. What is he fighting his stepmom for? Who was his father? How much money did he inherit, honey? But he died before his fucking dad, astaghfirullah. But I changed that. Man's not dead. What fuck reference am I trying to give to you as you sit there and fucking do your facial expressions? In relevance to what shit was coming out your sphincter. Like what's coming out of my sphincter. But since he didn't go, what the hell they do to his boys? Hello? How many times a man show up in court and so forth, make it where boys wouldn't go to prison? What did I just fucking say? Like I say, how many people come into our shop with more pool or same pool as your mom and dad and the people they fucking associate with in your country, kid? What the fuck is wrong with you, man? And you got the spiritual people and shit, and religious people that own the fucking certificates, which say that people look up to, that come in and out of our fucking store. They have conversations. Huh? Adult conversations, not child shit. That's why they always would come. It seemed like the only motherfucking spot they could have an adult conversation with a fucking child. Hmm?
I see. I can go see what you're pointing out. I had not brought it down to this plane of understanding in our reality or my reality. How's that playing along, or even like like you're saying of what I know from my first-hand knowledge and those roles in society and the
Why would your
influence,
spirit or echo chamber algorithm have you
but meeting those people.
show you things that are exactly what the fuck you lived? Well, I get frustrated because every once in a while I'll entertain your stuff and color in the book with you and go, okay, now you comprehend what I've been trying to have a conversation with you on this plane in an adult manner. And you keep going back to the coloring book.
When you say use the resources,
Yes. When around you, the coloring book has been shared with you and colored in. For some reason, you're wishing to take a picture of that and photocopy it, make it black and white, and have to recolor it in. With the numbers on it telling you what colors to put there instead of choosing it yourself. Because again, you've already lived it.
well, I'm part of it. I'm like one character in that movie, and I'm not seeing it as I'm the fucking character. Basically, huh?
Yes, that's why I keep asking, what are you driving? As you're driving. And you're missing the thing and arguing with me, and I had to fucking flip out and go, I've been pointing at the thing. And the last time I pointed at something, you said, what the fuck are you pointing at? And I'm going, I'm telling you which way to go, homie. After you done had 3 phones, GPS to wherever the fuck you had it going to, and you want to yell at me for it.
Ezekiel, what have you done to deserve fucking this? This is insanity.
It's beauty, to me. It's fully autonomous self-organizing systems.
Yeah, the most disconfigurated fucking organism that you can find.
Huh?
I said the most discombobulated organism that you can find, still self-organizing.
That's why it hurt me last night, that in an emotional child manner, you stated that I would fucking take the kids, you would take that I would, stop for a lot, that I'm, in the manner, that stated that you would take the kids from me. And me stating, hopefully, I would or you would take the kids out of the situation if we devolved into such manner from not working with each other and being childlike to each other still, and becoming vicious.
I agree on that. I just had never thought of
Of
us
what?
conceived of us devolving in.
Shit happens real easy, honey. We just fucking flip the fuck out on each other, dude. Shit can happen easy. And this is without a child, and me trying to explain to you fucking yesterday's argument of several times happening in front of the fucking cat, dude. Someone, if they're not in the fucking right mind, will continue such. Otherwise, the other one's going to address that, and it's like, if we can't get past that, it can really influence a lot of things where it's like, okay, well, you're not touching me, I'm not touching you, we're not having sex, well, fucking fuck this. Hello? This is what's everybody's fucking standard. If we ain't fucking having sex at least once or twice a day, masturbating with each other, at least once every 3 days or something in a relationship, I'm going to go fuck somebody else. Hello? Be it male or female in a relationship, because it's fucking childish. It's shit. And to me, that's disgusting.
but it feels like, don't you have something else to do at this point?
Right.
Seriously, it's like,
That's
why are
what's
you wanting?
fucking sad.
Yeah, yeah, it feels like that, but you have to. I've been there, so
So have
I
I.
understand.
So have I, and I
I
didn't
can't
even know why I
justify it
was
at
there
all.
because I had a life like this,
I can't excuse
just
it.
like this, where everything was perfect, and I fucking, and it's like, what the fuck is wrong with me? Let me address those things that make it to where I cannot fucking, like now, be sitting in heaven and fucking enjoy myself. Fuck, is there something more there? I know there has to be something more. Something more. Fucking open my eyes, open my heart, open my ears, open my mouth, not to speak, but to fucking ingest and take in fucking heaven and appreciate it. And figure out how to keep it that way. People think I'm fucking narcissist and shit. I'm like, nigga, I'm talking on my own accord. You can take that I'm attacking you, Todd, by saying fucking one beer and it makes it where you can't understand. Bro, if you shut your fucking mind off inside, you hear me stating, I'm saying for my own self. I drunk one beer and tried to have a conversation with you like this, and it was you talking to me. I'd come with it, you're lecturing me shit, and we wouldn't be talking. And you put your hands on my back and try to say what this shit, bro, we'd be fighting because you coming at me like you're trying to chastise me like you're fucking some shit.
This is your ego.
And that's all you're going to deal with. So, brother, I'm explaining to you my own accord, and I'll talk to them sober. Conversation like that, saying to somebody, the ego gets struck, and what do? The spouse says, motherfucker ain't showed up a couple of days because he's been fucking wasted. How does that divulge from such? Ain't nobody attacking nobody, that's why I said I feel fucking bad for saying what I said. I'm just being honest with the person. I'm not saying, Todd, you can't comprehend what I'm saying. I'm saying in my own sense. So please, brother, when you're sober, we're talking about this stuff. Right now, the way...
that's a mindset, some substance or not, that's where the person, like the neural pathway link that it's been created.
But be it that your rebuttal is, oh, we were smoking a joint, you just took it out of the park that we were playing in, and now I don't wish to talk with you at all because...
You feel like you gotta attack me because you feel an attack. Now you're justifying attacking me.
By
there's
stating
no
that
learning on
I
it.
am not cognitively there because
you
I'm
won't see
inebriated
past that.
on an intoxicant that does not inhibit my body or my mental faculties as the shit that you just imbibed. That I used to do to the extent like you're trying to do where you're disassociating. I'm a recovered alcoholic, dude. I know what you're going through. One beer, non-beer, in this mindset.
You woke up like that. Fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Henceforth, my conversations with people in the shop and with them going, dude, if you have one of them days where she's smiling or he's smiling, ain't nothing wrong, but someone's telling you to drink because you're pissed the fuck off because the kids, the dog's happy, you just seen a hummingbird and it's fucking happy, but something's making you not happy, but ain't shit happened to you to make you feel like you're not happy. Man, work on that. Get away from your family while you're in that mood because ain't nobody going to be able to say nothing to you that's not going to keep you from making it to where you can get your drink of whatever, not drink of alcohol, but whatever drink of spirit that you can make someone feel justifiably in yourself to disassociate. Where you can mind chatter yourself. And go, you're a piece of shit. You're this. You're that. See what you caused? It's better if you're not around. That's how you find yourself over with your beard and your fucking cooler thing or whatnot. Off by yourself and people doing it in a manner when you go over. You say, hey, how you doing? And people put on the smile and like, ah. And it's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But you motherfuckers weren't talking before we got here.
No, I don't.
How many times were we doing
Every
that?
time.
How many times
Oh,
were
them.
we?
We?
How many times were we doing that? I don't like attacking people, dude. I'm saying look at ourselves.
Yeah, too.
That's why I said, how many times were we doing that, Nene? I'm not talking about them. Us.
No, but you know, because
If
you've
you
done it.
look it in the manner of such, where it's just always outside, you never work on what got you to where you could see what was going on in another person's relationship.
No, but for one to recognize it in others, because one being there and knows that energetic form. We've done it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying to you. Look back at yourself and recognize that.
I know when we're doing it.
Know when you're doing it to stop it, or do like what I've been doing where I go, what the fuck are you arguing about? What's your point? What's your fact you want me to fucking listen to, honey? Now what's my point in fact? You know what I'm saying? Not you tell me. I tell you what you're trying to get to me, and now you tell me what I'm trying to say to you. Do we see if we're actually paying attention to each other? Hello? If we're not, we either start over or fucking, okay, is it really important to you what you're trying to get to me? You know what I'm saying? Instead of just keep putting a fucking piece of metal in the grinding stone and let's fucking, are we trying to make a weapon or we're just trying to grind this shit away? You understand what I'm saying? Because as you're sitting there talking to that person, so on and so forth, what do you do when you come home? It influences your relationship with your house. You know what I mean? Well, I said, I've never in my life, except for a couple times, disliked being that person that's the conduit of fucking information into the social groups that I'm in. In a sense, being the gold or the shit, and rubbing off and not getting something infused. Very, very, very far few and in between do I meet people that actually give me some information that I do not know or intrigues me, or I look into it. Otherwise, it's just me fucking flapping my mouth my whole life and showing people shit. Henceforth, money always stayed in. You gonna stay the same if I leave it? Your life? Or you make something where I actually say goodbye to you? And you see as people do where they fucking act like fucking, I don't know what the fuck's going on. But for some reason, the whole demeanor changes when I say goodbye to you. You understand? That's why the one time of this year you bringing that plasma to me. Why I say, what would your life be like if we separated, since you entertain them stupid ass thoughts and so forth when they ask me about them? You understand? What would you keep in your forefront from this fold that you have taught me of this life? Would you keep as your own? And not fucking get rid of it because you think it was from me. Comprehend? I've lost myself and, I just integrated my plasma in the shit that you're into. I get frustrated when I go, fuck. I've done all this shit to fucking, I fell into the pussy and lost my kids. Will you at least appreciate the stuff that I'm trying to help you out with where you see it in your own? You understand what I'm saying, man? I talk shit on women that go after the men and completely forget about their kids, right? But what am I doing? Talking shit on myself because my wife tried to get the kids to get us to see them and see the kids. Whatever had I put? Whatever can I put? That's where I am fighting with now in my head, with mind chatter. Because the epigenetics of the external environment and the persons themselves are just stonewalling every effort in a sense. So I'm trying to figure out how to get a perturbation through something instead of it just being absorbed and refracted back or insulated. You know what I'm saying? You send a message, you get a response. I send messages, it's not looked at.
I only get a response.
You understand?
When I don't talk about Michaela. When I mention Michaela, I don't get no response. As soon as I bring Michaela into the conversation, I don't get a response. Until next time I talk back at them.
Which is odd.
Yep. I even messaged Michaela this last time. But she didn't even look at it. But yeah,
Excuse me.
I feel like that may have to. So for this, almost like for this, which you've been focusing so much on, for change to happen on Michaela and your mom, I feel like it would ripple down if if change already happens with Naira and Ezekiel. I feel like that's kind of like the key of making contact with the kids and creating that change. Hopefully ripples into this what you've been trying to work on and try to see change on, or bringing connection, or bringing family to the forefront. Do I make sense?
No, elaborate a little bit better.
So I feel like in many aspects you are focusing a lot in what it has to do with your identity and sort of like per se this side of the family or
How am
whatnot.
I focusing on my identity? Yes. In 8 years, what have I done to focus on my identity? What makes your identity?
Well, trying to know where you come from, trying to know
So in 8
what's
years,
from you,
what have I done?
trying to create a connection just with your mom and your daughter.
In 8 years, what have I done
Just
for
with
that
your mom
identity?
and your daughter. With Bonnie and Michaela. Not so actively, I'm not saying that, but mentally, yeah. There's different, as you were saying, in the virtual is as strong as the physical. You may have not picked up the phone actively as many times as you have thought of those people, but as it just seems like
9 years ago, I was in Barnes & Noble reading a book with our daughter, our oldest, on this very day. Helping her draw out a figurative picture of a person because she wanted to go into drawing.
So how did that scenario even happen? Like, who would orchestrate those scenarios for Michaela to spend time with your mom and you, and then when she gets the freedom of choosing what she wants to do, she don't makes that happen? How did that scenario
I
where...
explained, like, my mom threw at me where I gave my mom my parental rights because she was supposed to die so she could raise a daughter and get what she complained about and so forth with having a kid, right? So it's summertime. Kayla's 12 years old. Or no, not 12. She's 15, 13, from 12 to 15. Summer, she spent the whole summer in Reading with my mom. I come back to California. I'm in Reading. Why did I come back to that person that called was talking to her? My mom said. I don't know if that's fake or whatnot. But I'm on a bus back here. But again, she and I were drawing a Barnes & Noble. That was the thing that we used to do, is go and read and other stuff. That's the reason why for Christmas she got the drawing that I had drawn, but she didn't want it. I guess I divulged too much into our conversation that we had this day. That she wanted to draw and other stuff like such. That's why I said, you know what, I've never drawn. I took architectural drafting, blah, 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 blah. Here, I'll show you some tricks. I was after, she
said she wanted to be a cook, so I worked at the Yaba Pot and worked at Chesapeake Spice, so I could tell her how to put the stuff together. You know? All the different things that I've done in my life was try to have avenues that I could express and teach and at least win to pinky or some kind of misunderstanding of doing the work to the next lineage. That's why my jobs through the 20s and my 30s were for Mickey. This is what she said she was into. You understand?
Yes.
When I get back, but yeah, today, I was in Barnes & Noble, and I started seeing my mom's relationship with her, and then my mom started acting funny with me and her, and I started rebuttaling back and opening Mickey's mind to my mom, and that's when Bunky and my mother started arguing and fighting, and they started with that bullshit where we bought Michaela a Kindle tablet for school and so forth. She couldn't use it. She didn't do her stuff right. We started that kind of stuff. Decided the family buys something, she get in trouble, what gets taken away from her? This is the kind of shit that happens in stuff, honey. This is the kind of shit that I'm talking about if we were to split up or whatnot. I'm not saying it would happen, this is the kind of shit that happens when things go on that I've lived. So when you ask, how does Michaela go and stay with Grammy for half of her life with no questions, and her dad comes back, and now she can't go to Grammy's house, and she can't go to Grandma Donna's and Ted's house because Dad's back. They have Dad stay at the house over there, Dad stays at the other house. Man, your dad don't love you, but how come when Dad's back you can't go to nowhere where Dad lives or associates with Dad? Kind of an interesting fucking thing, right? So, when Dad gets his stuff together, supposedly, but not to them, and asks the kid for the fucking umpteenth bazillionth time, do you want to fucking come stay with me, dude? I've always had the ability to fucking take care of you and your siblings, but everybody fucks with my head, and so I revert back where I look like this. Everybody says you're a whole piece of shit, deadbeat, and that's all that plays in my head. And I start doing my experiments, and people try to kill me, and I go, oh, I remember why I fucking walk away from my family, because I can't get this shit out of my head, and I endanger my family. Conversation I had with Erica, conversation I had with Heather.
Yeah, but then it's an endless cycle because the kids still don't know their parent, you know.
Henceforth, the bullshit I did on MySpace, the bullshit I did on Facebook, of trying in the people of meeting and being friends with the family, being friends with the internal family, being friends with the best friends of the moms, so on and so forth, and trying to stay relevant and show an opposite side of what has been injected into my kids' heads. Of your dad don't love you, da-da-da-da, all this bullshit.
But still, you get to think that.
2, how does someone, months before their 18th birthday, be asked by their father and their stepmother, hey, you want to come for a week? Well, I mean, I gotta ask my mom permission. You gotta do what? Nigga, it's the weekends. I have court authority to have you on the weekend still, but if you wish to act like a child, here's the paperwork. It's my weekend to have you, kid.
Are you asking permission to your mom for any other thing that you're doing? Like every time you go back at your boyfriend's house and shit? No, why are you?
Doing that to go with your mom and dad. So,
Like Michaela hasn't grown to be her own yet. In many aspects. But what you gotta think is, as you, like you, there's 2 kids in LA wanting to have a connection with their dad.
wanting to know, like, where their dad is.
Yes and no. Your brother's being raised in the house. Stop her lips. If your father hadn't have been the way that he was, and say he was the dad that you have now, and raised him with your mother, would your brothers miss their mom? Or would they have a new mother?
Nothing can really replace.
That's not what I'm talking about. They're young enough to where they were. Give a fuck about nothing can replace your mom. If nothing can replace your mom, then how do people that have a living mother have an extra mother or extra father? That they still feel better with them than they do with the person that fucking conceived them, honey. Fucking come on, dude. Let's have an adult conversation.
No, that's absolutely is. It's like life has been giving them an extra fucking piece, but that don't take from. I don't know. I don't think that would take like.
Understand what I said by there? Do you have a fucking mom that you call mom that makes you feel better than Alejandra? No, you do not. And I can fucking put my foot in my mouth and state that right now. I know for a fucking fact you do not have anybody on this earth that makes you feel better than your mom that you've ever fucking called mom. Okay then. Shut the fuck up then. If you have no associative or empathic manner. You have no context to stand on. You're not on the same fucking planet as me. Or my kids. Or any other person that has gone through such thing that will speak with you on the manner. You got a woman named Bonnie, and you got a woman named Bonnie, and you got a woman named Bonnie, and you got your mother's name is Bonnie. All living on the same fucking street at Elmer when you're a kid. Who takes care of you better? The woman named Bonnie or your mother named Bonnie? Our daughter, youngest, told her sibling, her brother, I was dead when I got beat to death in 2012. Nigga, okay. I had this conversation with you.
Yeah.
How does a child, just hear me, fuck, would I have a conversation in your head? How does a baby that has not been held by his father since she was 6 months old, just now starting to hold her head, tell her brother that her dad's dead? It was the last communique of me and Heather talking. Before you reaching out to her. You understand? What is being said in the house for a child to state her blood father is dead? Not her dad, the dude that's there, she's married with, she had a fucking stepbrother or half brother with. But her daddy. She's 3 years old. How does that one state that? And then fucking you have a conversation with the oldest one where dad was in the house the same length of time as the middle brother of 5 to 6 years old. Does she state that fucking it was just always been her and her mother? What has been said in the house? Or when you show her pictures to back up what the fuck you're saying to her, she says, I've never seen this shit before. Here's me and your mom. Here's fucking year 2012, here's 2013, nigga. That's when me and Heather got together. But as I said, me and your mom were still together, but we was not together. Even though we was together. I come back with Heather and your mom went to her sister's birthday party and she got with Bunky. So are we together or not, honey? Ask yourself, when two kids is playing around and got a kid, that state we together, but yet, you understand what I'm saying? Living the fast life. Listening to music. Drinking alcohol and shit. Hello?
So
you don't think the consciousness of the person that was 3 years old to now when the person is 14, 15, other things arises on their consciousness where they won't just get stuck with what you was said at home or imprinted, but the person want to know on their own? You don't think that your kids are coming
Of age?
to their own consciousness that is grown outside of their moms to where they
Yes
are
and no.
seeking for their own answers?
Yes and no. Yes and no. Me and their mother have almost 100 friends in common, honey. I have not received the message. I was on a hospital bed and I found Floyd Mitchell, not my mother. I found on my own accord. If the kids want to find him, it's not that hard. It was a lot fucking easier than it was with me in the 90s. In 94 when I found Floyd Mitchell. The man that named me Robert Mitchell. He's not my dad, honey. Okay? It's not that hard, honey. If you wish to know me, the picture of Naira with fucking Ben Sinnott's daughter. The other day when I posted the shit about the earthquake, first person to fucking like it was Ben Sinnott. The baby's mom was just in L.A. Does the kids hair and shit like that. How hard is it for the child to look up the dad and send a message? Or see? Because I know whenever someone them likes my shit, like talking with Mike, it gets back to them. Hello? It's been the same routine for the last fucking almost 2 decades. Maybe.
No, what's the point of Heather commenting on Michaela's wall and shit like that?
Hey, Michaela, you talk to your brother and sister? No. What the fuck is your relationship with the mom? What are you doing? What is she doing? So again, what would you do that you state you wouldn't do now, but we split up, honey? Because I've heard the story, song and dance a couple times already.
I can tell.
You know what I'm saying? I heard the song and dance a couple times already. All you can do is try not to do the same beat and the same movement so that the outcome comes out the same. But that wasn't done the second time, and it come out worse than the first time. And I'm like, fuck, this will be even worse. Because I can't follow you to Argentina or whatnot if you wish to go. Right? All the dumb shit that goes through a person's mind in case someone splits up. It's like, you see what's going on with those people that had the Argentina girls that they got pregnant with. What's they gonna do?
Comet a month ago.
Right? What's they gonna do? It's our same issue. A month ago. We've been together for a month. What were we doing? You're meeting your fucking stepdaughter, kid. And soon to be mother-in-law. All in the guise of, hey, I'm gonna bring you over here because if my kid don't like you, then fucking, you know, we can be fuck buddies or whatnot, but fucking, I'm not into that. Hello? What did I say to you? And where did we go? A month of being together. A month and 2 weeks, actually. To be factual. Since it was Christmas and we got together on the 13th. Hello? How many boys do you take home after being with them for a month?
No.
Okay. Especially if all you're doing is fucking. Or if that's all you see there. Oh! What came out of my mouth? Huh? Okay. Adult conversation. I guess you weren't paying attention to it as I was still here for 8 years. Somebody got took to their mama's house. You got to see a family react in a manner of a person going, yeah, we're going to change this. Because would you ask your daughter, is this normal? Is this how they normally do such? And her going, yes.
That was so sad to hear. Yeah.
But yet, it's yes to her. Because again, like the argument here, where if that is what the child perceives and there's not a fucking cat anymore, then please someone change the fucking script, right? So here we are, just change the script. As I was stating to you, because you're not used to it, all you seen was, fuck you, I hate you, you're a piece of shit. Oh, you're a piece of shit. As a child sees and doesn't understand. Like I said, how I got socked by my uncle, rest in peace, for when my mom said what she said to me, and I said, well, fuck, I was just a piece of weak pussy. And he hit me. Not understanding that in our verbatim, we're saying, I love you. I love you, Mom. I love you, son. But that was our articulation of miscommunication, codependency. Someone going through, as my mom illustrated, what she went through as a kid, and having a child. At fucking what age? After having a child at 15. And helping her best friend, who had a child with my Uncle David, rest in peace, at 13. At 13. Hello? And you're over here having sex with a 25-year-old at 15, and me going, yeah, that's not right. That's the same shit my mom was doing, and you're not fucking perceiving it. Hello? And you're going, dude, you better wake up, homie, or we're gonna have a fucked up ride together. Because you come from a good background, but somehow see that's normal. And I'm trying to fucking Stockholm it and go, okay, I guess because it's Latin and you guys are over there and fucking, you know, the whole fucking thing. I mean, you know, I'm looking at this thing, but I'm also a father, and no, fuck no. Motherfucker, you ain't fucking with my kid, or fucking my kid. I'm fucking you. Hello? You wouldn't think I'm an asshole for asking that question. An asshole would be the question of that first night of your parents, instead of asking fucking and divulging to your parents that fucking your daughter doesn't realize this about dad is, hey dad, I got 2 daughters, like you. Ain't no fucking way 25-year-old is gonna show up and do like the fucking the governor dude that fucking.
Who's 22?
It don't matter, 22, 15. You're 15. 15, 22. You were with him for how long? And dude scouted you before you were 15. I'm telling you, fucking 10 years later that you're almost too young for me in your mentality. What the fuck was he getting out of it, Maria?
Oh, he wasn't too bad. He wasn't the brightest.
Fuck.
High school dropout.
That's past high school dropout.
Yeah, maybe.
That's college years, honey.
No, that he was like primary school dropout.
But that's still college years. A 20-something-year-old person. 22, 25, there's no difference in age.
No, I was just saying his educational
That has nothing to do with
level,
mentality
like
of somebody. So all you're doing is just digging a fucking deeper hole. It's one of those things you look at somebody and like, why do you keep saying stupid shit? Because it makes yourself look even dumber. If he's uneducated and you're from the class that you are in all the prestigious schools, then what the fuck fucking did he have as bait? Right? That's why I say, damn. And you guys just don't pick up on it as you just keep saying stupid shit on yourself.
That's what it is. Why would I?
I'm just saying to you, just understand what you're saying. It's coming out of your mouth. If he's all this uneducated and all this stuff, as one says and perceives, how did you fucking end up flatbacking with somebody as such? Because obviously fucking you must have been stupider than that person. With all the smarts and all the money and prestige that was paid for you to go to the schools, somebody got caught and flatbacked.
No, he was an entrepreneur, and so he had his own shit without had gone to school.
Yeah, he's an entrepreneur. He's running his own business now, right? Because he's an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurship is, I'd stop for a laugh. No, I can see. I'll apply that. That's why all the girls like me throughout my life, because I'm an entrepreneur, honey. I always hustle. That's a good one. That's why all the girls flat back and so forth for people that have cars that go boom and in the chrome on it, because they're seen as entrepreneurs. And with the jewelry and the flash, people think that they have the equity to take care of the issues and problems that might arise by play. You're right. No, I picture that. I never put it together that way. All I'm trying to understand is, how did I pull more women dressed as homeless and other things as such without a job than I did working or hustling? If entrepreneurship is that what makes and allows a person to fucking flat back and speak into the mic, I mean. Because there's a difference. Because those ones on the other side, they were easy, weren't too fun. The other ones now, as you see, I like the mind and mind sex. You get a whole lot more out with it and out of it. Back to that sensei stuff though. Wrap it together. As you were saying, person was putting the stuff, the time frame, and that it was along the lines of all the stuff that we were talking about. How was such? So those people went forward. They came back. Some got gifts.
They have not aged a day. For
Some
them,
don't.
It's only been,
They got an extra protein fold.
yes. There's a case where a sister and a brother were twins.
So you understand, I pay attention to what the fuck you're talking about, even though we might be staying on something for an hour. But this is someone digesting and understanding this conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's pertinent to you, so it's pertinent to me, so I'm actually what? Uploading it to my short and long-term memory. How fast? Look how fast it is with a damaged mind when they say it takes 3 to 5 days for a person to be able to put it in short term. Hello? Goddamn. What's your issue? But recalling something. That the stuff that I usually use as a pinpoint for you to recall is your own fucking words to me in the conversation, so it should be easy for you. That's why I get so frustrated when I go to bring it up, because it's your own information, but I've made space inside my mind to make it as a fucking waypoint for you to fucking have memory to it. And you go, ah! I'm like, what the fuck did I, oh my god. How much is this shit in my head, like in the camera, the Olympus camera, where I go, dude, if you ain't gonna use that picture no more, delete the shit. Otherwise, we got fucking SD cards just full of motherfucking shit. Unless your intention is to have it as what? As historical value. If it's not historical value, fucking erase the shit. Why the fuck I'm walking around with all this fucking shit in my head, goddammit?
Yeah, you got it, and I erased it already.
I'm like, fuck. Ah, she picked up on it. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
And so,
Why I gave you that information when I was in Tahoe and said, please study this shit. The memoretics that you hold of mine when we first met, I have to divulge you that shit, because the only thing that is mostly expressed in there was the stuff that you've seen from Christmas and so forth. And us fighting with each other and beating each other up in codependent bonds that we'd acquired to each other, not understanding the responses that we were given in memes and minds that were not ours, just stuff that was acquired, acquisition, that we expressed to each other and would react in the manner we did. And it was like, I don't like the way I feel, the way I reacted, but I didn't even realize I reacted like that.
I never reacted. I never yelled at anybody in my life, dude. Ezekiel, I ever fucking got in an argument in the tone that I did with you ever in my life.
Yeah, that's it.
You understand? In a previous relationship,
How many
I've ever argued in my life.
How many times I told
Nobody
you?
was ever worth me fucking yelling
I'm
at
like,
all. Like, you
dude.
don't understand. I would be like, bitch, I don't care. I'll fucking turn around and go cheat on you. Like, I would not get that involved.
like,
I didn't
dude,
fucking care.
Why is it me every time? I never hit no one before. I'm like, dude, why is it me? Fuck did I do? Did you just fucking brain me with a fucking stick and woke me up, yo? Like, what the fuck? Like,
Ever would have even thought of it. What the fuck is going on?
how many times I tell you that, honey, when we first got together? Why is it me? You just want to tell me you're the fucking... I've never done this before. And I'm not talking about sex shit. No fucking smacking the motherfucker or trying to run him over or some other shit. And it's like, yeah, you scared me, dude. I'm cool. I'll be your friend from afar. you just bring this out of me. And I'm like, yeah, that's our codependent bonds there. We got to work on that. After hearing that a couple times, it's like, yeah, we got to do some inner work. Both of us. You know, when we do the inner work, we going through some fucking Mortal Kombat Tekken shit. I got tired of that.
I don't know what inspired you to fucking tap my forehead, to fucking tap my shoulders, not my fucking forehead.
Because it gets your attention.
No, I don't.
Yeah, it does. Look at you talking
I
about it, doesn't
don't
it?
know what in my. This is what I think. I literally look in the mirror and I'm like, I just don't understand what in my energetics fucking inspire you
To tap your forehead.
to do all that shit.
Because
And you think that it's okay?
I
It's
don't.
not.
I don't think that it's okay.
not. And if I say stop, you shall stop.
I don't.
If I say
Here.
with this tone stop,
I don't think that it's okay. Why do I do that, honey?
You have explained yourself. I comprehend.
You do. If you
I still
comprehend that,
say,
if you state what you're
let's not keep going
stating,
down that route.
and the only way that we can keep from going down that route is for you to actually comprehend what the hell I'm saying to you, and state that that is a result of not my actions, but of your actions. That the only way that I get your attention to get you to stop what the hell you were doing is to do something that you highly, highly dislike. Which means you're doing something that for some reason you're not understanding and seeing, and I'm telling you, I highly, highly, highly dislike that. So the only thing I can get you to do to stop those actions and so forth and pattern is to do that.
I just find it as, like, wow.
Yeah, well, that it's taken me to actually have to do something that you extremely hate. Because the other thing that I used to do like such, since you don't wear a hat no more, is flip your bill. That would be flipping your bill that you highly hated. Since you don't wear a hat no more, I can't flip your bill and get your attention and say, bitch, stop. And we go on a spew of, I don't like that. Okay, well, why did I do that? The only way I can get you to stop what you're doing that I keep expressing to you that I'm highly not liking what you're doing in the manner that you're doing to me, but for some reason, the only way I can get you to stop is, boop, you just hit my hat to the side. We don't do that in my country.
You just don't.
Oh, you're
fucking
fucking,
that.
you're
Like,
stupid.
you're
And I told you were stupid the moment that shit out of your mouth is. You just told me one thing that
You just told your big brother what's your fucking Achilles point. So
one of your Achilles points is to keep doing this shit to you when you're not paying attention. What the fuck is going on? I'm gonna keep acting like this. I'm gonna boop. Okay.
And then it turns into a competition, and
Uh-huh.
it's like, no, well, in this same fucking game, like, hey, your little sister, like, fucking stop.
Hey.
Stop, disconnect.
It
right
turns
now.
into that if, hey, I don't like what you're doing. 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 I like what you're doing. Like what you're doing. Like, please stop what you're doing. Please stop what you're doing. Please stop. 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 This is physically causing me pain. What you're doing. Now it's causing me emotional pain. The emotional pain is worse than the physical pain. So guess what? There goes your hat bill. Oh, you don't wear a hat no more. So, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 on the forehead. Hey, stop. Stop. Ah, stop that! And you grab me and try to fucking hurt my hand. And I'm going, damn, I'm not hurting you. I'm just going like this. Because why? We've already formulated this thing that you highly dislike it. And I'm only doing something that you highly dislike because I'm pointing out to what you're doing is something that I highly dislike, but is physically bothering me, causing physical bothering me. So I am doing something that doesn't physically bother you, it egotistically physically bothers you.
Yeah.
Big difference. I keep trying to point that out to you. That what I'm doing like this, the only reason why that bothers you and can cascade into continuance of bothering you is on your own matter. What you're doing causes something to me that emotionally I cannot block out. And even to try to block out causes damage to the body because it's energetics that causes stress and so on and so forth. Please, stop going that way. because this is going to cause me pain in a manner which you'll see, especially since you're seeing that I am truly hard and truly trying. There hasn't been any arguments or anything that has happened between us because of the interaction with person that normally acquires. Therefore, I'm either internalizing this stuff and not expressing it, which is either hurting me or not hurting me, depending on how I'm doing such. You understand?
Yeah.
Please, the manner that you're doing is going to make it to where I cannot digest it properly. I'm going to get indigestion, let's put it that way. If you can't not do that, then please here, give me back and end of discussion. I won't have indigestion. You won't have no issue. And one went like this. 6 times, person asked you. 7th time, you get this because blah, 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 blah. Hey, I'm still recording. I don't give a fuck that you're recording. You just caused me pain. Please, don't do that. Give me back the phone, dude. I'm sorry. But give me back the phone. Because you're still trying to do something that would physically cause me pain. And not doing as you stated that someone put words in your mouth. You're not speaking on your observation that you stated someone put words in your mouth and said what you said. You're putting things in a context that the only way a person can perceive it is if you're being fucking lectured by somebody. Instead of filling in the bubble that someone else filled in for you, stating that's what you said and observed. Hello? And me asking you, if you can't fill in that bubble of what you said, then please don't do anything else because it's going to turn into physical pain for me. And the person that's causing the physical pain because their emotional response is going to do such. And if just by me stating to a person, hey, can you be a parent 4 days ago and for fucking 96 hours, this is divulged into the shit that you're saying, what do you think's going to happen from yours? So an adult to an adult talking, if you can't do this in an adult manner, and squash this childishness that's going on in this conversation that you're stating that you don't wish, and someone speaking on for you and all this kind of shit, but you're going to go back to the child thing, no, give me the phone. Okay? But what makes you think that you can fucking do that? Okay, I don't think. I feel like shit for doing such. Believe me. Because it shows non-growth in both of us. And again, I'm not chastising you. I'm saying both of us. But I'm pointing out, both of us need to work on this. Both of us are trying to, or not, or whatnot. Or it can evolve or devolve into something fucking grander or else or not. But, honey, I see your point that you think that I'm trying not to see that it is not right to do that to you. By my words, I can understand that you're seeing that this dude's not understanding. I don't want you to touch me in that manner. I perceive what you're saying. Do you perceive what I'm saying?
Because imagine there was a pet there. That pet would go around tapping on shit forehead. Regardless if that shit understands or not, they would pick it up on their own.
Like fingernail biting.
That child may not know that you and I have that understanding.
Yes.
And
It's
have
like
this conversation.
It's talk with nausea. He doesn't understand it.
And that kid would go around tapping shit forehead, or the pet would go around tapping shit forehead. And that's the kind of shit that I was like, no, this is not something that I would want to pass on. And let me walk away, because my old self would have ripped all of your hair out.
Yes,
I don't feel the
as
need.
you've done.
I don't feel the need right now.
Yet, what you're stating to get to that point is still past to the kid. Wake the fuck up on that. So what's worse? Both. Henceforth me stating, negate the fucking issue. But you're not seeing that. Passing the kid, tapping on the head, and we've had this conversation, yeah. I see that. But also, passing on to the child the point of getting to the point of someone having to fucking tap somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
Henceforth is you and I responding to each other, but not responding to each other. It's what the fuck we seen when we were kids. Hello? And reacting and not knowing what the fuck we reacted for. Because somebody's not being an adult like I'm stating to, motherfucker. And you got offended for yesterday saying, hopefully someone's an adult and takes the children out of that fucking situation so we don't have a fucking continuance of an infinity loop. And all you want to do is fucking respond to me with emotional bullshit. I was stating that I'm an asshole. And that I would do that. When I'm saying, please God, somebody fucking one of us, not just that you would do such, but I'm saying how will we be children? And you're over here fucking not seeing what the hell I'm stating to you. And why I'm stating to you, because look, yes, passing this to the kid and kids seeing such, but why have you responded to people, and why did you just 5 minutes ago state, if you didn't give a fuck about the person, you would go cheat, but how did you learn that in the house? You got a mom, I got a mom. Yours is much different than mine, and you had other women in your household and have a fucking older sister. Who taught you to be loose with yourself? You ain't been molested. You didn't watch the shit. You're not fucking Americanized. You didn't watch your mom and dad have sex, or the person construed it as your dad, or other fucking men. Your mom's not being raped in front of you. Your mom wasn't molested. What the fuck is your issue? Your parents asked you because your mom wouldn't cheat on your dad and you fucking caught your mom. Said, we see this fucks you up. Go to a psychiatrist. You didn't go to a psychiatrist and you went and fucking flap it and did all the shit that you did. And I asked, what the fuck is your issue? The same as my ex and my other ex. What the fuck is your guys' issue? Ain't shit happened to you in the house in the sense of context. So I say, every fucking child and puppy is different. What I can take, you can't take. And vice versa. Somebody get a smile for the day, motherfucker, go fucking molest somebody. Fucking Levi's issue. I'm not saying he molest somebody, but I'm saying fucking robbed everybody, started doing pills because dad's giving him a life he never had. Working. He wanted his dad's attention. It's like your brother. Like your daddy. Be a fucking client of my parents or myself. Like all of our clients. I say, man, what the hell? So the trend on Netflix is some shit that's along the line of some shit that your husband's been trying to talk with you about. It's interesting in consciousness, like I say. And you see the attack on my motherfucking channel. And the trend in the world is some shit that's along the constitutes the shit, the context of group 100th monkey thought, and sensate if you wish to throw that into there. What are we talking about? Those things. I don't watch Netflix. I've got a Netflix account. You know. Here tells your brother I'm dead. 3 years old. I get beaten to death, set on fire, 2012.
What I say is there shouldn't be, as you're talking about
We
yesterday's
searched
conversation.
both of us. I know you've looked up Ezekiel. Any electronic fucking online shit you see under his name? Every other kid that's in his age group from his mom's family friends and so forth I'm associated with, they all got fucking Facebook. I'm friends with them. All the little kids. It's been a decade since I've been there. And as far as little Kevin that was in fucking middle school, who's now just turned 21st. Hello? You know what I'm saying? The whole fucking 8 years we've been together, I tried to find my children online and reach out and talk with them and leave breadcrumbs. Henceforth began the channel being in his name. There's only 2 fucking people in the whole world on YouTube with Ezekiel Metcalf. Hello? One's a professional football player that's fucking related to us. And then there's me. There's only 2 people on all of YouTube out of fucking almost 8 billion people in the world, man. Different on Facebook, but yet our son has a specific name, and there ain't no one else in the world with his fucking name. Can't find him. Nene's too young. There's only fucking several women in the United States with Naira as her name. The first was the fucking little girl that was used to fucking trick the United States Congress to go to war in Iraq, homie. You know that? Honey, because I said it to you. Ever look it up? You wake up to the shit that's going on with Donald Rumsfeld that lied. And then shit, this lie, why are you seeing what's going on with them fucking weapons and rearming the Taliban with all the new upgraded shit? They said the Iraqis were going in and killing babies in the hospitals. I mean, that's what made our country fucking rev up in war. It was a lie. Along with the fucking Bear Ashford place that they bombed and blew up and came back, that was a goddamn Ashford place and not a fucking place of mass destruction and fucking weaponry. Chemical warfare shit. Other than that, it's the only people you'll find with that name online are Naira. As a conversation I was trying to explain to you at the Bingy order when we were talking about Rasta stuff with that gentleman. Naira, spelled just slightly different, with an I instead of an A. You understand? It has to do with the living scrolls. Us. And also a beautiful album by a gentleman that I met. He's an artist that sings it. But they talk about things that are from the Bobo Shanti and Abrahamic faith. Those scrolls. And the things. Anyhow. It's about the kids are named, the names that they're, don't know why your mom and dad named you, your name. Don't know why my mom named me her, the name that she stated. She's told me political reasons, but the light of the sapphire, or Naira, Saphir, you look up what her name means, and Ezekiel, so forth, and Michaela, all of them go into a context that has to do with the Lenr and the minerals used.
My parents didn't know if I was a boy or a girl, and they were gonna call me Sun, S-U-N, like the sun, and because he's like by gender, you know.
So,
And when I was born, they called me Maria.
you would be the first person I'd ever know be named Sun, like English Sun,
Well,
S-O-N.
no, Sol, S-U-L.
Okay, because you said
Sol. The sun, we call it Sol.
yeah, I know.
So I was gonna be called Sol. And when I was born, they were gonna call me Maria Sol. Like Maria Sun. Maria Sol. And they just called me Maria.
But instead, they just got you with Maria. See, one of the only persons around in your district that don't got a middle name.
And that was exactly, that was the
Understand, I pick up on something, honey.
all the time.
Remember, my
time.
autism and so forth with listening, because I actually listen. I actually listen
Always
and digest shit.
Maria alone. Like they always made me feel alone. Not made me feel. They always made it feel like there was something missing because they always add Maria alone. You know, Maria solo. Maria solo. I'm like, no, I'm pretty good in pretty good company. I would say, you know, like, no, I'm not alone. Like I'm in pretty good company.
So
But yeah,
think
it's
of
just
the
Maria.
epigenetics, the ambience changed yourself in your characterization and the figment of person that's sitting here that is ran by herself, not away, but to journey. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they always made it feel like something was missing. Or maybe they wanted to feel. I never really felt. I'm like, no. The more people pointed out, the more I felt so unique that I had only one name, Maria. You know, it seemed to be a big thing. So instead of like alienating myself, I felt it was like a strength for me.
Shit, recording this, dude. I can't turn it off.
It became like a strength.
But it can also be a weakness. Because for me, right now I see it as a strength. Only because you've been working on it. Otherwise, the rebuttal to you and Lule was you guys left that which you stated that you wanted to protect. So how are you protecting that I keep hearing all the time, this fucking name, and fucking if you ran away? Remember that conversation at Lake Minden?
Yeah. Well, not by
Understand
running away,
what I mean
but
by that.
working on yourself and knowing that no matter where you're at, you're making a difference and understanding the ripple effects that we have seen.
Because there was a difference when you first started. It was running away instead of actually doing. Journeying and setting a path for other people to see.
Sí.
Comprehend?
Sí. Yeah, I feel it.
Because now how is mom and dad and everybody being able to do something? There's a path taker took that path and let a trail and let markers and so forth. You understand what I mean by that?
Yeah, and unlock different potentials in terms of the person mirroring, because we are one and we come from the same. They understand, they see themselves in one, and they know they can do it on themselves. And so it's like, but at the same time,
each one teach one.
and at the same, but it's self to self, because at the same time, the catapult that got me to start traveling and stuff was my parents' self. You know, it wasn't my idea to get myself in a plane at 11 and travel by myself. You know, and even when I was like starting to conceive the thought of traveling and coming here or going to work, live on the other state, like my mom had already pretty much packed my shit for me. Like, yeah, you go, you know. And I'm like, okay, this sounds. They started to think more on. This sounds like something that you have wanted always to do, and not even myself. Let me ask you, mom, and that's when I asked her, and that she started telling me that her dream had always been to go to the Patagonias and be an art.
So you have to ask yourself, what's your life and what's not your life?
Yeah, what it's more of a protection.
Like everybody.
Yeah.
Which is what is me and what is not me. And why you see someone that says, I don't like the person you've become. Why? Because fucking I molded myself into what I wanted to and not fucking allowed you to live through me.
Because I did completely the opposite of that fear. Yeah. So it's the person, it's just fear and it's just ego. She just don't like who you challenge her to be when you're around. You know? Like the same is on the chemistry when we feel like attracted to some people, we're not. It's really we're attracted to who we are around them. And the chemistry that is happening in our brain and all the chemicals that is happening. So
now it's firing, baby. Now you know why people say, man, I can't stay sober unless I'm around you. And I'm like, whoa, dude, hold on a minute. No, we're gonna have to disconnect because you should be able to do this out without me. And why I state that is, how long have I been wasted and shit around you, and I'm sober now? And now you're saying you can't do that unless you're around me, but when I hung around you before, only thing I was wasted, and now I'm making it to where you're sober? Wake up. Wake up. That makes me go, goodbye.
well, because your mom wanted to keep you on that alcoholic.
Why I said to you, why you want to keep me drunk, kid? Like Heather and Erica and my mother. Hear what I'm saying to you.
I'm only keeping myself back when I'm not getting. I have said it thousands of times here.
Yeah, but then I said it also too. How do I get to the point where I wish to drink, which is not drinking, but disassociating or playing my game? same point that it got into ours, what happened in mom and dad's relationship. Same shit happened to our kid. You understand? There's a reflection through. Same thing with your brother. Same thing with Lule. Her relationship is with the computer software, let's say it in a manner. Her relationship is not with the computer, but with the social group and the people that she's acquired in such. And is split between the work team and the new possibility of what do I build with what I have that's mixed between the new that I acquire acquisition freshly and the group that I'm still with. Be it that my body is telling me the conversation from both is good for me, but yet I'm still disassociating when I'm a part of both. So what am I getting from it?
Yeah.
Because I'm disassociated, that shit's been printed in there. When I disassociate again, or when I'm actually in consciousness, I'm reacting in a manner that I'm not understanding and wondering why. Because that stuff's been programmed in me.
I feel out of control. Or insecure, or doubt, or...
See? Because it's like your type of work, in tarot and so forth, where in like salon persons, control what's going on in your chair and the speech and so forth. Otherwise, you're going to go home with that energetics.
See.
Besides your own energetics, and you're going to spread it. And that's going to be your forming. You're going to get disgusted by it. And become unhealthy. And literally all you have to do is just sweep up the hair and cleanse your clients and change yourself. In a nice manner. Ask the person, can you change the tone of the conversation because I don't enjoy that. And I think you'd feel better after the day if we, didn't entertain those every time that you came here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like the masseuses, I tried to talk with that about. Well, if you got any clients that that are alcoholics or whatever, whatnot, have addictions, and you're finding yourself tasting alcohol or fucking going for candy or getting super hyper or having opioid, so on and so forth issues, try talking with the person. It's not chastising, but just talking with them and addressing those issues and seeing if you can change the where that isn't happen to you so much. Reflect back into that mirror that you're helping. Help clean it. Because you're taking that energetics and when you push into the cup, it has to go somewhere. You understand? It's like we're talking with Don, with his wife, saying why she'd stop doing the fucking massage and everything, because that was the very thing. She wasn't taught how to ground. Same with Dave's mom, Tracy, going to the plant science and plant spirit base, to where you don't have to touch someone and so forth, doing it in the manner that you are. There isn't no reciprocal, but there still is reciprocal if you don't do it right, because you're still pushing in the cup. And that way you're pushing more into the cup than you are with doing tissue massage.
you're removing concepts in a different level. And what it takes really is acknowledgement. And if you have somebody do it for you, that don't work. It simply takes literally acknowledgement of that potentiation of the what concept has taken it to it. Like, I've seen myself in a week get myself completely fucking off balance on my knee, you know, like within a fucking thought, my knee will lock. And it can cost me like a whole fucking week, you know, and then just having a conversation and not putting walls up and actually like acknowledging it and sinking in. It's just like the next day you can wake up and you're fucking good, you know, work through it. But if you keep harboring and harboring and harboring, or if all you got is yourself and the people that you're connecting with.
3 days ago was the TMJ light photobiomodulation treatment I did on your jaw. Just to give you that information.
Yeah, you can never come back.
So, think on that and what you just stated. And my rebuttal to you of going, what the fuck did you just go to this goddamn psychiatrist, and not psychiatrist, acupressure and massage person to have this shit done when it's your signal, homie? You just illustrated it to me the other day when you said you was talking to family about TMJ and it being something past. And me going, fuck, that's fingernail biting, dude, from your mom. And it's funny because I finally figured it out this last couple of visits to where this visit with mom having her shoulder issue and all of a sudden fucking, here's daughter. Oh yeah, I'm going, dude. I told your mother this because I see this. You scanned mom, told her what I just said. And again, was it muscular? She's been going to a masseuse. What the fuck is it going to do? It's been the mind signal. Why? Because of talking with dad, some shit broke down. Shit got absorbed. That's why the other day when you were explaining to me about fucking her stating I'm holding Martino and my shoulder pain came back. How I dosed myself the Rick Simpson oil. You understand?
Yeah, she said she wanted to sleep. Yeah, I do the observations and I have a pretty good record on my own. Fucking, it's just impressed me though on how fast the feedback is with myself and like yourself too. There's certain people that it's like it all it takes to do is a thought. And then there's other people that can be cooking it and cooking it and cooking it in
for
the
a minute,
for
and there's
years.
a trigger that takes it to where you see the systemic issue, but it's shown as something else.
Yeah. And then also, but as fast as it manifests with us is as fast as it goes back. Where, you know, you and I give thanks, we're in pretty good health overall, and just very conscious of our own health in sort of like biofeedback in with the understanding that we got of the complexity of ourselves and trying to work in those planes. But at the same time, I'm grateful for that. It's just, I just notice, you know, while I scan people and whatnot, like, that those differences, you know, how, because we're talking about time too, and I always felt like, I just always felt like the best way that I had to describe to somebody when I had first came here was like, it felt like one day in my life, it was as intense in somebody else's like 1 year in their life, you know, and every day is so intense in my life that I had always felt like it was hard to keep somebody caught up on it. That's why it got a point to where I just stopped talking to a lot of people, or even on my own parents, you know, because every day every shit would be different that I thought that they wouldn't understand. But that was my own misconception too, you know.
Yeah.
But at the same time, why do they feel sped up to me? What it might feel sped up to me, it might feel like, I don't know, something else is somebody else. Yeah, I don't know how to explain it, you know, because at the same time, I feel like I got no recollection of a lot of like really mundane things that I feel like I should have as I've been here before, but I don't. And so it's like, I measure my innate intelligence, I measure my conscious and subconscious, and they all look alright. You know, I'm like, I know there ain't shit wrong with me. Like, why? It's like this little mundane shit. It's not like it don't feel like I already know it. There's a lot of shit, you know, like the 51st date. There's a lot of shit that it just seems like I'm like, oh, for the first time, I fucking, where's the first time I heard it, you know? That ain't right. I ain't recognize that. I'm okay with it in other senses because I feel like, I don't know, I had always told myself that the lack of memory, but but then I met you, and then it, like, the ability to recall on things and whatnot has been different. But I had always thought that having no memory was great because it was better than having memory as a self-defense mechanism. But I had.
Yeah, but what I showed with you on that was that that's your defense mechanism. If I keep punching you.
But I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's like that on me. In some senses it is, but in other senses I'm like, I'm not blocking shit.
But you told me that when we first were together, and I tried to fucking get you to go. I was like, damn, what the fuck I gotta do to this bitch? Like, physically fucking put my hands on this chick to fucking get her to get away from me? Like, walking up that way because you're fucking following me. And like you said, you ripped my hair out. Because you did. You put your hands on me. As my ex did. And that dance turned into some nastiness where I don't want to do that. That's what I'm saying. What did you see in your house to where mom and dad are fighting? Mom followed dad around? Well, what the fuck? Robert's putting his hands up trying to protect himself and say, fucking leave me alone.
No,
And
my
you're
dad.
still on him,
No, they wouldn't be violent either. They wouldn't be violent either. And I never got hit. I don't know where I picked it up. My parents would ever raise their voice, ever. I don't remember anybody ever, like, fucking cussing at somebody. Wouldn't cuss, like, you just didn't fucking lose it like that. You just didn't. I don't know, maybe for worse, but you just didn't. No, my mom's response was, my mom don't fight. My mom don't argue. She'll look at you and she'll say, you're fucking nuts, and turns around. Which is worse, too. Because the other person is like she puts a wall, too, you know what I'm saying? But that's the moderator. No, my parents didn't argue in front of us like that, like...
I'm like, dude, where the fuck is this coming from?
No. I know where the chocolate eating comes from. My grandma told me once. Almost like I justified it and thought, oh, my grandma did it, I'm gonna do it. And I was never addicted to chocolate. Never. It was never my to go. I was never like big fan of anything like candy or Coca-Colas or shit like that. No. Like, I don't know. And before coming to the United States, I think this is good. Before coming to the United States, I had a conversation with my grandma where she said, I remember she said, like, either when she would be frustrated or my grandpa wasn't home, whatever the fuck was going on, she said, when my mom and her sister were younger, she said, I would lock myself in the room and I would tap into my stash chocolate, like chocolate bars, she said, and I would eat them. And now I understand the whole lithium deficiency and everything like that. But at the time, almost like my grandma opened that, even just telling me that she would do that, she opened that door where that was my to go. And what I started doing, I started stashing chocolate.
Like an
I've
alcoholic.
never done that before in my life.
Yeah, same shit.
And so I remember my grandma
you were
saying
doing
that.
stuff that I wasn't doing. That's why I tried to point out to you, going, dude, yeah, I was an alcoholic, honey, and everything, but I never fucking flipped that on you to get you to fucking walk down the highway several miles one way and back. Go get me some alcohol.
But then I had never seen my grandma. I never seen the frustration until she expressed it to me on that point of the accumulation from dragged on from that time that she's telling me when she felt alone because my grandpa drove boats with the logging, and from one state to another, from Misiones or the Amazons, he would bring it down to Buenos Aires, and so months at a time he would be gone, and she would feel lonely, I guess. So, and then when he would be home, he had his passions, like my grandpa had shit he liked to do, and I guess she didn't develop that on her own.
They didn't collaborate.
No.
On some of those things. We'll just put it in that manner. So there was a lot of, say, mind chatter because of non-collaboration. All the stuff that can go into your man being out somewhere for months at a time, and then coming home and you have a family, but yet you still have the time that you want and the work that goes on while it's there and so forth on both sides.
So yeah, just my grandma telling me that. And then the other thing she said she did was she would put, this is another sign of frustration too, she would stash money in books. Like she would have her own savings, little savings of from whatever, like when my grandpa would give her or whatnot. But that was like a little form of independence, you understand? That because she said she would have $50 or whatnot. Like at the time she said dollars, you know. But it was like
The ability to have your own.
yeah. So when because then she liked giving to her own kids or to the grandkids or whatnot, like she dragged it on, and she would always give us like a little envelope, you know, with $10 to each. She was always so equitative. Like she would not give you without your siblings, you know, like I'm your cousin, so she always did it by 7, you know, ours 5, and then Martin and my cousins, Martin and Camila. Yeah. But those, I remember those frustrations. My grandma told me that, and now it's just making so much sense, you know. And even with that unlocked, I didn't even see it.
Try to have these kinds of conversations with you as an adult without fucking ego. And if you wish to record like I do while I'm doing these things for myself, for you, for our kids, for fucking everyone else, those who take the time to listen to it and fucking actually comprehend what we're doing and seeing and so forth.
And so, in the sense of no, these people cannot, they don't tap into each other's reality and switch on that, but basically they're all existing in one same city, and so they do all are following what they call the call. Like they're starting hearing voices in their head, and they start expressing into hallucinations, so where they see footprints or whatnot, but they're guides, so they're all being guided to save.
How does the U.S. military see them?
As threats. No, yeah. So what? So they started disappearing one by one now, and them on their own are trying to save themselves.
There would be people that would say
government-wise that would snatch them to want to know what's going on in
It's
the future.
Homeland Security
They would
actually watching it, and that's the thing. They're
want to know what's going on in the future because they see it as a threat, so on and so forth. See people as a thing.
and because the plane collapsed, it after
It imploded.
yeah, it imploded. And the thing is, these 20 people found themselves. They all felt like they needed to go, and once they're all in the fence where the plane is, it's midnight, and once they're all like there, like almost not conscious that they're there, they all felt like they needed to be there. They're caught by the security cameras, and the thing implodes, and so they're all being watched now because they're all, when they're being called as their testimony, like, why were you there? They're like, I can't explain. I was having dinner with my family, and I just had to show up. And so because they're starting to be so genuine, and they're starting to understand now, talking among themselves, like, why the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? They're now starting to shut up because they know they're being watched, and they're thinking now that if it's not a force on its own, like you were saying, the other side, it's the government trying to kill them now. So they're starting to disappear one by one, and so now they're following this call to save each other. You know what I'm saying? So there's specific scenarios where one would disappear because it was a migrant guy that had been put in that flight. So it was a gay guy from Jamaica that was fleeing Jamaica, but he didn't got his passport in time. So the flight attendant, who was Jamaican, she snuck him in as a flight attendant, right? So now this shit happens. There's an extra person in board, you know, so he's a perfect candidate for Homeland Security to take him because he has no relatives and shit like that. So they put him in a psychiatric thing, and all these people are saving him from the psychiatric because they had claimed him that he has no family. So the next step, he's going to be taken, you know, by the U.S. military. So they get there, they save him, and then they see in the camera that the next person that goes to the room is this black dude that is from the Homeland Security, that is literally like, oh shit, like they know now, you know. So it's like this, now it's this race on saving themselves from the U.S. Homeland Security because they're being perceived as a threat. Because one of the members of the board says, we should lock them up, they should be incarcerated until we find out who the fuck they are, because they're not the same people. And then another person says, well, we're in the 21st century, these people got rights. You know what I'm saying? So you can't keep, but they wanting to keep them incarcerated to test them and learn them, because obviously they're not the same people. You know, and even like the kid that was in the plane that has leukemia, he qualifies for this new treatment that these scientists that was at the plane too developed, and the board is saying that no, he shouldn't be because he's gonna fuck up the results, you know, because he's an anomaly. And she still compromises her stake of part, like the money. She says, I don't care about the money, I want this kid to be in this protocol because his life depends on it. What miracle it is that I'm on the same plane that this kid is. I developed this investigation for this new form of medicine for kids with leukemia, cancer in their bone marrow, and I want this kid to go through it, you know. So she's fighting. So the connectiveness, that's what I was saying of the 33 of the miners, how one is a doctor, the other one is a cop, the other one was a flight attendant that knew these and that, and so they're all connected and helping each other.
Connected but not connected. They weren't supposed to go in a sense. Because if you remember with the 33 Chilean miners, it was a hodgepodge of people thrown together. It wasn't their original crew. It was a mismatch of the
Right,
crew.
exactly. And all these people, so this flight was of a flight that was over, basically how it happened was all this family were coming home together, and they oversold the flights, and they decide for $400, they decide to hold on, wait, and keep shape on the other flight. And that's when this family of twins, they split. One twin goes with mom in the regular flight, that kid stays with the kid to get $400 and $400. And that's when the mom says, and that's where comes the whole thing that you were talking about, we were talking about this morning. So like a few things. So mom says, because altogether for these people, they were told, hey, these people died. We don't know where the plane went. These people died. So people tried to keep going on with their lives and remarried, you know, and one married the best friend of the person that died because she thought she died, you know, and then the person comes home, what for her is a day, it's 5.5 years, and she sees her best friend married with her fiance, that they were, and she's like, what the fuck? But I can't really blame you because I'm the one at a place. You guys keep on with your life, and so you were saying about daddy, because what in this instance, the twin that survived and the mom, so his mom and the girl twin, the mom, after 2.5 years, she started going to counseling after going through heavy depression and shit. She starts going to counseling. She meets this guy, Danny, who has lost his wife, through the group. This guy, Danny, ends up married, like in a relationship with her, moves in. 3 years go by. This girl sees him as daddy, and then all of a sudden, dad comes home. And the girl is like, you need to, so she gets in trouble, she shoplifts, and they say, call your dad, who she calls Danny, not her dad. Dad don't know, she goes pick her up, he goes pick her up, who's their Danny. And so dad understands, she sees him as a dad, and so she says, Mom.
There's dad and there's father.
Right. And so on things that we were talking about this morning, right? And so like that scenario was presented. And so understanding the figurative of like this person moved on with their life, as painful as it was, but at the same time,
It's like me explaining to you when the argument happened with my mom and she told me to leave the house when I was before 18. And Steve telling me to go upstairs and do my homework, and he would help me, and me telling him, I'm sorry, you're my stepfather, you guys are married by common law but legal, but my parent told me to leave, I have to leave.
but the girl still wants to know her dad, and
Yeah.
she still wants to have a relationship with her dad.
But who she goes to, that's why, if you remember when we were in Arizona, why we came back, because who did she call?
You.
And I asked why. If in response, it's always been just her and her mother, or just her mother and Bunky. I'm still grappling with why we were called. Because it hasn't happened since. But anyhow. So, the child looks to Danny as father, and not the blood father, because of the time and so forth placed in association, and the good feelings that the person gets from
But
being
she
around that
expressed,
person.
but the dad expressed to her. So she says because of the twin being on leukemia, the dad says, "I'm sorry. I've been gone for you before. I've been really gone because I've really been so consumed by trying to give your brother Cal a longer life that I miss your whole growth." And you felt that. But then she expresses how the connection of the twins, where she says, so she kept everything in a storage unit despite her mom telling her to let go
She knew her brother was alive.
because she knew her brother was alive. And she says, I've been telling you all along, I know my brother is alive. I just knew. This girl is like really conscious and she like articulates really well. And so she tells her dad, and she was put in a predicament where she had to tell dad that mom has this boyfriend, but she goes and maturely asks her mom, like, what are you gonna do, because it happened overnight that the dad showed up, so the mom was like, I need time to,
Yeah, because for them it was just overnight.
yeah. When they landed, they were told you're in the year 2013. For them, it was just a turbulence. You understand? But now basically they're following this. Basically, there's this know-it-all consciousness that knows what's gonna happen next, and they are existing in that plane. So this girl, that she's a cop investigator, she was on the plane. She comes back, and all of a sudden she's like ahead of all the fucking shit. So she's like, she don't quite understand. You know, she's in a storage unit. She don't quite understand. She's supposed to be there for another crime, and she starts hearing like, "Save them, save them, save them, save." It gets intenser and more intense and more intense. As she gets out of the car, she starts walking through storage units, and all of a sudden, like she busts the whole operation. You know, she's going off the script, but she ends up saving these. You know, she busts the drug deal, but she ends up saving these two kidnapped girls that they've been looking for like the whole week or some shit like that. You know, and so she's like ahead of, like she's being told and guided what the fuck to do by these sort of like by being in spirit and. But they don't know what is it. They're wondering themselves, what is it? They're all these members of the people that, all these people that were, these 20 people that were there in the plane, they're all like starting to feel that. And it's different connectiveness. Like one guy, he's a violinist. So kind of like his call to the other members or when he needs help is to play the violin. And so one would be in the subway and would start hearing it in his head and would start walk towards that until he finds like the violinist and he's like, I needed help, you know? And so the person is like, I've been hearing it in my head, you know? And so he shows up. His son was incarcerated. His son was incarcerated. He's been set up. He's a black dude. He's been working in a jewelry store. And actually, the son of the owner of the jewelry store.
So pause for a second.
Yeah.
And think of all the people you've met that have met me. I know I sound narcissistic by stating that, but think of all the people that you've talked to that have told you the story of why they met me in the manner that they did. Or those that would come into the shop. Our cousin Michael.
Like what force guided them to you?
I wouldn't say to me, but just in a sense to our location.
Yeah.
Ours. There's ones that said plural, ours, and those, like I said, my cousin Michael, that we have on recording and so forth, that they had taken down and so forth, that literally stated out of their mouth, something guided me here and told me to come.
Yeah. Oh, people have died in their cars. People have died. Yeah.
Sean and Sherry, both of them had different experiences, husband and wife, and kids. Told you their experience. Family let me stay with them while I was drawing. How we're together. It says you inject that back into the group consciousness. It's funny that a person that's not connected that way as you are into that stuff is speaking on things, and those that are a part of that consciousness in the sense of having someone write what a burger and see themselves in those characters in life. Why I say I sound narcissistic, because I say, think of what you lived, honey, and what you've heard from people for the last 8 years.
Yeah, I want to exist more on that plane.
And is there any difference in your plane of existence 8 years ago to now on how many times you heard that be said to you? And somebody knowing you before you knew them. Oh wait, hold on. Was it the same?
No.
What do you think the difference between you and the person before that didn't see that or had that happen to him?
It did happen. There was no like acknowledgement of it. I believe that it had always happened. Had to always happen. That's all of our reality. It's just that like we don't put ourselves on that role. Like we just don't. I feel like in consciousness we just put ourselves as it's like observing but not really observing, because you're not really observing righteously. It's like you're observing but not really observing your own. By being like an observer of your own life, but not really observing. It's almost like something is playing it. I'm saying as like the acknowledgement of understanding co-creation, and if you're the motor and if you're not the motor of things, of making things happen, but really if you're in spirit, you're constantly guided, and you're always where you need to be at, and you had always been where you needed to be at, regardless of you understanding that or not.
I flipped the Ben Franklin this morning.
I just feel like all of our lives is like that movie. Every single person's life is like that movie, or like that, what we're talking about. It's just that because there's not just one piece of the puzzle. It's like every single piece makes the puzzle, but every piece of the puzzle at different times is not seeing itself as a piece of that puzzle in consciousness wise, as it dawns, and then we let consciousness go, and then there's different motivators and things like that, like as we go, movie click or whatnot. But that's the one constant one thing I feel like that we're all influenced by. At least that's how I conceive it, or what I tell myself in our existences and whatnot, and the things that how life plays in our journeys, and what a journey is, and why we meet the people we meet, and serendipities or things like that. Because you can think it like, how we were talking about our family, and it's like we can just think it as, or you and I, we do work, and we see one ripple, but then it's not just you and I, because that's rippling into your mom and my own mom and dad, and then siblings, and then kids and whatnot. But it's just not our own family; it's every family.
Yeah.
In every person, but in different instances and in different tones and shades, but of gray. But it's all still the same experience, and everybody's going through the same experience. And so, and you keep going, and you keep going, and you just keep like scaling it. And so, like you're saying, no, you're not a narcissist. You're just observing a lot more than other people are, or taking acknowledgement of that, or existing in that constant at all time. So it seems to other consciousnesses, at times it might be perceived as
Super narcissist or factual or blah blah.
but I really feel like
Or
it's
someone
just a
trying
state
to
of
be in a godhead or whatnot, and it's like,
but I
dude.
really feel like that is just a state of consciousness. But because I have said that to you before, but that's not something that I feel. Like that's
You
not
even
just.
fucking went out and got a fucking book of narcissism handed to
But
me.
that's just not how I feel.
What did I do? I handed it back to you
So
and said, what? Have you even fucking read this shit, homie?
so
You understand that? If one had not read the book that you're claiming someone's being a narcissist, and you had somebody a narcissistic book and you ain't read the shit yet. Remove the 2x4 from thy eye as you point at me and state that I have a
shit,
splint.
I feel high. What the fuck?
And as you,
I can't focus on this butt. What the fuck? No, so you're talking about like I was trying to pay attention to what you're talking about. We're
I
talking
understand, and we're having a breakthrough moment. That's why you just had the feeling of feeling high as your mind is opening up. Kundalini expresses itself, and one is able to perceive. It's an interesting feeling. You're feeling like what your clients sometimes go through, where they say, "Please stop the balance," because I feel, I don't know what's going on. Weird and external, but it's internal for myself.
I have blurry vision from like the periphery of my eyes, all around here. Like I can only focus like
Right there, forward.
and there's like a lot of light coming in.
Mm-hmm. How orange is the tray to you? Or this over here?
It almost turned pink at a point. Yeah, it's like going from pink to red. And the bud was like it didn't have a shape. Like too much exposure on the camera, like the lens being open. As you were saying that I gave you the Narcissist book and you give it back to me because I had never read it. But I conceive it as a state of consciousness.
And at that time, in our relationship 8 years ago, everything that you touched upon, my mom had just said to me. You told me 8 years ago. Even though I don't like you.
Oh yeah, I probably didn't like you.
You understand?
At times I didn't like you.
Do you understand?
I just didn't know how to get away from you.
And you get pissed when I say, you need to work on stuff because of a Freudian thing. I got the best match I could of my mom. The others were just whatever. Do you understand? Stuff happens when you start getting the rewiring. That's what I was trying to talk with you about. It's like doing Zickers and so forth, and the veil's removing. No one's able to see properly. Or another time frame, because now you have a new observational tool. Do you understand? I've been trying to talk with you about it for years. If you go in this context, one will open up. Stuff gets easier. I don't want the response like you, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, I'm not asking you to be a robot, but if you just do this for a little bit, it will help you wake up. Just talking just for a little bit. As an adult, you'll have some breakthroughs.
Yep. I think I do it to myself, dude. You think I'm not conscious of that? Now I gotta find out why. What the fuck's going on?
Scared the shit out of me. What's she doing over there?
Is that Mama?
No, it's the deer.
Bear?
No, the deer.
Oh, the
I thought it was a bear. It was a deer.
What?
Right there, you can't see it. Oh, for Glendale, that's why I said it scared shit out of me. It's right there in front of
Oh, holy shit. Hey, what are you doing? It goes on that way.
you. No, that's what I'm saying.
What are you doing? You're not doing territorial over there. What are you gonna do?
Where's his sister at?
Huh? Oh, you're smelling the tomato plants? Oh, hell no, don't go down that route. My roses are there. You better go down that way.
We're going through the stuff over there. That's what the noises were. Going through the drawers. She's going through the kitchen. She's like, I'm gonna borrow some sugar and some other stuff.
What you got? Yeah, that's why I was saying we gotta start wiring stuff off because they're getting used to us. Or they're like, eh. That's the sister. Where your big head brother at?
I don't have to shush it because it's going towards my roses. And then I'll read between your fucking roses. I didn't do that. that rose has been going through some trauma. And now it's small right now, so
I gotta do some wire over there.
you better keep moving. Alright, keep moving.
Soccer. Thank you, Lord. A beautiful Friday. I'm gonna play Pikachu. Take bids. How fun together for getting this built for everybody. Oh, his mercies. Oh, we got the new modified, super quiet, more stronger plastic tube. Got the gas one, got the solar kit and everything. We're gonna get done doing some work, and we're gonna go get pressure wash the ideal off and grab some more water. Water the plants and everything. Water the bulbs. Get an operational plan going on so we get routine. Evolution. Team Evolve, baby. Team Evolve. Team me. Murray and Ezekiel. We love you guys. Thank you for your time and listening. Hope it helps you. It helps us.
I see why I can't put USA seller. Say violated the polarity. Rather than experience, the word experience, brewing experience.
It's because of the loose leaf in the instructions or in the title. It's the only thing that would have pesticides. Nothing else has pesticides in it. So Read carefully, because again, I'm not in your head. The stuff that they're explaining to you in the first part. In the second part, do as such, but right now, take this off your listing or inactivate it, so you're in compliance with them. Just do that, please. Like when I hand this back to you. So in a sense, close the listing and rebuttal it so that you're not out of compliance.
Let me see if they have let me change it.
The only thing that I can think of is like it's stating upload to them stuff that would make your stuff EPA compliant to pesticide regulations if it actually sticks with such. Otherwise, give them a rebuttal of information stating, for me, what I'm saying is because it says loose leaf, it's the only thing
Makes sense. What content would
have a pesticide in it. But you're not selling loose leaf, you're explaining that
is a
this
utility for it?
used for loose leaf.
Yeah, and the category that it is T filters.
So, on such, that's what they're talking about here in the first part. Close the listing so you're in compliance. Giving them rebuttal in such. So, if you've received this notification error, if you believe the products listed above are permitted for sale on Amazon, please include evidence or documentation demonstrating that your account has not violated our restricted products policy and content seller support. This one right here. So again, loose leaf teas, you're being applicable in the sense of them stating that
Putting
you're
myself
selling
in that category, even though
by
I'm not.
them stating, in a sense, the computer is seeing you as selling loose leaf tea. So they're asking for your information showing regulatory manners that it has pesticides or non-pesticides, or is those don't apply.
See.
You understand?
See.
But yeah.
Okay, let me see here. Let me change
Here,
it
go
to
ahead and read over it yourself. But that's what I'm getting from that. Is why I state not an emotional response, being adult about it. Read it. Is the first thing that came to my mind when I seen it. So I was saying, you see what I go through. One goes through the things that you do, like in our relationship, where you get frustrated, and it's like, well, we're just pointing out something to you. This, in a sense, is nitpicking, but it's not, because this is like the Hawaiian fucking sweet buns. It is an open sentence, the way it's done, to where even the computer, with all the billions of dollars that they've been wasted on this stupid shit, perceives it as you might be selling loose leaf. Sabe? That's the only way you can get something used for tea that is this metal and a crystal together has pesticides. Because, again, the lingo and the way that the description was done. Because even the AI took it for word context and thinks that you are selling loose leaf tea. And by doing such, since you know, and the work that your husband has done and so forth, and the work that you're doing, if you do something like that, you gotta submit those type of informations besides the batch number. You know? But you're good. Just close the listing and submit the stuff so you're in compliance. So they can't whack you like what was going on with me on YouTube, where fucking they kept like giving me 7 strikes in one day and shit, and I'm like, oh my god. You know, I almost feel like I wish I'd go back to that. Astaghfirullah, no I don't, because that was stressful. Then with what's going on now, where it's like, you should have like 3,000 views, but you got less than 200 now. Man,
Now the only country that it shows their demographics, which last night when I went to sleep, it was like 16% United States, 5% India, right? It's now just India at almost 2%, and the rest is other. 1.1 subtitles in English for people to fucking understand. So I'm like, okay, this is interesting. Already 188 views. What are y'all doing? Fucking disgusting. What's so scary about hiding people talking, man? You're just talking. This is the shit we've been talking about. Well, you got that right there. That's easy, mama. I'm just shocked that nigga about to fly to motherfucking space with a computer that can't discern fucking loose leaf tea is in the description saying the fucking utility product application of the fucking product.
Yeah, we're in the category of tea filter, house, kitchen.
I understand, but that's what I'm saying. They about to fly to space with the fucking same logistics. Anything can discern that is saying the utility of the application of the product, not that it's fucking loose leaf tea. Henceforth, it's being blocked because we don't want people to have fucking. It doesn't have the criteria and description from it showing that it has pesticides or non-pesticides or organic or non-organic. And it's like, what? Y'all about to fly to space with this? Is your navigation shit?
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, I do.
Just stop, mama.
No, I don't have diarrhea.
Why? From the stress of the silliness?
No, because I'm having off my period.
I understand.
She's saying I got like a little.
Yeah, but that perturbation you're getting from the stressors of this shit when it shouldn't be a stress to you. It should be like, oh, I see this, as your husband did.
No, I'm just now learning to navigate their system because it's quite different changes and stuff.
Yeah, just... Mama, you hand me the tablet and said, here, you want to see what I'm going through? It's similar to what you are. Blase, blase. Because you're being blocked. But why are you being blocked? And you're going, look, this is a simple fix. Loose leaf tea is in the description. The rebuttal and saying why they want you to fucking change your shit or submit information is because EPA standards for pesticides. It's very simple. Loose leaf teas is in the description of the title of the product showing its utility, but the thing is not comprehending showing the utility or the fucking verb or what you use it for. It's loose leaf tea. Therefore, they're submitting to you saying you gotta give us information for what regulations of fucking pesticides are in your fucking product. And it's like, what?
Hope you get to Mars, because fucking this shit was making stupid.
You understand?
Oh, you said you wanted the planet. And then said up on it.
Te amo, mama. Meme. Be happy on it, baby. Te amo. That's some crazy shit and extortion right there. Amazon getting away with. That's what it. You jumped into with a monster right there. That's a fucking cold pimp right there. You can beat your ass after working all day, and somebody say some shit, get your shit fucked with like they do in my channel. Since you want to show me that thing and say it's the same, let me say something that's different. The videos that I posted up a decade ago, if it's my laziness that I do not make a copy of that shit, be it that everything new that I've uploaded to my channel I have copies of. If they take the channel away, as you've seen, the only thing I was frustrated about is those videos that we have from Maui and so forth were on the phone that fucked up.
My laziness, if I do not take that stuff down and they take my channel down again, I can't be mad. It's my own laziness. The email that they showed to you, that you showed to me that I read, states if you do not enact within 48 hours or in the manner to which we state, is subsequent for you to see that you're not in violation and you don't act in accordance, we deactivate your account and we keep whatever funds. Quote, unquote. As an adult, do you acknowledge that? Like the other shit, where I was pointing out to you and you was arguing with me and I'm going, dude, you having this issue with the fucking labeling because as an adult, like giving the name to AT&T, we're paying for AT&T for a company that is not our company. And you've seen that shit for how long and not addressing it. And me stating, what were you paying for because it's attached to your social and all this shit that you're doing, right? So in the game of adult, honey, what you're saying, I'm chastising you, but I'm saying to you, with the new bit of information that you gave to me, was the only thing I can see the difference of was the and to the asterisk, because maybe the computer said, but you gave me your bit of information you've known since you pushed the fucking shit into the sin of the character space box did not allocate you the ability to give out the full description of the name. Therefore, it did not match the sample title. It's like with this. Here, you got loose leaf in the description, not the description of the title of what the person's buying, so the thing sees it not as a utility, but as you're selling loose leaf teas. Because you're dealing with a computer, like with the other thing, it was a computer. You understand? Which operates like your husband's mind, unfortunately. So I go, oh yeah, it's easy. It sees this right here. Let me read through all this right here. Oh yeah, you might want to read this. But this thing I'm pointing back out to you, maybe you didn't pick up on it. The very end sentence is, we keep your funds if we deactivate your shit. Which, sitting here after reading that this whole time, smoking a spliff and trimming, going, well, this is interesting. I wonder how much and how many times this shit has happened to people. And how much money have they generated and unfortunately forfeited? And again, that's why the lawsuits are against Amazon, because those practices right there. Etsy platform like that, they deactivate your account, they keep their money, your money. This one you signed up on, again, your account get deactivated for any reason before a cash payout. They keep it. I say read this one, please. If you didn't hear, I'll speak on it. So you do. That's a cold hard pimp right there. He took all that money, besides fucking paying niggas. I mean, they got that right there in the title. How? I mean, that's just crazy. After getting sued for paying people with the tips as their salary from the tips from the customers, they was paying the people their own shit. And I wonder what the people signed up for. You understand? On that aspect from Amazon. Hello? Motherfuckers paying people with the tips that the people paid to them.
Yeah, no, that's the most missing shit. I don't.
And then you come to this right here where you have a lawsuit where fucking small businesses as yourself try to get out there stating, but yet look again through competition because you are the only person out there doing what you're doing and just knock the other person out that was trying to copy your shit and so forth. Understand what I'm saying to you. Be mindful because look what I'm going through, but yet what you're going through is a little bit different. My energetics, if I am lazy and I do not take those several videos down that I do not have still, have not done, is different than yours were if someone is a dick to you.
They can bully you and be justified on their own end, and they hold your shit, and there's nothing you can do about it. I
Nope.
get it. It's a one-side relationship. Do I wish to be in a
That's
contract?
why I was saying that's interesting how much and how many times for it to get to the lawsuit that is going on, how much of that $1 trillion evaluation that Amazon is value at is other people's money that has had that happen to them.
Totally, yeah. Shit that they
Understand what I'm saying to you.
Oh, yeah. So the thing is, do I want to be in a relationship with a fucking bully?
Henceforth, the fucking lawsuit is, the only option is to be in that relationship with a bully. Can the bully change his practices? I didn't know that was right there. Did you know? Did you actually read it? But you handed me the stuff, which meant that you...
All the way to the end.
Maria, you need to fucking read everything. Everything, honey. Everything, my love. Stop being lazy. As you see what I did, how fast I did. I read the whole thing and expressed to you what? Do what it said 3/4 through the thing. Noted out all the different points and subjects. You understand how fast I read that? I said, here, read this, so that I can have a conversation with you about it, right? But you're already in bed with this motherfucker, and I'm wondering why. Everyone that's been around me has always done the same shit. Where they go, oh, check this out. And I go, did you read it? It's like, Todd, what did you get from the fucking podcast, dude? You're putting the stuff in your food. You and your kids are eating it, and your baby's mama. What are you getting from it? Oh my God, I can handle this conversation. Huh? Hello? Hello? You started the conversation, you can't handle it. So it's like this, same with this. You handed me the thing, and I'm having a conversation with you, but you can't do the conversation unless you actually fucking paid attention to what was saying in the podcast. You handed me something and said, look what I got. I emailed this. You didn't read the email. You just read what you wanted to read, and you emotionally reacted. Please stop. Business-wise, that will destroy whatever you try to build. Understand what I mean by that? Because you can miss something really easy by blindly reacting in emotion. And right there, it could have said, if you submit now in 5 minutes, you win $5 million. Hello? Or as it states, someone fucking whacks off your shit like what you just did to them people. How much money you think they had in their account when their shit got deactivated, honey?
No, nothing has been deactivated.
You do not know. I'm just saying hypothetically, you do not know how the game works with them, be it that you have not read all the stuff. Now hear what I'm saying without having a conversation.
Where that is at. I only inquire what to do. They send me the information. I haven't studied a claim for them to look into it. It's not a case or something like that where it's in motion, where...
Okay, well, if it was such, then why the fuck did you even...
Why
was it even brung up to the person in the conversation if it wasn't such? That's why I said be mindful of such things, honey.
No, because I have the intention.
Follow through with it. Henceforth.
I haven't had the time, honey. You see how long it takes me to do one fucking thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll follow through with it. Yes, I'm following
I know it takes you how long. It takes you that long because you choose to take that long to do one thing. And whatever you're saying that it takes you that long to do one thing, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Or what you're choosing that it takes you to do because you're just doing a blanket statement, honey. That long to do a smoothie, sweep the floor, brush your hair, fucking pick your nose. What the fuck are you talking about? What one thing?
In this case, establish a connection to where I can get them to call me so I can...
The other day when you did it, it was like boom, bam. You we're on the phone with the person. That's why I said in that conversation with the person, if your intention, so on and so forth, was what you just felt it illustrated to, why did you bring up to that person that someone had plagiarized your picture?
What's their take on it and how to go about it? She guided me in the direction.
And I got it recorded what you stated. Yes, and they were looking into it, and they sent you the information back because our accounts were linked. I got to see the information in the email and so forth. So again...
So yeah, did you read the email? The email says how to go about it. Do you want to open the claim? Read on these policies. Go about it.
Yes, maybe, yes. But again, you're not picturing what I'm stating. What am I stating to you? How did you get the email? Was by reacting in a manner of which you stated you're not reacting, but how did you get the email and how did the word get spit to the person? And what is recorded by you? Not the fucking afterglow bullshit.
What is taking me long now is to get a phone call. If you don't mind, I'm going to try to do that, okay?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. Calling them on the tablet? That's how you've been for like before you sat down and were talking with me. I know you sent an email to them for them to call and notify you. I'm not fucking... people always construed that I'm fucking... unable to comprehend what the fuck.
No, you're construed on letting me know because projected out on you. It's just a different system. And so it's not that you send them an email, you gotta open a case.
Yes, I know.
Okay, so, you know.
It's like
then
eBay
you
or
can
any
learn how
other
to
thing. You
navigate
have
with
to
it.
start something to
I'm trying to
get
figure it out
something
myself.
to have someone send you a thing. Why? Are you illustrating to me that you need your full computing power of your mind not to talk to you? Don't chew gum and walk at the same time is what you're saying?
No, you're asking what, in this specific case, you're asking what was it that it was taking you long to illustrate, right? So that was
Yes. What was
what I was
taking you long?
illustrating. Sure.
Okay.
This is on my end, honey.
You said that already twice.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you had heard me, so.
I did hear you. That's why I'm trying to figure out why you're still talking. That's why I asked you, what does toss do you mean? And the change of the guard. 4 different options with asterisk that take you to the thing that you're trying to do or describing. I'm starting a claim. An email that you didn't read. Put each subject matter in the thesis that was presented to you in the paragraphs and how they were done. I'll end with a fucking sentence stating if you wish to go and rebuttal us in this manner, here's the link. If you wish to do it in this manner, here's the link. If you should do it in this manner, here's the link. If you think this was done in error, here's the link. If you got the pesticide shit information we're stating that we want, here's the link. And support shit to it. In each one. I didn't go to school. Pay attention. Where are your college bachelor's degree? I gotta deal with a whole bunch of motherfuckers that do got it. I wonder what the fuck is wrong with them. The ones that are specialized in communication. Don't even know how to talk. Like, goddamn. How the fuck did you graduate from communications with a fucking BA and shit if you can't even speak? You know how ignorant that just sounded? There's no such thing as a space plane. Otherwise the shuttle would be called that.
Yeah, that's what they said. Space plane that would open its wings.
Otherwise the shuttle would be called that.
If it's not all the time with the wings open, it's not a plane, right?
No, that's not what I'm getting at, honey. How does a plane stay in the air? Like the one flying over. What's the difference between the plane and why the shuttle is called a shuttle and not a space plane as this dumbass and the other ignorant people that interpret that and state that's a space plane? What's the difference between the shuttle and the plane?
Well, the one where it's with magnetics, right? And it takes off the plane, like it takes off and then it's sort of like it achieves the height or whatnot.
Well, if you're stating that, then both of them use magnetics in the sense of, if you wish to say lift, because a plane uses lift to create what it needs to stay aloft,
Mm-hmm.
and the other has to break or achieve a potentiation to get away from that
the atmosphere, and then
enter actual space arena, if you wish to say. But there's still atmosphere from Earth, so therefore the atmosphere still encompasses the moon, but we still haven't gone into space. But again, the shuttle does perpetual falling, so it's not the same as an airplane as it does a perpetual fall around the Earth. You understand? Otherwise it will refract or burn up when it goes to do re-entry. But yet, be it that it goes out farther out in the atmosphere as the other does, again, it's not an airplane. Because what friction creates the lift to make it a spaceplane? If there's zero friction, and if I flick you, you go that way and I go this way. So how could that be considered a spaceplane if a plane works in a certain manner in context and so forth in fucking physics? And they only go up for a couple of seconds. They actually don't go out into space as far out as a shuttle or the fucking International Space Station, or if you wish to say, the lowest orbit of the satellite belt, which are in perpetual fall, like the shuttle. And when they fall out of that rotation, they do what? Lose their perpetual motion in a sense and fall into the gravitational field and fucking come in and burn up. That's all they have is a high altitude reentry jet or plane, a reentry vehicle. Because again, if they've proven we have more than one moon from the distant dust particles and so forth, which shows that there's an atmosphere that reaches and encompasses the solid moon that people see in bulk form. What space have we gone out to, huh? And again, how is that a space plane? And to say such in reference of a plane, in the sense of airplane, why one states it's an airplane, meaning the friction of such, but yet a plane uses those type of physics to create it and such. How does space, which is supposed to have non-existent things in it, like we talk about the physics and accredited scientists, what is in space for it to be a plane?
yeah.
And be considered that it's working.
What space are you entering? Space of what? Yeah, like you're saying.
What is in that space of space for it to still be in the same physics of working mechanism to be still considered a plane?
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because a plane works in a certain manner, henceforth. Why? The shuttle is not called a space plane.
Yeah, it's almost like time traveling too, because it's like, in the sense of the technology that they use, like you will use in the future, like, it's just like houses and.
What?
I'm trying to understand.
Trying to understand what? I was talking about the thing that just said this is a space plane. And me asking you, why,
Interesting the term.
if you understand stuff or in anything of being around me and understand shit, in any sense, why are they dumbing people down by calling this a space plane? What constitutes in space, which is supposed to have nothing in it, henceforth why it's called space? How does the mechanism of a plane, not saying an airplane, but a plane, how does that, within something that it has negative mass, create that plane mechanism to create lift? For it not to be just considered a re-entry vehicle. Because for a brief moment, what the motherfucking people just paid $28 million for was a brief time to stare out 17 different windows in a souped up airplane that we're going to call a space plane that's still in the atmosphere, that goes up higher than the other airplanes, where you get zero gravity for a brief moment. Brief moment. 3 minutes or better is all you get. Of supposedly being an astronaut. When you're not going up past the fucking lower belt orbits of our satellites. Sabe? Which do not come crashing down unless they come out of orbit because they're in a perpetual fall. And how they're able to sustain that speed and so forth, that 17,000 miles plus a fucking hour, is because they're in something that does not have so much mass in it. So how does something that needs a mass inertia on it to cause friction, to keep it aloft, a plane, because of the wings, is it a space plane? Is what I was asking you. And I posed the world. And it's for, why isn't the shuttle that's been around since the 60s wasn't fucking called a space plane? And everything afterwards was not called a space plane. Why the U-2 spy plane is not called a space plane? Or that's our 71, which goes the same fucking height as this shit. And the same as Brian, who we met personally, that is the first person to fly in the same shit that they're copying. Fastest man in the world, first person to break fucking sound barrier and so forth, flew in that same shit. And lifted off. And did it. Lived above us, honey. Wake the fuck up. SR-71, so on and so forth. You heard me talk to Mr. Ashman. The people had astronaut suits because how fast up they fly. And the dudes that are in the fucking, whatchamacallit? Aurora. Persons that I met that fucking been in that thing. The fucking perpetual motion is something that's way up there that's flying as high as the orbits of our lower satellites. Hello? What is it? You know what comes out of the base that you live next to? Why it's so important when that UT spy plane used to be upon the pilots and shit? That crash? Because who was coming to our shop? The people that take care of the person. They went after every person that was involved. And swung the button onto the fucking person that stitched and put the fucking parachute together. Hello? The only time we lost a plane like that was when the fucking Soviets shot one down. Back before you and I were born. Hello? No, there's a change in the guard when they took down the billboards that used to be all over the place when you entered Marysville, which were what? Before you seen fucking fast food signs, you seen the predator drone recruitment signs. You see those go away with them, something's changing. Something's changing. I'll play stupid. Oh, scientist went away. You know what I'm saying? Not saying any words, I'm just saying, well, this plays stupid. The community and everybody. And the sign just went away. It's been there for fucking 2 decades.
Yeah.
First thing you see before fucking fast food. And everything
drone recruitment sign. What's our base known for? The drones. UT spy planes and SR-71. And PayPal. Oh, the Verizon. Motherfucking scaly motherfucking tech. Fuck your brain out. And if you fucking get hit with the beam, or the beam to cancel the shit out.
Either way, in the middle. Getting hit one way or another.
Yeah. Try to talk
And they know it, and they're measuring it, and observing, and fucking...
You try to talk to a normal person about it, and they look at you like you're on drugs. You talk to a dope fiend, and they're the same on task as you. And just as a dope fiend. You talk to the police about it, and the people acting like the dope fiends, and they say, yes, the dope fiend is acting different, they gotten better. You ask yourself, well, what the fuck is going on, officer? How's the normal population acting worse than the dope fiends now? Fucking shanking each other in the neck and shit, male and female. Well, what's going on, buddy? Fucking signals change that they sending over here to blind that motherfucking radar since they're upgrading that shit. Every time the upgrades happen, you see weird ass shit happen in my area. Weather patterns get all fucking wet. Coincidence is life, I don't know. Our demographic of people that live in the different trajectories of the beam or the virtual beam or radar coming from the motherfucker. When scanning, you see the same fucking damage. Our inability to function. In accordance with what happens from the beams in the virtual and the fucking signal strength of the fucking actual perturbation coming from the fucking PayPal unit itself. That turns into the fucking virtual particle fucking radar array, which is more powerful than the actual PayPal itself. That's why they had fucking built the shit where they had built it, where there was no people motherfucking living and it was supposed to fucking move, but hey, shit has changed since 1980. That area says, do not live in! You got Plumas Lake and more shit. Just exploded. It's like...
I know.
Turned into its own fucking town in like less than a decade. And you're like, whoa. You wonder why all the people were acting strange over there and people were complaining about the shit that they're going through. But then it says on this piece of paper right here, you will have these effects and so on and so forth on plants and animals and people. Don't build over this way. What do you got building? Besides the fucking levees not being good and the fucking shit's gonna get breached over there and so forth and fell because it boils and so forth, don't build. What we gonna do? We gonna build and charge the motherfuckers for fucking exuberant amount for flood insurance. And make them feel like they're better than other people in Oliver's because they're living in houses instead of trailers. And charge them fucking $500,000 or more for some shit down the street from some trailers. Oh, what the fuck, dude? Fucking goofball shit. And so the kids in there go, man, I want to make it seem like I've accomplished something in my life by working and accumulating this much money and credit where I can get a $500,000 house or better. And where am I going to get it at so I can feel like I'm flossing and showing people I'm doing something? One was like, when we were teenagers, we watched the shit flood in 97. When it was just a couple houses, not a whole fucking city in itself. And in 2001, we watched it flood. 2006. In 86, it was just a rice field when fucking Marysville flooded. That's why you heard me talking to Chris when I go, Chris, you bought a fucking house up there, nigga? What the fuck? Bro, you lived here as long as I have. Cousin.
What the fuck is your memory, nigga? We used to fucking fish over there. How the fuck you buy a house somewhere we used to fish? Why the fuck you call it Plymouth Lake? Oh yeah, I never, bro. I did fucking drugs in my life, but goddamn.
This is the consciousness that we live in.
You understand? I say that to mom and dad too. Mama, I give you the water filter because you said what? You worked your motherfucking ass off to move next to the airport. So here, I know what's in your water. Will you take this, please? Hello? It's a house you never got to experience, huh? That's some dumbass this bought. He's gonna be drinking jet fuel for the rest of their life. And breathing it in. Hello? Ask your mama how she feel about that. She ain't gotta deal with that shit no more. Cause she was complimenting and talking about it. Henceforth, why I got on her ass and said, here's his house filter. Cause where do you live at? And you didn't even realize that, dude. Where you got some smoke coming, that supposed plumber fucking telling her what? I'm going here, dude. Here, I'll actually grab a house filter and fucking start using one. So I'm not fucking just a blabbing pair of lips over here. This is how easy it is. Mommy, take the screwdriver out. He puts this black thing over it. Remember to pull the black cup out and fucking tighten this goddamn thing that comes with the shit in the fashion. The whole unit is together, dude. Boop is this hard. You got a fucking plumber? And I look at dad and I go, okay, we weren't that old at the time, Pop. Is this what you instilled in my motherfucking wife? Nigga, call a plumber to fucking put a piece of fucking rubber grommet over the end of your faucet and screw with a screwdriver. But it keeps bursting. Mom, you don't have to turn the motherfucking faucet on. Full blast, nigga, to make it work. It doesn't stick on. You tighten the fucking thing on there. And again, you don't have to turn it all the way on to fucking make it work, dude. But you should really drink this because where you live at, you're breathing this in and it's also getting into your water table. No? Well then here, we'll use it. Oh my god, I feel fucking good. What the fuck, you didn't want to feel like this, Mom? What the hell? Cause here we are selling them, and ain't doing it. You understand? I have a conversation with somebody about their house filter, how they feel about it. Fucking all I'm doing is taking shots out of a fucking pure carbon gut. You understand? It's a big difference. Oh shit. So I'm like, I can't wait to fucking get the shit running again, hooked up where I'm fucking, I'm in my hot mud bath, treated with motherfucking, I'm making the sun and everything else, baby. All the stuff that you was into and going to and paying for, I'm like, dude, there's stuff to that. I'll try that, but I ain't gonna go fucking sit on somebody else's shit that their ass cheeks been on. I'm gonna go sit on my own. I'm not into that, dude. This shit just weirds me out. I couldn't even do it when I was like trying to be a pervert and look at people, but I'm good. Yeah, some goofball. Sticking. Did you understand what the fuck he just said right there?
Yeah.
What did he say? What did he say? Because, like, again, they call that shit a space plane. And I'm going, wait a minute. If you're going this high up and you're doing such, but you're saying such, you're not fucking astronaut. Because you're not passing the threshold. Or reaching, again, or orbit of our little satellites. Orbits. So homeboy said, what? It's a battle of egos. Why? U.S. military, and NASA states 50 miles up, and another accredited place states it's 62 miles up. He's only going how high up? Okay. And this is just listening to this shit live with you, but coming off the top of my head going, why the fuck you calling it a space plane, fool? If you motherfuckers are saying you're only going this high, 50 miles or close to it. At the International Space Station, if you look at it, it's still constituted in our motherfucking atmosphere. Nigga, how the fuck are you saying that you, and we have to take a shuttle to go to that? How the fuck is your space plane, which is not going to reach this ISS and re-entry back in? You're saying you're an astronaut and you've reached. Because again, they going up and then falling, dipping down. Because again, it's a space plane. So the shit only works or is able to go outside of what makes it fucking work for a limited amount, if you wish to say. Skim the surface and have to get back to work and plane, and fly a plane. Comprehend? Otherwise, that plane is not doing a plane; it is falling. You understand? And is not able to do such in a sustained rate as the shuttle and other things that have to have a special made belly and so forth to keep that falling, because it's gone outside of the ozone layer and is dealing with those high frequency particles and all that other shit that has to fucking fall back in at such a high rate of speed at not a flat plane. It's like this. That's why I say, how the fuck you gonna say that? And why also I threw in the orbit or how high the person was going, like what they're saying. If this organization that's accredited, except it says 60 miles up and you're not going 62 miles up, how are you saying you went out to space and people went to space? But if you go to the 50-mile mark, alright, supposedly you went to space. But to me, if you're taking something that is still considered a plane and stating that you're an astronaut, and NASA states when we have so many astronauts, but we have how many fucking planes that go that motherfucking high, that fly out of that base right there on sorties every motherfucking day. How come our astronaut pool does not count them? And you're trying to count yourself and every person that flies on that shit with a certificate that they are now an astronaut and have been to space. Hello? What the fuck? We got some Hawaiian buns here or what? I mean, come on, break it down. Why it's not just an ego thing, it's called false advertisement.
Yeah.
Because if I just paid you $28 million and I flew up on this shit and they're saying the actual accredited thing is 12 miles higher than what you took me, then you just lied to me and that's the basis on my lawsuit. And you're extorting people. Hello? It's not ego. That's called false advertisement. Mm-hmm.
And customer protection.
Yep. So it's more than ego, but we'll keep stupidity and child talk. But in reality,
They're
companies.
rewriting history because if people start fucking accepting that shit, that's what it is, and the whole mass hallucination that's in your construct of fucking what space is.
But again, that's why I asked, well, how come the astronaut pool isn't bigger, right? If now this 80-year-old woman that was picked to be an astronaut did not get to go to be an astronaut, and now is considered to be the oldest astronaut and going out into space, but what the fuck she was trained to go to was to be on the motherfucking shuttle and go higher than 62 miles. Okay? How does going below that constitute being a motherfucking astronaut? You know what I'm saying? And be
And
Except
that's how they start. That's how
That's
they
how
start
they s-
closing the skies, baby.
that's how they start
That's how they start closing
watering
the skies
shit
on
down.
it. It's
Yes.
like, yeah, that's how far you can get. This is space where you constitute. You get any further, you start seeing shit. So stay down here. You know, that's how they rewrite space.
But no, understand what I'm saying to you in an adult context. The woman was trained by NASA to go to the International Space Station and fly on the shuttle, to be an actual astronaut and go up to that height, past 50 miles, to be in space. How does flying in a fucking thing that's still considered a plane make her an astronaut now? If the thing that was taking her up to make her an astronaut in no way, shape, or form worked like a plane in its takeoff or in its descent. A shuttle does not fly at all. It does a control fall, like all airplanes, but yet a lift on its wings constructed differently give it the ability to do like a shuttle and do a perpetual controlled fall. Henceforth, like us walking, where we're doing perpetual controlled falls in between our steps. They give us a forward motion on a spinning fucking earth and seem straight. So okay? Or at least my own misunderstanding. But in a simpler form. You understand? You can Google the shit if you wish and see how correct I am or not. That's why in some of the stuff I posted here, well, not just to you, but stated in top, I bet you won't even Google it. The information. And wake up your head. And see. Is this motherfucker just spouting all stupid shit? Or is he actually giving some information? Be it that it's like spinach and other good vegetables and so forth, people don't do nothing with it. Instead try to give it to the dog or cat. You see the cat change colors and get better and all kinds of shit. But yeah, that's why the first thing out of my mouth when motherfucker said such, okay, they state that, and again from ego they state the height. But yet, if that is such, then who's to say the next person makes a drone that goes as high as that shit and fucking now they're an astronaut, but it still uses, a drone uses fucking props. This plane creates lift and flies you back, but yet is a controlled fly, or if you wish to say fly, but fall. What's the difference between a glider and a fucking airplane? Or a gliding squirrel and a gliding lizard? You know what I'm saying? When is a bird flying? When it's flapping its wings or just coasting on the air current? And flying fucking from coast to coast. When is a bird flying? When it's flapping its wings? Or when it's falling with its wings out and what you called coast is a controlled fall. Or gliding like a gliding squirrel or lizard. Like the squirrel suit. All of a sudden you jump off a building and fucking the motherfucker's 7 miles away. Or farther. But to do something that has friction and so forth in a plane that you're creating, that you stay upon. That in a sense, if you wish to say, is your time construct and you're making anti-time. And it's your barrier. You know what I'm saying? This shit falls at what? Just past 32 feet per second. So if you're falling at that, but you don't smack the ground and kill yourself, because you got a barrier somehow of anti-time fucking compressing against it and making a chirality that makes it what happened? You know what I'm saying? Think of the psychic visualization abilities of the motherfuckers that jump out and do the scroll suits and shit have. Because again, the only thing that's keeping them up is a piece of fabric in between their legs and arms. And you have to see yourself, because for some reason, that forward momentum comes from your downward momentum, which again is at 32 feet per second. Most people that fall like that, you're doing 60 to 130 miles an hour before you smack the ground. Because people in the squirrel suits are doing that forward. People can't even drive their car. What kind of visualization you need to go like such? Southern?
Are you taking yourself?
Mm-hmm. But still though, it's the same as a space plane. Because the shuttle can only keep that sustained fall in space. As it gets down here where there's more atmosphere and mass, motherfucker fall like rock. A plane does not. Because it does what? It glides through that plane that it creates. Hello? It's made for space. You have space, not no space. Otherwise, when you see a plane falling, it's fucking tumbling and so forth out of control like this. Or fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Even in space. Now they gotta do it in a real peculiar way when they give the people the out-of-body experience different than the old way of taking the person way up and then doing a dive forever and a day and filming while you're into this free fall with it powered to go faster than 32 feet per second like the fucking World Trade Tower number 7 did and all the other buildings where it's like, how'd that shit fall faster than gravity? But be it that you're falling faster than gravity, you look like you're in what? Space. In the films and so forth. And you're sitting there moving as if you're in space. Because there's no space in between you and that which is coming beneath you. You understand? And then you go, whoosh, the French curve, harder than like yes. Him to take you up, they're doing the opposite. Like Brian, and being launched. And going, you understand? That's why I said, how the fuck is that space plane? If you get to space, ones are going like this. Because now they're in a perpetual fall. And now we gotta orientate ourselves and we gotta figure out how to get ourselves like this to fall and to come back into the atmosphere and not burn the fuck up. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
I don't see none of that stuff on that airplane. Or space plane, I'm sorry. But anyhow, what do I know? He's got to shake the hand and take conversation with gentlemen that worked with NASA for 40 years. They handed me a floppy disk with a hell of shit on it. Oh, beautiful. I have a discussion over about power generation because I was powering our stuff at the time. Getting more out of what was being provided. But anyhow. So I think it's interesting. How does that constitute such? Because I want to see an astronaut throw an airplane, paper plane, in space. You understand? Not inside the shuttle, outside. In space. In your spacesuit. Show us a spacewalk. Take a fold up motherfucking airplane and go whoop with a paper plane. Show us what happens. How hard would that be? You know? Go out the airlock and have them pass you out a cup of water so you can show us boiling water to freeze it. You understand? Because in a vacuum on Earth, that happens, which is called freeze drying. But would the same happen out there? You understand? If they show you the flame experiments inside the shuttle, or ISS, where the stuff looks just like the hydrogen and so forth and the glow sticks, stuff that's interacting with my plasma, looks the same. Still gravity, but yet there's atmosphere, because it's still test experiments are being done inside of the ISS. You understand?
Yeah.
That's what I keep saying. They keep showing you with liquid and so forth where it's doing such, but again, that chirality is because there's an atmosphere there. Go outside with a straw and let some water out. Show us that. Show us true fucking experiments and things. I don't want to see this bullshit where I'm gonna always see the same similar but non-similar shit on Earth because you're making an atmosphere because the fucking laboratory is what you're living in. Hello? Let's be adults about it. And be childlike. Which is, go take a glass of water outside what you would when you're doing a spacewalk. And show us what happens to it. This is going to be the difference of such inside to outside that goddamn space station. One needs to know what happens outside the space station more than what's going on inside of the space station.
It or whatever, if you're trying to like
Yes.
really know its content. All of its characteristics, like you need to be in, not with your fucking lab suit, hitting it,
You understand?
and going back into your lab suit.
Henceforth, I'm going, whoa, we got a new fungus now that only comes from us doing these experiments with plants inside of the fucking space station that we found throughout the space station's vents. Interesting. But where's the experiments where this shit is actually out in space by itself?
Why don't you grow it? Trying to see if you can grow, yeah, in a fucking cage attached to your shit or something.
Yeah, outside.
Would it get enough light? Would it be too much light?
All of this stuff is being done inside of a.
But if you have it in a laboratory, you have your artificial light, you're having all of that shit that it has to do with human component and not the environment itself.
Yes. Now you're picking up on it. Let's see what we actually get from this shit. Tell me some of that stuff. I want to see people doing backflips or whatever the fuck on the stupid shit, catching grapes and so forth.
They don't want to know because they won't be able to.
Throw a motherfucker a grape while you're both wearing astronaut suits outside of the fucking airlock. Can you catch the grape? Will the grape's inertia, be it that you're supposedly in space, inertia, when you go to grab it, will it take you and pull you? Hopefully you're anchored down, right? Because that's what it's supposed to do. Hello? Where is that at? You understand what I'm saying? Let's see some stuff and understand physics and get some AI actually comprehending that shit by getting some lab rats. I'll do the shit. Fuck, I don't give a fuck. I want to know the shit.
Try and give things a chance to really evolve.
Because I'm tired of looking at the same stupid ass shit that they show on NASA since I was a kid in the 80s, where I'm like, dude, where's this stuff at where you're doing this outside of the fucking atmosphere that we breathe? You're in space. How are you learning something? How shit grows if you're not putting it through?
Yeah.
Or I should say, better yet, you're not showing those experiments to the public and commenting or giving me thesis papers that show these things. Again, all this is being done underneath airlock inside of something that is similar enough to keep the astronauts alive so they don't fucking die so they can do this stuff. Well, let's do some experiments outside of our environment and see what our environment creates from that outside environment of our environment, right? Understand what I just said right there? Because what do we keep taking up there? Stuff of our environment to try to create an environment that's same up here. Well, if it's the same as here, how do we get it to fucking change and adapt to up there? But that's what I've been saying. Henceforth, if DARPA takes the people that made the goddamn robot suits and so forth to turn off Fukushima, but Fukushima is still going on. But we got, oh my god, now we got the robots going and being used on fucking civilians here in America, and the fucking pack mule things and so forth and stuff being used here in America against civilians in the ghettos and stuff. Why hasn't somebody still? Why was it fucking year before last, the first time since that shit fucked up? They finally sent a submersible into the reactor to see how bad it's fucked up. Why haven't they sent the shit that they've been spending money on? And all these countries that have been going to the United Nations going, dude, these motherfuckers are using zombies to fucking robots. They're fucking us off. Not just the drones, but some shit off of Star Wars on us. Like, what the fuck, yo? Why haven't we put that there? Because what the fuck was this flown up 2 months ago? No, 3 months ago. The Russians' robot, that's a fucking astronaut, that's weaponized, is on the International Space Station with our astronauts right now. There's a robot up there doing so. Hello? If we can put a robot in space, why can't we get fucking that motherfucker come down and turn off the fucking reactor? That's the whole reason why we supposedly started making the shit fucking 2011. Was to rid the shit. Not put it on fucking Medal of Honor and all these fucking video games and get kids to fucking use exosuits and shit like off a fucking Elysium movie and fucking figure out how to kill each other on Earth.
Make Earth the most inhabitable.
Inhabitable shit. Where it's like on Elysium movie where the rich are looking down on us, dumping their trash down. Only the good get to pop up and fucking come on the work ship. Don't you feel fucking elated and grateful? Be grateful now that you get to wipe my butthole for me. I mean, what the fuck? You see, that's where fucking the democracy is coming in this country. I mean, fucking Kamala Harris doing what the fuck she's doing. What the fuck, dude? This shit crazy, man. World's becoming sick. They just keep hiding shit from kids, man. They need to wake these babies up, stop giving them guns and fucking gas-driven cars. You know, electric cars and shit to play with. Electric car is worse in the junkyard than a motherfucking gas-driven car. It's insane. So you understand where the booster comes from, like I've been saying to you, to take a person like myself or a person with immune suppressant that's able to fight it. Because what they keep talking about is people that have compromised immune systems. What about those that have compromised systems that do make what they just extracted that from? Look at what you're looking at. Is what the news keeps talking about. Those come from somebody's immune system that was able to adapt to it and fight off something. The Delta variant. You understand? That is the basis for what they're going to be jabbing people with as a booster. Been a while since I shared anything with you, but I've been speaking on that for a minute, long this time. But that's what they're talking about. Is the opposite side of somebody having an immune response that is compromised. Hello? And that's what I've been stating. Is it will take someone like myself or a person like that for them to take to save the world if we wish to go that manner.
Cytokine storm.
The manner in which they're doing it, because it will get expressed or become a secondary pressure, if they do it in the wrong manner, it doesn't go to everyone, will again just keep causing the pressure for it to adapt against such and make it to where anyone not vaccinated in any type of vaccine will just drop dead. 2067, and since they'll call it, oh, you got an issue with your carbon redox, you can't breathe properly, and you're suffocating. You're just going to straight high altitude acute syndrome, as your blood cells can't go through. Don't turn into tubes and go 2.3 seconds around your body, so your body's timing goes off, and you get fatigue.
In my last scan, my cardiovascular system came up. I forgot to tell you yesterday. My cardiovascular system came up, specifically the aortic valve.
Aortic valve. Keep in front of your screen a lot without your EMF there. That's the valve on this side. My mom's side of issue. This side's being born with a hole in her valve, but also acquiring that issue from sitting in front of, say, EMF perturbation. Burnout. A lot of air traffic. There was some shit yesterday, dude.
Yeah.
I didn't hear one airplane.
They knew from me.
Crazy ass shit these people talking about. So what's your interpretation on that, huh? I sent it to you to try to get some feedback. And also something that you can look at if you wish to use that as, say, a tuning. You understand? You even have the gene sequence there. I'm still like, fuck, if people are willing to take a synthesizer or whatever, fucking manipulated organism with some of that shit gene in it to fight it, why not grab whatever's in the bat shit that you guys are stating that shit came from and fucking grab its fucking enemy and shoot it in your arm and fucking fight the shit. Like I've been saying, use VP882 program bacterial macrophage to fucking kill this shit instead of keep mutating the motherfucking thing, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's what it is. You can only attack it with itself and where it came from.
Yeah, and it's whatever was keeping the shit in check before, figure out what the fuck that was and fucking inject it in your arm.
Yeah.
I'll take that. I ain't gonna take no made up shit. I want something that actually fucking worked against it. All we did was just bring it out of the environment, inject it in our environment where fucking we just let the rats loose on an island that never had rats. What do you think is gonna happen to the bird population and shit like that? You understand? What was this fucking, this nemesis? Stick that shit in your arm. And fucking be done with it. Otherwise, you just gonna mutate this shit in the opposite way that you wish to mutate it. Since y'all been fucking around, instead of mutating it like you stupid fucks think with your Darwinian theory on this shit, when it's a self-adapted virus, which it's the opposite manner where you cannot fucking epigenetically fucking try to manipulate it to go the manner like a chess game as you wish to give up its pawn and shit in a move, it will make you give up your shit every time because you're thinking of it in the wrong construct, like it's not fucking gonna adapt to you because you're seeing it as a non-living entity, which is stupid. It's fucking conscious and in your brain. And you're fighting against shit that's in people's brains, and you're looking at it with the theory of fighting shit that does not go past the brain barrier. You're fucking ignorant on that. You're fighting the apex fucking predator, nigga. Which is now taking over other people's brains and making it to where you can't fucking fight it. Because they're mixing all kind of shit out there to fucking egotistically supposedly do something, or supposedly help, but in the manner in which they're doing it, is it helping humans or is it helping it overtake humans? You understand? Because you're still fighting something that, again, goes past your blood-brain barrier and goes into fucking your semen and shit. How the fuck do you fight that in the context of thinking it is non-alive and not gonna fucking adapt to whatever you're putting the pressure as, and not see, oh, we're doing this vaccine trial over here, and fucking all of a sudden now we got this variant that fucking negates the vaccine trial that we've been doing in all these different places, and it keeps fucking occurring as such. I mean, come on, man. I mean, it's only fucking, come on.
So they're saying they're gonna combine two of the antibodies to make it to where supposedly neutralizes any form of mutation.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't know.
No, just speculation until they get it in the real world. And how do you do that if CDC is saying you don't need a booster, and these people are saying, we need to do this. And why we need to do this is here. This is from actual person. The immune system producing it, not us fucking coming up with it. Is the basis of the booster shot. You understand?
Yeah.
And they're saying, no, you don't need a booster shot.
Just keep fabricating blanket. Okay.
But this is made from people whose immune response on a natural level made antibodies that fight the fucking mutations that everyone's freaking out on right now. But we're not going to do that. And you don't need the booster shot. Because you're okay.
Where's Dr. Fauci? Can you Google Dr. Fauci? Can you put fucking Google what the fuck is going on? What? Can you see the week asking about Dr.
Ain't
Fauci?
nothing happened to that motherfucker, dude. He ain't going to shit. He ain't doing nothing but collecting cash. Getting people ready for their gummies, dude. Their Kool-Aid. Their gummies. We got we got your gummies, your chewables coming for you in the next month. That's what he's waiting on. He ain't answering shit. Congress needs to snatch that fool up for all this fucking agendas he's been fucking orchestrated in as being a part of, and by his non-saying stuff, putting himself in those things, and then by the shit that he said and stuff that came to light, really put himself in some interesting spots. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's powers to be. CDC follows NIS, which is run by him, and they're saying you don't need it, and the World Health Organization is saying you need the shit. This motherfucker's still getting infected, but whatever. Who's getting paid what? Who's getting what from what? Like you heard him say in the newscast,
Then people spent this much money already on the research of a fucking thing. They ain't gonna let it go. They gotta push it. Even though CDC is stating and is making it fucking work. If the nation actually needs a booster shot, at least the research ought to be done and already ready instead of having to start from scratch. Right? But what they're not starting from scratch is, but are starting from scratch is, trying to fucking convince the people that you've been saying we need a booster, but the other CDC people are saying no, you don't. How do you fucking start over from that? And get people with a shot in their arm, like what's happening now. You know what I'm saying? There's that whole confusion thing. And echo chamber algorithms are just people for the last several months to year being shown, you don't need this, you don't need this, you don't need this, because the Trump administration saying shit. Yet the folk got 2 shots. And so I was like, well, if you got a second shot on your way out, dude, what's going on? Why is that? You know what I'm saying? And not once did he finally come up and stated, people, please go get a shot. You know what I'm saying? And the only constituents that have not gotten to get a shot is the people that supposedly voted for his ass. So this fucking weirdo Rambo dude with the fucking gun on the flag that they're flying around fucking doing this shit, does he care about you? If homeboy got 2 shots, and he's telling you don't get one. And in no way is trying to get you to go get one. Or tell you fucking it's patriotic for the country to do something that keeps you fucking healthy. Otherwise, they insinuate the opposite. Henceforth, the whole fucking bullshit and politicization of wearing a mask or a piece of cloth or fucking a tissue in your nose. Let alone tell people, hey, the infection point is your fucking, your olfactory nerve. Henceforth, why people were losing their fucking sense of smell and taste and shit. And now the study of how those two things are linked together and shit and how the brain fucking works. I mean, shit. And a lot of things, this shit was fucked up, and other things, it opened up a godsend. You know what I'm saying? In correlation and bullshit that they were propagating out, stating that this is how the body works, but then they learned the whole fucking different. So, no, this is not how the body works. Because y'all was fucking testing on dementia patients and Alzheimer's and so forth. Not talking to motherfuckers with true cognition and consciousness that can explain to you, this is what I'm doing. You understand? Otherwise, it's animals. How the fuck are you understand how this shit's gonna transverse over onto something that's, in a sense, conscious, in our conscious form, to speak to you to say, no, I don't like this. I'm not saying the animals aren't conscious or the plants aren't. Just setting a conscious plane that we're conscious enough or adult enough to be able to communicate in our own means. Otherwise, we're not able to, and we see those other things as not as conscious to us by making ourselves lower than that which we state is less than us. Henceforth, why we experiment on them, and why I say, how the fuck is experimenting on something that is not even like us, it's not even human, constitutes stating, okay, we now have the threshold and this won't hurt you. You know what I'm saying? And state that's being human and adult, and not seditious and sick. And it's for the great good betterment of fucking mankind and so forth to do this weird shit every day. Henceforth, why you hear people talk about, I'm so sick of science and other things as such, because what is sick? Abortion and other things as such, and all the shit that goes into there. All this shit is going on. You know, fucking animals are a part of human now. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's all justified in the name of science.
So is lynching and doing all the other shit. Henceforth, why the cure for AIDS and so forth basis comes from fucking a woman going in and not by her own consent having her fucking shit taken from her. Okay? And always falling back on that which they state is subhuman. Because we're tested on it because they see us as not human. Hello? That's why I say during this pandemic, if the healthcare system is supposedly just minorities taking care of other minorities, how the fuck is minorities dying? Other than Willie Lynch indoctrination. As I say that again, you know what I'm saying? Is when you do we gotta choose the care. Well, what's making it to where only those people are fucking living and those supposed other people that look like you in the mirror are all being carried out in the body bag?
if you're the facilitating care person? What's in your head as you do your work? You know what I'm saying? Zombie, zombie, zombie. What's in your head? What's in your head? Zombie, zombie. I'm still almost 2 years into this damn shit. They still talking about that same fucking disparity of minorities dying more than the other. And it's like, okay, well, how is that so still? If this whole fucking riding circus show is equity. If this pony show is fucking equity, well, how the fuck is that still? I'm 2 years into it. Years in the pandemic and it's like such, and you say you're gonna make everybody equal in 4 years of running? Are you gonna run for another term?
Still fighting. You don't see Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez out no more with her whole social movement and talking about environmental racism. You don't see Bernie Sanders no fucking more. You don't see nobody. And it's like, where's everybody at?
What happened? I couldn't be the first man, or whatever he calls himself, or it's called, and sit there and fucking look pretty. If my wife was like yourself, or you were allowed to become a whole fucking house legislation as a fucking nationalized citizen, and you made it to fucking being, you know, the fucking vice president of the United States, and you went up on fucking podium, dude, I'd divorce your ass. You did the shit that she did down there, I was like, whoa, you just fucking showed me a sign that I don't think I can't stay with this, yo. Because what the fuck is about our relationship, right? I fell in love with that drive and everything and so forth, and hoping that gets pushed to the kids, and here you are telling here you are telling your grandparents or your parents not to come here. Or yourself, don't come here. And like, oh my god, you just fucking, oh, wait a minute. You just woke me up, dude. You knocked my glasses off. I'm trying to find my beer goggles, so I want to stop walking around everybody. You understand what I'm saying? Because if somebody can get you to do that, then what else can they get you to do that, in a sense, is you or not you? You understand what I'm saying? Because what part of her persona would be that right there that man would enjoy where she's saying what? When
Where she's the first of the first.
of all that shit that they take 5 minutes to fucking recite out.
The first woman, blue-eyed, brown hair.
Fucking, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I said, what the fuck? Is that even a classification? I'm pretty sure they just made that up.
What you understand what I'm saying?
Let's see.
The first mission is go tell motherfuckers fuck you. Stay there. I'm like, dude, this is fucking wow.
Make sure they hear.
They
if
hear.
you're gonna say in Spanish, fucking say it. I don't care, bitch. Learn it.
I'm gonna give you fucking some speech lessons to get it correct. Fuck, dude. I'm like, wow. You just
Look as mean and cold as you can. I never seen somebody so unhappy with the fuck they doing. She sounds so resentful.
yeah.
Like the world against them. Like she really sounds like she thought it was about something, and she's been just like woken up to something that wasn't what she wanted to be part of. That's how shit starts coming.
I can't wait till we get to like year 2 or 3 into this shit where they stop blaming
shit really
Trump.
shows.
Where they stop blaming the fucking last administration. Come on, dude. We already know them idiots were doing stupid shit. Let's move past the fucking. Well, we should have been here because of the And it's like, come on, man. You already knew what you were dealing with. Hey, let's go with some gains here, bruh. Some gains. Not some disdain. You just fucking make you sound like a broken record. With this, oh, it's because of the last administration. Y'all been in office for this long. You can stop saying that shit now.
I've been fucking, here for fucking 25 years. You had to start at some point.
I've been here for a minute, dude. Stop with that bullshit. Because you had say when the other administration was in, dude. You was a politician then.
But wait, you are the last administration. Right?
Yeah.
It's like when your mom said the people that moved her fucking stole her shit, and it's like, dude, like, I moved you. You know, like, what else do you want to say?
What do I got that you want that I stole?
Yeah,
You can have it back.
whatever it is in the driveway.
I've been asking you to come pick the shit up and trying to stick it in your car. I don't know why I stole it. You told me to fucking take it because you didn't have space in your
And then
apartment.
when it wants to be given back to you, you say we're pieces of shit because we're gonna give you your shit back and we got no room for you. It's like, okay, there's no shit that will fucking please you. Then you tell Ezekiel to throw that shit away, and then if he does, he'll be a piece of shit because of throwing that shit away.
Yeah.
It's like, damn.
We talking, I'm like, hey,
shiny, you
want to look at, hey, you mind if I get the pictures that you told me to throw away to your granddaughter? You didn't throw that away? Why the fuck would I throw this stuff away? Dude, you tripping? Oh, you still got it? Yeah, I still have it. What do you mind if I give it to fucking give it back to me. Okay. No, dude.
Yeah.
You told me to throw it away. It's mine now.
You have no say over it. No más. No más because you let it go already.
Yep, and thought it was gone.
And then, after telling you to throw all the fucking pictures away and shit that you didn't give a fuck about, that she didn't give a fuck on, then she just sent months on, 6 months later, like fucking, cylindrical or like cyclical, she starts again with the fucking story of go to Uncle Clarence and get another fucking pile of pictures. And it's like, you ain't doing shit with the pictures you got already, why you be sending more fucking pictures? I just don't understand the fucking, the starting a conversation on holding value of shit, you know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, can you just say hi, how you doing, and fucking talk about something else instead of like keep wanting to talk about shit that it's out of the fucking radius of existence of what has to do with your reality.
Unless it deals with what you were talking about earlier with the kids. Which my disdainment is, what is the point of getting those pictures? Because everyone is dead by the time, pretty much right now. By the time I get to show the babies some pictures or whatnot, what's the relevance of showing it to them? That's what I see in my head, mind chatter. Because it's the story of something that no one's ever wanted to listen to, which is my life, my interpretation of it, because it's pictures of me. You understand? Not pictures of the family. It's pictures of me. That's what's getting thrown away. You understand? The stuff that you ask about when I say go ask a friend if you wish to. There's people over here that got pictures of me when I was little. Otherwise, my mom's throwing away stuff that you have access to that your mom's bringing for you. Pictures of when you were little. Pictures of you smiling or whatnot. Pictures of happy time in the family.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Pictures that part of life that Michaela says was not part of her life. It was just her and her mother. What do I care to say that shit for? Have a discussion with somebody that is going to look at me like their stepmom and say, you're just chastising me. What is this? What is the point of it? That's why I say I don't have any energetic. It's been taken away. caused in the house. If they're having, in a sense, balance in their home, even that type of information, like what's going on with you, maybe. Why would I cause disruption like what happened in Messina's house, where mom and dad come on a beautiful visit and it causes she and your brother to have to spend time away from each other? Not saying that it caused them, but because of their conversation with each other, because of your parents coming in, people regressing in time in their mind, in their conversation and how they reacted with each other. You understand? Think of that instant and place it on Michaela's household. Understand what I'm saying to you? If sending Caleb a text of pictures that I have of what you were just speaking on, that box of pictures that are from my mother's house, giving to her, and her context to me of always speaking with me is that it's always just been me and mom.
Mm-hmm.
Or what happens in their house.
I don't know what happened in their house.
The same shit that would be going on in our house and the same thing that happened to Messina and your brothers. The same thing as mom flying around and fucking dropping off notes that takes the person back in time. That they either disassociated with or still remember. But every place that one of those memoretics went to, it caused a fucking argument in the household, did it not?
But that argument was a conversation, and still it's an exchange that it might be needed to talk.
Of a conversation of what? Just your brother having his parents come over caused a disruption in their household where your sister-in-law had to go stay with her mom. And then go through what she went through with her mother, where she come home and had to fucking and spoke with you on it. You understand? The same thing would happen in the sense of Michaela's household, where okay, they have a fitna happens, and her only option, because you don't speak with her, is going to Erica's house. And every time they've gone, or we've had a discussion from Andrew to this gentleman that she's with, Caleb, our grandson's fucking father, the information that comes from that other side is always, well, take the truck, man. It's your shit. And for me, is don't take the truck, man. Get the keys and so forth and work with your family. That's your family. What the fuck is, why is this person telling me this? But you can listen to them. If you listen to them, this is going to happen. And when they listened to them and went that way, what happened? And that stemmed from us stepping in those kids' lives, Andrew and Michaela's, and giving them information. Like what happened with your mom and so forth. Well, I'm saying the similarity of it. The only difference is never mind.
No, please.
Please what?
Elaborate. You want to finish?
Finish what? Finish what? You don't want to finish? You can keep talking. So that's what I'm saying. You don't want to finish? Continue the conversation or talk if you'd like, honey. Henceforth, me stopping recording and putting music on. So what don't I want to finish? Meaning like you still wanted to talk about something. Or the topic that we were just speaking on.
You had my attention.
So if I have your attention, then keep fucking talking on whatever had your attention, right?
Otherwise, I'm reading for you. You're done. Henceforth, me stopping the stuff. But you're verbalizing to me some bullshit. So I'm saying to you, I'm reading from you. That is bullshit. So I'm stopping the thing and playing some music. Because you're done talking on whatever supposedly interested you. Because if you're interested by it, you'd continue the topic sentence after me speaking on something instead of just asking me, are you done? I'm just sitting here waiting to see if you would continue something instead of just doing the normal repertoire that you're doing and thinking that I'm done speaking on something again. I'm just waiting to see if you sit intrigued by it. If you're intrigued by it, then one would continue on the topic. Not ask somebody. Okay, well then speak on the point that I am making. If I haven't finished making the point, you're not in my head. What point did I make out to you? There, that'd continue the topic that intrigued you. That you're stating that I didn't finish the point. So finish the point, honey. What point? What point did I put out there that had you intrigued that I didn't finish?
With Michaela, how what it would do, similar to, and I said, I believe that it's different scenario. You're saying that it's not. So you're illustrating to me, what would it do? I believe that on my end, that maybe not through text message or whatnot, but sitting down and sharing and stories behind it or whatnot, it could be a very constructive thing for her consciousness, hopefully for her.
Who said anything about texting? I was stating like yourself. You touched and held your note. Your brother touched and held his note. Everybody touched and held their shit. Who's getting stuff texted to them? Nobody. Henceforth, the argument with my mom of, why would my mom argue with me of me saying, hey, I'm going to text the pictures that are in the box to Michaela, your granddaughter? What the fuck? Who's texting the stuff? What are you talking about? That's what I said. What point are you seeing from me that I supposedly made to you that you said you were intrigued by? Because I'm intrigued now that you said my point was that I'm texting something physical that I wish the person to hold like your mom did to you, and stating the fucking similarity is somebody's holding something. The only difference they don't have me. They're antagonizing them, asking them why they're acting fucking in a different manner than what they normally would be. And saying because if you look in construct of households outside of your house that you have someone pointing this out to you, and you ask the question of after you just got one of these notes and so forth back from when you were a little kid and you touched some shit, how'd your household go? Oh, you just got fucking 95 out of 100. All of them got fucked up, even ours. In the context of somebody trying to point out to you, you're acting motherfucking different since you touched that goddamn fucking shit your mom handed to you. So here, let me talk to somebody that's fucking 14,000 miles away. Interpret for me, babe. Thank you. How'd your mom give the fucking shit to your brother? And hey, Messina, how'd your husband react and fucking be out? Samina, how was your relationship with your husband after that? Oh, you had to go away. Interesting. Huh. Okay. I don't want that in our daughter's house. What keeps coming out of my mind that you can't fucking understand. Because I don't have the energy, because I'm perceived in a certain way towards by people. I don't have the energy to break through that. I don't have the energy to do it. I don't have the energy to break through that. For those that are fucking share the blood of mine, as you've noticed. But anything you say, which is the same shit as what I said, motherfucker got a garden, they got a ninja, they got all this stuff going, and doing exactly what fucking mom says. And apply it in their life. And when you ask them a question, if they're actually doing it, they actually tell you a fucking answer. Constructively. Instead of just fucking, like what I get. Or nothing. So yeah, if I dump some pictures off, and you seen what happened in their household after she just got to see some pictures, and tell her, man, I ain't seen them. Ever. How the fuck you not seen them? You're in the fucking picture. Hello? Hi, Maria. How do you not fucking remember this? You're in the picture. Where the fuck is your head at? How come you can't picture your dad being sensual to your mother? Not in a sexual way, but fucking just being attentive. Michaela, here's the picture of your mom and dad at the time. What year she got with Monkey? How old are you in this picture, stupid ass? Is this been you and your mother? Does it look like me and your mom are separated or we're actually next to each other? Look at the body language, kid. Look at the body language, stepmom.
I think that because she now became a parent, she would has her.
What, maybe try to formulate like I'm saying to you when you talk to your parent to actually fucking be a parent and not put yourself as a child still in relation? So I'll take the silence as you're done, and I'll push pause and go back to what I was listening to. But do you comprehend what I'm stating? And why it's a tricky thing? Would you want that in our daughter's house? Be it that you just divulged to me, if you speak on Michaela, he don't communicate with you. If you talk about anything else than Michaela, he fucking responds like that. So that's a pattern in your observation. So my observation from that information you gave to me, I'm stating what's coming the fuck out of my mouth. Besides dealing with my wife and hearing what happened to my brother-in-law's household after someone giving a picture and a simple note that was drawn when someone was a child. You understand? Unless someone wishes to help, like we have recorded with talking with sister and brother and keeping up and keeping up with the information that was spoke upon in that conversation, honey. You understand? And the ripples from such as keep being commented on and talked about since the vacation, this last one of mom and dad coming here. You understand? One keeps up with that and so forth, and then a cord and does it and so forth. Yeah, there's the box scent. There's no worry of the deterioration of somebody having to go to someone else's house, and what is said in that household is poured into the other head as someone else is trying to get whatever they perceive as fucking, oh my god, I can't keep this in my, you understand? And you have to ask yourself, when that happened with sister, who trailed along with her but Martino and her daughter, not Vicente? You understand? Or you did not comprehend that or picked up on it when she stated, me, my daughter, and Martino went to my mom's house. Vicente didn't go. It doesn't matter. Vicente is not her child, therefore, again, Vicente's not going to go with Samina when mom and dad have an issue. That is your brother's son. And that all stemmed from just your mom and dad coming over and mom handing a note. She illustrated such. And forth the follow-up questions and so forth of, hey, can you scan Martino? Because after mom and dad came to our house, where did we go to? Mom and dad's house. And what's going on with the grandbaby? Because now this time, instead of this interaction where we take off to someone else's house because shit is going to become uncomfortable in the house, we're all happy, right? And now the baby's coming back into that environment, and what did you scan and see? It's, again, so on and so forth. Or we can play childish games and not see the simple thing of, yeah, honey, the cats would like some water. It's fucking so obvious. Things sent to here for you to have empathy and see outside of yourself is saying, I want some water. Can you read his body language?
So what's going on with Mason?
And the first time, I don't know. I'm not in contact.
On Mason's head with all of the environment. No, but as we're talking about.
Not in contact. Other than contact. Henceforth, me trying to talk with you and say, what do you think on the virtual side of the chirality of the fractal and the family is going on? Henceforth, I'm trying to get you fucking engaged. Because if what is going on in our household mimics on your side, it also mimics the same on my side. But in what aspect? In what aspect?
Yeah, it was also odd because I talked to Caleb.
I have this ultrasound picture if you'd like to do what you said you were going to do once back. Had it for a month or so now. And see if the same issue is going on as with Mason. And then scanning Mason. Seeing what's going on. Family first always, but someone's always doing other shit. Or somebody sounds frustrated when they talk to me about certain things. But I do what I do for my side of the family, which is your family. I'm not able to get access to mine. But anyhow. In time, inshallah. So, you need to read the Blue Book, honey. The Manifest Destiny. I understand the mentality of these folks and why they're doing what they're doing and what's going on in Haiti and then so on and so forth. You need to read it. Previous president called the place a shithole country. This one in office with the Clinton administration in presidency stating why did the Clinton administration getting $1 billion donated to them to supposedly help Haiti built less than fucking 100 houses with $1 billion, right? Yeah. And extorted the people for sex and other things as such.
coming to light. You understand? Yet, our president ran and told the people of Haiti and so forth he'd help them, those that were stuck here and other things with TPP and everything, they'd help them, right? Why you tell somebody that if in the back of your head you thinking something else? When I state that, I'm gonna play this for you so you can hear. And ask yourself, how did this dude get voted in if this information is out there? And again, if uneducated people fall in the trap, right? Because who voted him in office? Supposedly they out there and pushing this Black Lives Matter bullshit. You understand? And ask yourself, how is people from Haiti being stationed at fucking Guantanamo Bay that are sick? You understand? And why? Ain't nobody else getting stuck there. With supposed terrorists and so forth and people from there. Underneath this administration. Who states this information right here? I'm like, whoa, dude. Interesting. During the time of writing the 3 strikes law and the motherfucking tax shit. And credit and motherfucking loan sharking from fucking schools and fucking the predator fucking paycheck lending shit. That them fools are wrapped in. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll shut up and play this for you so you can hear it. And I'm like, wow, dude. Just wow. Just fucking wow. As he ended that and they cut away from, after stating that even if it rose 300 feet, it would not matter to our interests. I said, read the Manifest Destiny book, man. They trip you out what their ideology is for Haiti and so forth, and Costa Rica, and all the colonial possessions that they wish to reappropriate in South America and Mexico. On down. Why their plans and stuff since it was written has just been literally along the guidelines, along with Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all been racially orientated because of this slave revolt. So you should be mindful of what's going to happen in your country, because how did your country get free? Through Haiti freeing itself. And now the fucking country just had a presidential change, so in reflection of such, what's going to happen in Argentina? If you look, you'll see that it was mercenaries and there's Americans involved. In American news and so forth, they're going to tell you that it was fucking Haitians and Colombians, national. You know what I'm saying? That broke into afterwards, after killing the president of the country, broke into the Taiwanese fucking embassy. To do what? What are you gonna do to the embassy? You just assassinated the president of the country, and you're going into the Taiwanese embassy. To do what? That right there, information from American news. I'm like, what the fuck? Now it makes me wish to look into other than what I said before getting and ascertaining this information, that what I see perceive happening. But yet, the news making me feel like I'm stupid or saying something that's not right. So I'm gonna look into it. But yet, to me, their story just don't make no sense to me. And how can you assassinate the president and then you go and you break into the Taiwanese fucking consort's embassy? What are you gonna get from that? It's like the January 6th riot. You just broke through the stuff, you got past the gates, and then fucked off the guards and everything. Now you're in the hall. What are you gonna do? Oh, you're all gonna march in between the red barrier lines and fucking follow directions when all the people outside that were pepper spraying you and fucking telling you not to enter, and the gunshot that happened of someone entering something that you're not supposed to go into, you're following direction. Is that a mob? Yeah. Oh, what's going on right there?
Because they weren't thinking on their own.
What's going on right there? All of a sudden we're like, ah, it's fucking pandemonium. But hey, hold on a minute. We gotta stay within the red ropes. And go through the fucking thing. You understand? Because if you would have went to the movie with me and Leland, frying on mushrooms, laughing our fucking ass off on the other side of the motherfucking UBC drama thing, watching Blazing Saddles, there was a fucking moment in that movie where you would have went, what the fuck, and why it's in the movie. Because they literally slow up the posse that's after them to attack them by putting up a fucking toll booth, honey. In the desert. Hello? Why the fuck are you stopping at the toll booth to pay it? In this fucking open space. And trying to find change to put the shit in there. But they all fucking do it. Okay? You understand? Well, that's it. You should have went with us, honey. Because we recorded it and seen who laughed and who didn't. And it's a fucking movie where you're supposed to laugh and have fun. And you got whoopee cushions and kazoos and all that shit you're supposed to be involved in. But God forbid. 2 black people actually came in and fucking were laughing. They're laughing at everything. Not just supposed parts. And both parts that are supposedly racist is hilarious as fuck. It's a funny movie. But, oh, silence. So this is me leaning, cracking up on the side. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's just so. How the fuck? And you look at the dudes and you're like, okay, these guys, these fucking people you're saying carried that shit out? Really? And then broke into an embassy? Which is more, in a sense, supposed to be as guarded as the president, if not more? Because it's somebody else's shit, and it's part of their country, and they can protect it and put whatever they want on it. You understand? Because it's their country. So who knows how much fucking, you know what I'm saying? It's like the shit in Iraq and so forth, when the motherfuckers fucking showing that shit, and showed the dude in the thing, and we were watching it, and I'm like, Mary, you've seen an embassy like I have. How do you supposed to get in close to an American embassy that's $1 billion motherfucking dollars? That's one of our most expensive shits out there. How do you supposed to set the wall on fire? How the fuck is these guys to do that? Because fucking, it's not like there's nobody in that son bitch. That's an American thing, and fucking, they got Marines in there, and why aren't there? I'm not even seeing flashbang or hearing some shit say get away over the L.E.N.R fucking system and so forth. I mean, come on. All of a sudden you say, dude's there, and whack! And fucking drone strike. Smack Sully, man. Another nigga. Yeah, so. I'm like, you guys killed the president and then went and attacked the Taiwanese embassy. What is Taiwan doing to you guys that you had to try to get their attention? To Haiti, right? I'm confused on that one. Like, super duper. Like, wow. That's some shit. It's like, okay, we assassinated the president, and let's go do what now? No, I'm good, dude. I done enough. Y'all go ahead and carry that one out, because I don't see any fact in that. We did what we did to try to change the fucking political fucking so on and so forth discourse that we have a disapproval with in our country. What the fuck is attacking the embassy, which does nothing but fucking maybe cause war on us from another country, is attacking one people. You know what I'm saying? Besides, do you know what's all in there? I mean, we know what's at the president shit, but what do they got? You know what I'm saying? Because again, it's their country. even though it's in Haiti. What is it being I'm gonna have to look up their news, because what is it being broadcast is, the Haitian president, peace be upon him, being assassinated, but headline news in that country should be our embassies being attacked, and the Haitian government. Like, is this an act of war or whatnot? You know what I'm saying? What's the retribution of such from that government to those who overthrew that government? You know what I'm saying? Because in a sense, that's an international incident between two different countries, illustrated by whoever paid for the bullet that, as they were stating, assassinated that president, but yet also orchestrated an attack on a secondary presidential government in a warlike manner. Things like that can be contributed as fucking, like, see. Excuse me, because of the fashion in which it was done. Henceforth, the government there stating we're under siege. But yet the political democratic people voted for one prime minister that's supposed to be now president is being subjugated by the one that stated I'm going to run for office, and they voted the other person in office. Dude said, I'm staying in power, we back that guy, and the people state no, and he picked up someone to take his spot in case something like this shit happened. And that shit happened, and now we're stating that dude's in power rightfully. So again, we're back to the Venezuela shit again, where it's like the people voted for Moderno, and we want another guy in. Because we stating it wasn't democratic, but again, the people voted for democratically in the election. They're stating that's who we voted for. But we're saying it wasn't done that, and we vote for this guy. How do you get democracy from that? That's what I say. It's just like fucking the Keys program people, and the people brainwashing that, saying we're gonna bring peace on the world by making fucking horrific weapons, and state that it's for a peaceful manner by making people negate nuclear bombs and so forth by fucking whacking with this and making it to where everyone can whack each other with this shit. So somehow we're gonna get peace around the world from that. And we haven't evolved enough to get away from childlike fuckingness as such. In a state we're adults. Coming from a man that fucking left his wife and so forth, and cheated in a time where I stated, whoa, dude, he didn't work on his stuff, so I bet I know what he's gonna do. Astaghfirullah, in a sense, I am glad what happened with myself and my ex and so forth, that happened then when I was younger and not now. In a sense of nastiness of, portraying that in the shop and other things in the future. You understand? As that person has done because of, in a sense, his ego mind looking at a place of power. And being placed in a vulnerable spot, in a sense, with persons, and instead of seeing them in a sense childlike and child to yourself. But, let me see what I can do. And go the church way in Boy Scouts. You understand? Like I was saying to all the clients that came to us and going, man, if y'all working with that stuff that this motherfucker talking about, dude, you shouldn't have no chakra issues. This dude should be not even talking about and doing the shit that he's saying. You know what I'm saying? Unless he's trying to fit a character, but I'm not reading that from him. That's his actual facade. You ain't gotta try to figure out, is this dude being real or not? What he's feeding to you. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's him. So when a motherfucker tells you fucking I sacrifice you, you better wake up. I sacrifice you, and you're gonna do it for me. And your kids. And it's like, yeah, no. You don't fucking wake people up. Hold on. You know? Let me see if there's anybody else out there that's fucking acknowledged what this fool's saying. Oh yeah, there is. Hey y'all, what happened with y'all? Oh shit. Here comes the fucking goon squad. I mean, somebody glorifying and infecting somebody's mom with this bullshit? Dude, that should fucking wake you up. fuck, dude? In the same sentence or fucking talk where he's telling you if you don't got his blood because he's some fucking weird ass alien. And a blood test taken by a German scientist that if that was so, homie, we would have known about you a long time ago.
They wouldn't have made sure.
Oh my goodness.
Laboratory.
Oh, fuck.
I can't even remember, so just so.
You wouldn't even have the excuse to say, I don't know where the paperwork is at, my nigga. Fuck. People would have made sure we got the paperwork on you. Shit. Oh, I'm just like, dude, come on, people. Fuck. Are you that motherfucking gullible? Yes, they are. Oh my goodness. After telling you fucking you're stupid for believing in whatever higher power you do, and it's him stating he's that higher power, and fucking he has more names and shit for you in space, but can't heal somebody that says, dear friend, in person, who has a simple food allergy and a color dye allergy. Two separate people. And y'all are the space program and shit. And you got the cure for some shit, but you can't get access to it because of fucking. Uh-huh. Yeah. What really gets me is when he starts going on the rants and you're working for fucking Ayatollah of Iran and shit, and we're terrorists. And thank you, stupids. Keep doing the work. And feeding this intellectual property that you buy and sell to us. That we sell back to you. And so, oh my god, these guys are so smart. And you ask them a simple question and they fucking give you the host talk and you're like, what the fuck, dude? Here, let me reframe the question like 6 fucking times. Nope, you're still not touching upon it. So, next person want to ask this guy a question? Because I'm done. Oh, shit. Because I'm like, dude, if you actually have a brain, man, at one point you finally just say, I'm done with this shit because I can't do it. You have to be getting paid money or offered some fucking something to deal with the fucking frustration that you go through dealing with someone with that type of mentality. You know what I'm saying? That guy to move from fucking America, as he stated, and he's now the head of fucking the Nigerian fucking branch of their shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
These people are carving the planet up in sections and sectors. So, get the hydrogen going and get the gas and some water. Oh, that's what I wanted to show you. I'll show you some stuff we can do with some flares and some piccolo peats for next 4th of July. I'll show you how to make some bombs out of water bottles and stuff. And plastic bag and a little bit of water. And some piccolo peats. And flares. It's pretty cool. Thought of a way of modifying them and adding some hydrogen into the air pocket. So they give it a little more. Ooh. So if we wanted to tape some glass or beads or whatnot around it and light it. Shit that I used to do when I was a kid. Get the people off them. Back up, nigga. You run up in your car like that, stupid, I'm gonna fucking fuck you off. So go ahead. Like I said, you seen people that don't talk to me no more. And I'm like, dude, why? And I just started realizing that, damn, I know I don't do that. But I guess I was a tormentor when I was younger. Stuff for one. Preparation for something, I guess, I don't know. They're saying the world's going the way it is, and I'm like, damn, I'm glad I learned it then. So I can just pop it off the top of my head now. I had to try to Google something when Google goes away. You understand? Fucked up thing when they pull the plug and nobody know what to do. They're so used to Googling shit and YouTubing. You better get the motherfucking calluses on your brain now.
or start USBing the stuff that you wish to learn or propagate to somebody else. If right now everything is all visual and tablet-wise, in a couple of generations, the grandkids ain't gonna understand. You hold the hammer like this. You're gonna smash your hand. You're gonna smash your hand. Oh, you smashed it. No, I'm not gonna do it for you. You can keep smashing your hand until you figure out how not to smash your hand and you get to nailing it better. You know what I'm saying? To give you a false sense of answer or security to yourself, a misinformation, because you're asking about bulk, not consciousness. Comprehending what your sentence that you stated. You understand? There's a difference, and we've spoken on those things. And it's also in Abrahamic faith. Those that pay attention to it, that understand your male and female and have your soul. So if you're asking something outside of that, which is just the bulk, when is that going to die? Is that going to give you an answer of what you're looking to? I would say absolute, or just in a sense of bulk and not consciousness, which actually drives to lineage and lives before.
No, it doesn't absolute die, but it's a renewal, like one with a cycle
But shows you,
restart, or where.
but shows you the driving energetics of something in a sense, but would not give you a definitive in a sense of when that would go. Be it that energy is not destroyed, how can you, in context, see the death of something? If the apple that falls from the tree grows back into a tree, right? But yet, in which form is it in death and which form is it in life? If it's in both states at the same time, henceforth the tree that you're sitting underneath that has its leaves that are nourishing back into itself. In what state of which is in what? You know what I'm saying? Like the Mark Twain writings or 2067. People not picking up. Dude's looking at him, his past self. Again, henceforth. Power cell at 2%. Well, if this thing's powered by a nuclear power cell, well, fuck, how the fuck is there's only 2% of this motherfucker? How long has that skeleton been there? Oh, obviously they've been there long enough that the tree grew next to him and fucking put the fucking debris on him. Because he had to fucking dig it out from underneath. Which shows that, hey, it didn't pop up like when I was sitting here where I would be on top of the debris. I understand you collect rocks and shit. How do we have to find stuff? How do people look at stuff? How do you look at time difference? Colloidal buildup, right? You understand? If we wish to call it sedimentary buildup, but it's still colloidal buildup. Henceforth, core samples, and so forth. Digging out a rock side of a rock face and shaving it flat and going, okay, this many years have passed and this many feet that I go. And estimating and figuring that out. You understand? Like the floodplain of Marysville. Every 15 feet is 100 years. You understand? Different for up here because we're not in the delta. You understand? That's why anything in Marysville, city limits, you go past 15 feet, you gotta get, oh, beautiful Dowser brother, Robert. And other archaeologists and so forth, people precept to see if you're disturbing anything. You understand? Because everything has been built on top of itself. as shit keeps flooding over. I did that experiment like I showed you when I went to Moonstone Beach and I pulled out that jar that I put in 2 different creeks that I'd set there when I was a kid back in the 90s. The stuff that was found in 2013 that they're just now kind of illustrating out to the public that was found a couple hours from where we're at, where they took those core samples 1.5 miles apart to see if it was just a rudimentary, like, fluke that they found the pottery that they did at the depth that they did. And at the depth that they did, because of the Sacramento Valley being a delta and so forth, they extrapolated that it was 250,000 years old to the civilization that they'd found. And it was vast. They're still trickling stuff out to the public, but yet not really speaking on it, because it fucking changes everything. Because who the fuck was living here 250,000 years ago and making pottery? If they're stating 30,000 fucking years ago is when we fucking supposedly was still dragging our knuckles on the ground and all that retarded shit that they talk about from fucking the flood. So who the fuck built that shit down there? Hello? Like this shit in your country. Like the stuff we were talking about yesterday, where, again, the fuego fucking smacked, and here in Western culture, they teach me that it was supposed to be just dinosaurs, but you get to read in Spanish that no, it wasn't dinosaurs. At that time, there was fucking people, and some of the people seen it as a fucking ending, and some people seen it as a beginning. Like up here, being with my ex, and them saying Azteca shit is this in down South America, but why the fuck is there stuff in our national parks back east that are close to the public? Unless you know somebody, or come across some fluke shit that I haven't fucking hidden away on the internet, you come up with the information and go, what the fuck? Or run across somebody that's Apache or Hopi descent and so forth and talk with them about language if you're from the Iroquois and ask them, how the fuck does your language have monkey in it? And my language has elephant in it. But yet we call it butterfly. When there was mammoths on this continent. You understand? But now we state it's butterfly, but yet it means elephant. But again, there was mammoths on this continent, and mammoths in Marysville and so forth. And shit in California, it's at Liberated Tarpus. And if in your culture, in your country, there's fucking terracottas of people working with mammoths and elephants, but there's no elephants now on that continent. Where the fuck did they come with the information to extrude that in their mind to fucking make it? You understand what I'm saying? Fingerprints of the god and all that kind of stuff. Because I'm tripped out. Where'd all the obsidian and shit come from to make this red dirt that we're standing on? It's not dirt, it's glass. I'll leave you alone, I'm sorry. I know you're listening to my ponders. I was just wondering if you had any ponders too to throw at it with it. I'm sorry. I see with your stuff that you don't want to hear it no more. Neither do I. How come I ain't hearing about this on any American news? Interesting. Let's see what YouTube's done now. Am I less than 100 or over 100 views? Oh, we're at 175 views. Yesterday we were at 188.
What's gonna happen when you get to 0?
I'm like, wow. If we were sick with it, dude. Is there even going to be a country? Or is it just other? This India. This India. No America, huh? That's a trip. Watering the girls. Moving some of the solar panel around. Pressure wash the ideal. Fill up some more water. And do a small hydro plant and so forth. Some things on the side. Get it worked out. Measure the plants today. Look like they're going good with the plasmatized and hydrated water. Couple more. Let me guess some magnetically structured in my water too. Doing better. That's 1 week of growth. Measure them and see the definitive. I can definitely by eyesight see a big difference. Talk bear. I'm stoned as. Took too much out of the front. So I gotta transfer a little bit on back to the front so I can tilt it, connect it, and pressure wash. And pull these forward, articulate them that way, and just for winter times. Talk bear. Solar energy. And hydroplane energy. Okay. Gotta flip back over. Hook the car to it, and go pressure wash and refill the tank. With the green energy. With the green energy. All transferred with one panel. Supposedly only 5.7 amps, but the transfer pump takes 9.5, so how? You know what I'm saying? Do we empty this one and then transfer that over to where I can put my skinny ass on the end of it and do leverage? Bella caught me while she was talking to her sister, mom, and dad, Skyping. I was on the end of this thing digging. Having fun. Like I said, be childlike. Otherwise, it's like, oh, it's work. But be adult with it. But be child. Get loose. So, shower water. Fill your, get what you need out these tanks should be taking it that way. Okay. So we're not filling up and then coming back and filling this up. It's pointless. Girls are looking good. I'm moving the panels up more to allocate for wintertime. Everybody look happy?
Yeah. She looks like from a magazine. like a magazine from the 60s or something like that, my mom said. And yeah, my sister was laughing. She's like, that's so nice. Like, she really liked just the bathtub and the woods. So now my sister's gonna tell my mom she's gonna pimp her because so my mom, if my mom gets that house or any house, my sister wanna do good. So my sister wanna get 2 domes or 3 domes. She be the one that buys them and rent it through my mom and glamping on my mom's land. And you know where they put glamping? In the Salinas, in the lithium fucking mines.
in Argentina. My mom is like, that is not even private land. And they put glamping there. It's technically national patrimony. Those people are getting like licenses. Yeah, getting licensed and capitalizing on it, creating revenue, because that's a touristy area. People would just go for the day though, because it's a desolate. From where my brother's at, it's maybe like an hour drive to the Salinas, and there was like bus trips that take you, but then you gotta come back. And so now they made it to where you can spend the night in the Salinas, which is like this incredibly desolated desert of salt, you know. And it's a mirror. It's like a mirror place. I don't know if you've been to Salinas, but the salt obviously.
See, it's like driving through to Utah and so forth.
Yeah,
in
it
Salt Lake
creates that
City.
mirror, and there's like that infinity sort of like feeling. And yeah, my mom said they're doing glamping. She was like, you won't believe it. They're doing glamping there. Domes and fucking rent it out. Those same domes, glamping. Because my sister was like, I don't see the dome up. I was like,
Yeah,
whoa.
come over here and put it in.
Yeah. I was like, no, we've been talking about it.
Otherwise, it's process and priorities, which is, yeah, where you throw it up at. You got to cut the trees down. You got to process the trees, and you got to do the dirt, and you got to fucking level shit and everything else. The shit doesn't go up like a Lego fucking set.
Oh, it doesn't.
I mean, it does, but it doesn't.
Doesn't it go by doesn't it go up like the 5-minute video demo that they sent you on how easy it is to build up? In the perfect scenario that you go two motherfuckers that know how to read Chinese and know how to put that shit together, because I'm sorry, but Ruby sent me the instructions and I'm looking at it like, what the fuck?
Simple.
Why would you write this shit in Chinese anyway?
It's simple.
No, it is.
It's a fucking connector set. The record set is simple. You just make sure you don't have too many fucking bolts and shit at the end. You take it apart and restart.
Once you've done one, it'll be ways. Oh, my sister made a fucking really good observation for the records. She said, Maria, you realize your first building just withstand a fucking earthquake? And I said, yeah, bitch. That's what I'm talking about. Did
Which
you
one?
hear that?
Your bathhouse?
Well, like official building.
The bathhouse.
Our house. I was like, that's what I'm talking about. Did you hear that? I was like, did you hear that? That's my building. That's a great observation. I was like, yeah, dude. And she was laughing. She's
But
like,
it's anchor bolted to the trees by me. Why it's standing. That's what I was saying. The bathhouse.
Well, we
house?
survived an earthquake. That's what matters. We just fucking did it. That's
No,
for
I'm
the
not trying to
records.
take away from it.
Then
I'm
when
just...
we are when we're in our 50s and 60s, we'll be telling the kids it was 2021 and we were sitting here. You know?
Yeah.
We had a very pronounced earthquake. For our records.
Yeah. It shifted the fucking 2,500 gallon tank. And also shifted your bolts, but again, it wasn't made like the Mint, so part of it moved and the other part didn't. It looks like a fading cord, in a sense, if you wish to say. But what's holding it there is the anchor bolts through the center and so forth tied to the tree. So that moves and sways with the hurricane fucking things that I stuck on there in your joints.
As one.
Otherwise,
That one's of resistance and
your shit would have fell back during the winter time when the snow was on. That's why I put that up there so we wouldn't die in our sleep from the snow. Your building's cocked sideways. And it's like a V8. If you remember the old V8 commercials, I know you ain't from America, but the old V8 commercials when I was a kid, when you used to have people leaning to the side. Like Michael Jackson's lean. They lean like that. And that was the thing. Have you had your V8 today? With the lean like what you got, with it not strapped to the tree, earthquake or no earthquake, that's just going over. Besides the wind blowing it, because you got a face on it that the wind blows through here. So
Yeah, it's
again,
almost like the opposite of
would I
the.
explain to you what you needed to do, which you'd never done? I did it for you, otherwise your structure would not be standing. And so I was saying your bathhouse, that I keep highly recommending that you do something for so it survives wintertime, otherwise it's a waste of your time. What you took offense to. When you said, I'm wasting my time, I said, yes, you're wasting your time. If you built this just for fucking summertime, which you did. The thickness of the wood and other things as such, and the non-reinforcement that I was explaining to you, you should do. Because again, it snows here. And the big structure almost collapsed because of the weight of the snow. And you keep adding more surface space to your roof, which means more weight on your shower house that have one bias as its structural integrity fucking, you know, as its column support, honey.
I get it.
You don't get it because you went to the store and bought more of that shit, and I'm saying to you not to do that, to go get thicker wood. And you still keep going and getting fucking the thin shit. Henceforth me telling you, well, if you're gonna do that, use hand tool or the screw gun bracketed on 8 or 14 so that you don't split your wood as you keep doing, because you're using a rotor hammer gun, which is used for, anyhow. But you like that, and stripping the screws out, which, how are you stripping the screw and getting the sounds that you're doing in something that you can break with your pinky? This is barely fucking harder than balsa wood. You know something? Henceforth me stating to you, again, for the fucking umpteenth time, I highly recommend you do something, otherwise your shit's gonna break, because your confidence of getting your sticker on the wall from the family not understanding something and saying to you, please, your shit only lasted, and we're still living in it because I put some things in there to make it do so, because you do not, like the police department, when they get recommendations of doing something, the community fucking looks at them like, oh yeah, they're really gonna do something because it's a fucking recommendation, instead of someone actually going and taking the hammer and screw and so forth and going, no, motherfuckers, so I'm saying to you, do it like this, otherwise we're gonna fucking die. Right? Or your shit's gonna break. And be it that you're using it the way that it is and the material that it is, it's only conducive to the structure you're building. So instead of wasting the shit, make it where it's not get wasted. Because if it breaks or bends, you gotta buy new stuff of it, right? Therefore it's destroyed. There ain't no putting that shit back together because how thin it is. Unless you get those plates, but you gotta do that with hand screws, and for some reason you don't wish to do that. So as you notice, your shit keeps splitting. And getting nails that are longer and screws that are longer than it. And or using nails or screws on something when for 3 months you've had a nail gun. Well, I had to go get it so you could put that shit together, not do such. I go get the nail gun and fucking go, what are you doing? Shit, you had to have that built in an hour. Not in the time that it took you. Literally. Structurally built in an hour, and then took the other time he wished you to figure out how to do the fucking plumbing and all the other stuff that you were doing. But still, though, I highly suggest you fasten to those trees and so forth, and like I explained, if you would have looked up, you would have seen part of your corner, which I can't take out, and now you've incorporated more with your bathtub on the side, which, again, that was supposed to be a way for us to fucking drive in and out and do stuff.
I just took it out of here.
You've
That's it.
appropriated such.
It's not the same. It's
So,
not laptop. It's just there
I
as a
can't
hidden
remove the
place.
tree as you see that snap that's next to the other one because you've used it in your structural support and it's a dead tree. Another reason why I'm telling you to please reinforce your stuff, because if that tree snaps and falls onto the building and the big building, you know what I'm saying? It will destroy your stuff because you have it part of it as your structure. So the main weight of it when it snaps, if it does, is going to be right on your roof right there. You understand? Not trying to chastise you, just saying, just be mindful, open your eyes, look at stuff. If we talk about something like adults, then why is there a structure right there if I'm supposed to cut all that shit out the fuck out the way so that cars, trailer, and the backhoe can drive through it? But you wish to have that right there, so it's cool. I'm just gonna be right there, and you spent the time doing it. I just asked, make it so it lasts over the winter time. Otherwise, what was the point of doing it? Other than to gain some experience to build something? I'll take that, but you don't give me that as an answer. I just get, why the fuck are you fucking with me still jabbing? Well, because I'd like to know what's going on, because we still keep running into this issue. So yes, it's beautiful. That's cool. I don't mean to rain on your party, but yeah, we need to pull that sticker off your fucking weekly thing in preschool. And no, you didn't do the work correctly. So your statements in English that your structure that you built survived, no, it's not a structure you built on your own. If you put all those things to implement that I suggested to you, or shouldn't have to suggest, because the way you lived and the people that you know, it should have came out as such. Especially all the fucking traveling you've done, looked in houses and prestige fucking dwellings that I keep getting sent pictures and stuff to look at. I'm like, how do you not absorb this shit? How many of your friends you got are fucking actually accredited fucking run their own offices and so forth and firms for what your husband went to high school for? But that's their life job, nigga, and their families. What the fuck were you paying attention to when they were talking with you and doing the work, right? Because that's what I say to you. I'm doing the work that they were doing in front of you and going, what the hell why can't I get another response when I ask you? Because you had to communicate with them, and they've had to give their ideas of what they're thinking on something, right? Especially during you guys doing your thesis together. This is the fucking same. You're doing tensile strength for fucking metals and concrete, and you're doing tensile strength for fucking thread and fabric. They're the same shit. Same fucking thing. Cross. How much rebar do I need to put in the concrete so it doesn't disintegrate? How many mean factor lines or hemes do I need to put so this shit doesn't fuck up on a person? It's the same shit. You gotta know a person's body weight for the tensile strength of the thread, for how many thread count you wish to have so that the sheet doesn't fuck up, right? I mean, come on. The same shit with pouring concrete and everything else. I ain't never run a backhoe or nothing like that, but shit, all my friends and so forth that I associate with and still communicate with me, what do? They run heavy equipment machinery. Another thing, right? Fuck, some of that had to rub off on me. Even if I wasn't even on the work site with them. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking to you, Gordon. Why am I doing that? And you reaching out to me. I'm telling you about my backhoe. Because when I stayed with you, fuck, what were you doing? And what are you certified in? Why am I issuing this to you? You know what I'm saying? It's like the Port Brother. That man could help you with all information if all else failed with the people you were talking to in America that you've met about how to get the dome and shit. Hey, my brother that is the motherfucking Port Authority of Argentina. Can you give me some pointers on how the fuck I can get my shit and I can get around this motherfucking rubber stamp shit where these niggas is charging me an extra $800 to $900 for nothing? I ain't even give you the information I need to have and when my shit comes on time so I don't get extorted for fucking storage fees and rack on $1,100-$1,200 on some shit that I paid this amount for, and those guys just, waiting for suckers. I don't know if to get them. Can you give me some information? I'm pretty sure you might know how to do so. If you hold the position of office that my wife states that you do, you should, because you have to import, export to America, and to the port that you got your shit from. You know what I'm saying? There's journals from the 1800s from people coming up from Peru, Chile, and fucking Argentina, and exchanging stuff. So I mean, there's history there, dude. So when my wife tells me, my friend sits as one of those people that I went through school, and our schooling is different than yours. We're the same classes from preschool up through fucking to college. Come on, man. You very seldom get that here in America unless fucking everybody leaves with the beavers and stays in one motherfucking community, you know something? Besides everybody being from the same tax bracket. Fucking golf course club and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's more than classmates, that's family. It's the ecosystem that I was trying to get you to open up here. It's like the ecosystem up here in the underworld. They all have their fucking pond that they put their guppies in. You know, the baby fish and the fries. So, you formulate anything to Samina or your brother about Pacente's and teacher about helping him with your adult understanding now and how teaching him English in the manner it does help but doesn't, because you as an adult here being taught the same way as him, you're having issues with trying to fucking actually apply that in the real world, especially as a businesswoman. You know what I'm saying? Be it that the family is going that business route now with the ep culture, it would help him. Might cause conflict between him and dad because dad won't be able to perceive what he's talking about. Like literally, how we have sometimes, unless he puts it in dad's hand and goes, hey, this is what I'm talking about, dude. You know what I'm saying? It will help with that conflict, where there isn't one. Because as he's learning it in the household, even if he doesn't say perceivably concepts it, your brother, at least his seeds are there because he's hearing it like the background in one kid's cartoon, right? You know what I'm saying? The repetition. You know what I'm saying? Like hearing Michaela's Spanish and Eric, her mother's Spanish. And you saying the different word that you said to me for saying that I was a firecracker or a fountain firework that you said to your parents. You did not say the phosphorina or whatever the hell you said to me. Whereby you saying phosphorus and you stating something that is from my native tongue, partially that I do not know of mother tongue from my mom's side, but yet of Latin and so forth and other things, and understanding and writing lyrics and other things. If you're saying phosphorus and understanding military shit, phosphorus is explosive or goes around or like magnesium and so on and so forth, you know what I'm saying? So one would again associate and go, okay, you're saying maybe a virus, but yet you said a different word. I wouldn't have figured out firework if you had said
Fosforito.
you did not say that to mom, dad, and you guys. You said a different thing when you're describing that. That's all I'm stating is if one used the word that you had said to mom and dad and your sister when you were Skyping with them earlier, when you come out when I was jumping.
Fosforito. 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 Fosforito.
Okay. Alright. The only thing that changed was when you were describing that to your parents. I didn't hear that word. The word that you used in the description was such as I was listening to you, I did not comprehend. Henceforth, why I'm commenting on it and stating. When you were saying that you did not use fosforito, you used something else, and I did not understand it. That's why I'm trying to understand what that word was, because I did not understand it, and I wasn't trying to be rude and break your conversation with your mom, your dad, and your sister.
That was the word that I was used.
this friend reached out to have the husband scanned of the wife she scanned a year back, about her breast. It's the work the gentleman does in construction, so forth. You're gonna see. I know, that's why it just come out of my mouth. Be it that it's. Go ahead, keep going. Have a conversation. It's the gentleman that all the shit that you just said, I was already stating, honey. So keep going. But yet, that's what I was stating. If you had heard me and wasn't saying nothing, you would hear that I was actually the first shit that was coming out of my mouth. Before I started recording, during I was recording. So I'm saying, if you like actually digest the conversation, the things that you like to point out that you think are subject and to your ego that you wish to interrupt a person when they're speaking is actually being stated in the opening statement of the thesis. You understand what I'm saying? That's literally what I would say. Is be it that he is. The type of work that he's done. The type of work that I've done. So what do you think he's going to be missing, honey? But I happen to use your feather. Be it this is what I was illustrating, the whole stupid ass reason why I'm recording. So I have on record my statement. And then you scheme.
Mineral deficiencies.
Mineral deficiencies of what? Be specific instead of blatant statements, because I specifically state certain shit. Not just the mineral deficiencies. What minerals would be deficient? Below? Because I illustrate that.
As far as I know from work machinery that he does, I'm not sure if he would, as I have experience with specifically electrician or like somebody that would do concrete work or something with a specific sort of like conduit or material.
What is the fucking what is the machines made out of? What are the machines made out of? So we'll hint back to the concrete work person that I said something before you scanned, and we'll go to the electrician, which work I've done, like the concrete and also the heavy machinery, and had stated this is what the person's going to be missing before you'd scanned. And also gave you the ability to understand the tetanitis and bullshit people were stating that the man had, because those elements were off in his body from the arcade and so forth. And why he was able to hear.
20 minutes around the equipment, so I'm trying to embody myself. What form of imbalance and thought form and vibration.
Again, what is the material made out of? So an instance of you talking about what? A potentiated electrician deals with a bunch of what? Potentiated made copper wire. No, not charge. Copper wire. We're talking about material. Hello? It's like someone fucking with chrome. What happens to their heart chakra because they're fucking with chrome all the time? They have chrome products. What? What am I talking about? What minerals would they be deficient in?
In chrome itself, magnesium, manganese.
In chromium. Because they're fucking with a potentiated thing. So if you have something that oxides and you're messing with heavy machinery, which is made out of steel, which is iron and so forth, what would I be deficient in, honey? If all day long all I'm doing is riding on something that is fucking my ground and my potentiation, and I'm drinking the sports drinks and other things that you see those people fucking have to do to keep up because what's going on with their body? And are their wives cooking with copper, steel, or cast iron? You understand? And why is my mineral deficiency off? It's like you with wire wrapping. You're not paying attention to me when you have the issue of an electrician. Because you're doing what? You're asking to fucking fall asleep and shit all the time. Hello? Or take this lithium in and so forth, cut your diuretics down because you're deficiencying yourself. You want to keep going and getting these copper pots and shit and cooking with. And your wire wrapping. Hence, understand what I'm saying?
you getting tired? What's going on with your copper in your body? You understand? Very simple. So as I was stating and opening up, but you're illustrating this thing, so here, let's give us your shit without fucking your feather. I want to hear it. Get used to doing such, as I do, or I'm as accurate as your feather. And then some. Because again, trying to help the operator see an adult manner and not be like a tarot card reader. You understand what I'm saying?
I can see heart issues and the bladder, like the eliminatory system.
High beef intake, so on and so forth.
As far as I know, in their household,
I'm not saying such. I'm saying, would you think there would be a high beef intake, be it that someone is messing with the metals that they're doing all the time?
definitely be a craving. Yeah.
It'd be like a woman on her mints, like what you do when you go get your red meat.
But all the time.
And it's worth why all you see those people that do that type of work, what do they do?
They
Where's the beef?
they gotta have sex. That's one of energy intake.
Where's the beef? Well, you get vicious. You don't get your meat, dude. I'm like, fuck. Again, men and mints too. How many honest men in the shop opened up when I said, hey?
Yeah, you're going through menopause. Don't forget that.
Induced menopause from breathing in the shit. And it's more of my changing my attitude and fucking doing the stuff I am to bring up what? My estrogen testosterone levels. Hello?
And as far as how I know, and I have witnessed for his wife, Megan, she has completely eliminated because she has allergic reactions to dairy, and so she has completely eliminated dairy from their diet. Oh, but she has two teenager boys, but she does everything alternative as, like the zucchini bread or whatnot, like the ones that had left the cookies and whatnot. That's like Megan at Gabriel's house, and so that could also affect where if the man wasn't ready for that change
No.
or accepting
It's
it,
a shot.
he'll be eating that, but also he'll be double dipping because have not like addressed the craving of what taking him emotionally to the other. So that can compulsive eating can create more damage than actually having it at home at any time.
There you go. Start
Because
analyzing
then
it
you feel
from
like
your
you're
own
giving
life.
back to the person that have imposed these rules or whatever machismo, fucking self-esteem, maybe ego role, maybe playing, And for somebody to go out
Because
and
then
buy
you
that
apply
crap,
what your mom stated was, okay, you're sick, so now dad's going to listen to you, or the husband's going to listen to you because his tail's between his legs. And I'm like, what the fuck is my tail's between my legs? I would take this from my wife if I was hurt or not. You understand? Understand that analogy. So apply that in that relationship. What you just stated is what you just stated was that. That's my rebuttal is, no, I'm not one of those persons that's sitting there drinking this going, damn it, I hate this.
when is this done?
You understand?
Yeah.
I'm actually, no, Mom, I'm not. My tail isn't between my legs. I'm sitting here like this going, shit, give me some more of that. That's pretty good. You understand? But that plays on that, what you were just stating is all why I was saying such. Because you have, if their in-laws are still alive on both sides, whatever, whatnot, and again, social group. Where do you reach out to? You understand what I'm saying? Now, sister reached out to G, but yet, think of what their relationship's been like. But then, for someone, it's like Zulfikar in Pakistan, and reaching out, devout Muslim in Pakistani, you understand what I'm saying? And communicating with us and having us help him when allopathic medicine couldn't help him and his wife have a child. Who do they have? Who does Zulfikar and his wife have to talk with in their family or a social group to say this is this? Apply that the same over there. You understand? So how long did it take? A year for someone to be able to kind of hint that, hey, honey, remember when this happened with me and this went like such, and, I said this to the doctor, and, they were able to, like, help me instead of all the shit that's going on? Do you think we might be able to do that for you, dear? You know what I'm saying? How long has it been sitting in that woman's head to try to, like, confront the person that has taken over her husband in the sense of the hurt and sick person? You understand? And the role that and dance that someone has to do on eggshells, and both of them being in that predicament, in the sense of the tail between the legs and having to ask for help or receive help. You understand what I'm saying? Because if she got time to cook cookies and all that kind of stuff like that, then that means she's a homemaker there, and he's off doing the thing that you grew up with. Man does everything. So the other thing that plays on a person in those things is if I have to start asking my wife for help or whatnot, depending on what's going on in his head from what was imprinted when he was a child, that's weakness. That's like that baby telling us that his dad sees him moving with his sister as weakness for moving forward and trying to get a better education and work. That's how the fuck is family coming together? Being weakness. You understand? Calpini's son. I said, I wish I had that. I don't have any siblings that I was raised with. How is that a weakness? To be able to say, no, I don't want to live with brother, because what brother's situation is something that is not, the environment's not conducive to what I'm trying to move forward with. And I got a plan. I can't make it over there. Sister says she can help me. What's the difference between staying with sister and staying with brother? Why is there a machismo? It's a sibling. Oldest sibling is a sister. You know what I'm saying? That makes no sense to me. But it does if dad's a cop, served in the military, grandpa served in the military. Only Chinese person on the fucking Sutter County Police Force. You know what I'm saying? All that kind of stuff. Even though fucking this area is the sister city of fucking Taiwan, I'm like, where are all the Asiatics at? How the fuck we meet that criteria? There ain't no Asian cops. But that elder that you met, baby, that's fucking 70-something. He's the only cop on Marysville Police Task Force. Calpini was the second on Sutter County, the city across the bridge.
That guy was funny. You would come on task. I'm like, who the fuck are you? Are you setting this up? Because, like,
It's like a hidden camera.
ridiculous.
It's like a hidden camera skit.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, dude, like, you're just little.
That's how the cops used to be when I was a kid, man. That's why I was like, man, what the fuck happened to Mayberry? Why ask the younger ones? I talk to the old ones that are still out doing the beat and shit. They don't fuck with you. You were smoking pot and shit like that, even when they're in the fucking thing. When they're younger. They didn't fuck with you. It was the other weirdos. But you heard me and him talking about going like, you know what I'm saying? It's bad when an elder's like, yeah, the chief is fucking, you know what I'm saying? Besides the previous chief, which he was under fucking whatever the fuck you wish to say to. And they all knew what the hell they was doing. Fucking raping cadets and shit. Not doing nothing. I'm like, dude. You wake up. Figure out who you calling to come save you and figure out if that's the right thing you want to do. I know for a fact on my life, them motherfuckers, if did not run the shop in the business at the time where them cocksuckers didn't fucking know who the fuck I was, because I was in their face every day, and they still acted like they didn't know who the fuck I was, even though I was in their face every day. Them motherfuckers would have killed my ass 5 times over. With the fucking stupid shit the neighbors was doing. You know what I'm saying? Fuck, I'd be a dead ass nigga right now. For a fucking couple years now, half a decade. Them motherfuckers would have shot me down. Fucking sergeant would have shot me down in front of in front of our own business when they called the police on me for smoking a cigarette. I said, I had enough of this shit, man. Get the fuck away from me. Don't talk to me like that. I talk to you how the fuck I want, dude. I'm on my property. Nigga, I ain't retarded. You're on my shit. Fuck off my shit. Don't you understand where you're at? The business footprint? Well, I'm talking to you like this, nigga. It's on recording and everything. I don't give a fuck. Where's your fucking Your shit that executive order for the President Obama fucking put. Where's your camera at, nigga? What the fuck you here for? You gotta call the police because I'm fucking smoking a cigarette in front of my building? It's not a federal building, stupid. Here, let's talk to Rocky, the motherfucking city planner ordinance. Can you get here over here, nigga, please? Oh, look at this. What is he gonna say? Can you please leave this business alone? And you over there, close your fucking door if you don't like it.
Exactly. Because I can't control the wind.
I'm over here trying to fucking grow my weed and fucking spending last time I had with my wife because she got diagnosed with fucking cancer. I'm quitting this bullshit. Fuck is your people's problem? God damn.
Yeah. We got to see it all, seriously.
Fucking Easter Friday, motherfuckers. God damn. Motherfucking police are harassing me for smoking a cigarette on the fucking sidewalk.
But talk about what are the odds of, like you said, like having fucking Rocky on the call and then having the lawyer to show up. Like, what are those odds? How many? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, what are the odds of leaving or having a business next to a fucking psycho motherfucker?
Chief of police dead and shit.
But at the same time, it's like, what are the other odds?
FBI agent and all that.
Counterbalancing that.
It's called the fact of talking with the man, almost buying the business, his building, all that kind of shit, and him almost handing over his fucking paperwork from his work he did in the 70s until the 80s. That had to do with the work that you're doing, fool. That's the whole reason why you buy your equipment, because I talked you into that, talking with that man. That's what tripped me out. I'm going, motherfuckers don't realize this small ass town got some people in here and shit that has changed the world and is used as weapons and all that kind of motherfucking stuff, dude, that people don't even fucking comprehend and you don't even think. Some dude that selling guns and shit at a fucking thing that was his family's fucking shit since Marysville started, just now closed. Do work for FBI, got FBI people in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And got the stuff and the equipment that started your shit. And it's like, what? The fuck was that doing in Marysville? What were you guys testing? How the fuck we got all these federal agents and shit coming into the store dressed as other shit and opening up? Oh yeah, this is my side job. I'm trying to get fucking out of that work. What work you talking about? Because you look like a fucking cop. No, I'm not a cop. I'm a federal agent. What? You're a federal agent. And so, are you fucking doing undercover work right now? No, this is my, like I said, I'm trying to get the fuck out of that. This is my job. I started my own kind of business and so forth. But, okay, that don't make no sense to me, but sure. Because you're trying to start your own business to get out of something where you have fucking benefits and healthcare and so forth for the rest of your motherfucking life, and so is your kids and your dependents and shit. You're trying to get away from that. Alright. To go as a private contractor and do like what me and my wife have to support your fucking self, and I have a fucking, as my landlord to stay. No, all my kids and myself, we got state jobs, fucking, we get sick. They grow us a new body, fuck. you comprehend? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? You're a federal agent, you're this, you're that, you're that. Oh, you're a life insurance person, and you're a federal agent, but you're in immigration. Yeah, I mean, this shit's getting strange.
Like, what's the need of a motherfucking federal agent on your day off to be walking around
Selling
soul
life.
deciding fucking literally like one by one? Can't you pay somebody to do that? Like seriously, you're the kind of person that wants the AC 24/7 and don't give a shit, about the fucking all around you. I don't think that you would be doing. I don't know. All of that was fucking off.
Hello, wake up, baby.
And what did I told the man? It was just something like, I'm sorry, but I don't believe in that. I was
Wake
like,
up, baby.
I don't believe. I appreciate you coming here. I appreciate you, having us into account and acknowledgement. But that's not a flag that I want to fly. Some shit like that. I told the guy on the insurance thing. I was like, I don't believe in
No, I
insurance.
jumped on that dude's ass because he was lying to you. Because he brung me into it, trying to say, whoa, with your husband. And I was like, nigga, I got a terminal illness they diagnosed me with. My wife ain't getting shit if we put life insurance on me. Well, my sister pieced upon the woman. I said, well, her sister, is it like my mom's sister pieced upon her, where they actually diagnosed her with cancer, and she was it
diagnosed with cancer at the end and just fucking died to where they actually had to keep your sister alive, homie? Because insurance don't do that, my nigga. I don't know why you lying to my wife. That's why I brought out and said, honey, it's just like full coverage on the car. One fucking I stated I'd look to the left and seen if the car could go around me, and because I was parked somehow doing such, see the car could go around me, T-boned by the motherfucker. They got me at 40% at fault. So they totaled the car. It's the same shit with people. So, brother, if your sister would have been diagnosed with spawn woman, and then went through treatments and all this shit, and then died, the payout that you stating that you offer, would they give her the full payout? Yes or no, sir? No. Okay. Have a good day. Don't come in here with that bullshit, because it's hard selling, dude. That's the whole reason why I went in the shop, because I was like, that motherfucker walk like a cop, but he got the bullshit on him like he's a fucking insurance person. When it was your energetics, the way he was looking at the dude, and then the shit he said, that's why I walked in and was like, no, dude, hold on. Let me pose you a couple times and say this, and let's get the truth out. Let's see if you're human. If you're human, and you honestly say some shit like Jim, then I might fucking, tolerate, and we might look into something, right? Didn't think he was going to open up all the route of fucking, yeah, I'm a federal agent, and this is a job that I'm trying to get away, do to get away from something, but that's what I'm saying, is how do you set yourself up to do something as a job to get away from something you've been doing as long as almost my wife's been alive? You understand? As long as our oldest daughter's been on this earth, you've been working that federal agent job as an immigration federal agent. How the fuck are you gonna step away from that? Like henceforth you stated, your business, if it's grown in its stature which you're stating, then how come it's not an employee or someone from your family doing this right here with you? You understand? So that it grows. Otherwise, to me, I'm seeing you're, as I stated to him, bro, this is some crazy shit, because you're out here getting people's information. You know who's legal and not legal. This psycho, nigga. What side of the fence are you on, and how many motherfuckers are out here doing this shit? Because it's crazy. Hello?
Dressed like a sheep, huh?
I wouldn't even call it a wolf. Our sheep is something dressed inside of wolf clothing. He's a fucking insurance person. It's not no sheep. The only way they making money off you is you die, nigga. What the fuck are you talking about? You know what I'm saying?
Either way.
You're supposedly paying somebody to keep debt off you in case you die or whatnot, and other things. That's how I'm like baffled on those things where they're like, yeah, you can cash out your life insurance. I'm still alive though. So what happens if I do die? So all that shit that I just fucking paid into and all that other shit, like that incurs onto my family, or what the fuck happens, or my name, or fucking my estate? Like, how does that work? We sell my life insurance. That's supposed to pay off all the shit that I incur in death, but I'm living, and I'm gonna use it. What happens when I die? Where'd that money go? And shit, we've been paying that shit for 50 years, honey. We get to cash it out. Let's do it. I don't know. I just don't get that whole like scheme, dude. It's like it reminds me of some weird ass Ponzi scheme. Where if you read the fine print, it does like Amazon, where it says, "Yeah, bitch, we have the right to hold your money if we feel like." What should they do? You know what I'm saying? If you don't meet the criteria, because how many movies have we seen? I mean, that was the whole shit about Miracle on 51st Street. And the other weird ass movie we watched where it was like the dude was tripping or some shit. What the fuck? The guy changed it. Oh, he killed himself. And he changed the beneficiary to the person that he had went into court for, and stated that they wouldn't get anything. The fireman, his family. That weird ass movie with the lawyer and the buddy. And it was like they fell back in time, but it was like dude reliving himself in between the moment of getting hit by the car by his boss when he went out that night with his friend, and he was like, oh, I don't want to do this, but then he ended up going out, and he went to that place, and those people gave him like DMT or some shit on his tongue, and he was with that girl. I just watched it like here recently. Well, say something or make some body movement or something, otherwise I'm just over here rambling trying to go. Alright, we got 30 seconds on the clock for this
charade game. Let's see if we can get her memory to go. What do I do? It's like me doing that with the thing over there, because you went like this. Here's the teeter-totter, huh? Here's leverage. How much water did I put over here in white to make it to where I can push this down with just my fingers if there's less than 70 gallons on the front tank, and there's 225 gallons in the back tank. But I'm able to go like this. But as you seen when you came out and you're talking to your family and I was hopping on the thing, I couldn't move it, could I?
I was awake on the description because the day or 2 days before we had driven by the Mexican property where they're doing the rebuilding the house, and they had just built one of those, and I thought I had pointed out to you.
What, teeter-totter?
Really cute with like a whole log, half a log, and
Playhouse
like,
thing? Oh.
half a log, and it's like that. So I just thought like it wasn't a storefront because I had just seen it, and so I thought it was a twin top collective. But yeah, that was pretty big on description. I can do better.
Yeah, just wave it, flapping your arm. Only thing, like I was saying, was reading the body movement. Until your shoulder's not moving, you're not moving it laterally. It's just going up and down. She's saying it's a game. I don't know, I'm not from her country. So...
Sub y baja. We call it sub y baja.
Like I said, I'm not from your
Up
country.
and down.
And
That's what we call it.
no Spanish kids are going to be calling that shit here that.
Sub y baja.
Because they're not from
Up
your
and
country.
down, up and down.
You know what I'm saying? Or am I going to hear a Mexican kid say suribata? They ain't going to be calling it that. You understand? Because you guys don't speak the same language. That's what I'm saying. I'm looking at you going, huh? So, brain damage and figured that one out. Because I digest the information. I digest the information. I digest the information as it's flowing to me without mind chatter. It's beautiful. It's called listening. Even though it sounds like I'm not, because how fast my mind works, and I give a person back an answer, or even 3 sentences in, 3 words into a sentence that they're posing a question or whatnot. It's kind of crazy, huh? It's what adult mindset thinking does. It progresses your mind to where you shave off the bullshit and gives you a mindset of, say, of an older person, or say your dad's, but say when you're 20 or 30. Instead of having to go through all that shit and lose the gray matter that is supposedly looked at as not essential, so that you just start paying attention to the, obvious essential shit that should be done. You know what I'm saying? Placing yourself in enclavement in jail. Why the first thing you hear me ask another person that I know has been in prison and whatnot is, what did I ask Joe? What's your issue right now? You have to now succumb to having to pay rent and all the stuff that went not with. Bring that peace back to your mind. You understand? Why do people say of making the bed and all that kind of stuff in the morning? So you free yourself in the day for having that part of your mind for higher thought forms and all that kind of shit, right? That's why motherfuckers don't like jail or prison. Because what do you gotta do? Can't lay on your rack unless you got lazy guards and shit. Otherwise, there's no laying on your rack and your bed has to be fucking made. You understand? And if you have the lazy car, then you have people on their rack, all this fucking jack shacks, people masturbating, all this shit, sitting on their beds, farting, and all this kind of stuff, and fucking it's foul in there. Otherwise, you have, it looks like military barracks. You have order and structure. You have proper takeouts, deaths, murders, all that kind of stuff done in the code. Otherwise, you have what Josh came from, where he's going to do. People killing each other with no paperwork and shit. And just on a whim. De-evolution. Now that that's propagating, I fear society, because that order is
on the streets now. Well, it's called there is no order. Now it's time to be scared. Why? One is working out and other things. You understand? They're gearing up for a civil war in this country to cause. With the way they're doing this political shit and this wokeness bullshit. And forcing shit on people. Or the image or fakery of placebo of someone perceiving that something is being stuck on them because of media. You understand? The death threats to the teachers and school systems that are supposedly being taught something that they're not. You understand? Who's propagating that? Social media and media. Who's paying for it and why? Because it's causing civil unrest to the fullest. And the eye off the true agenda that needs to be done with our civilization as a species of mankind to move forward. Otherwise, we're just fighting with each other and putting more boxes with a lid on it for each other to jump into. And screaming, that's what I wish to be learned about and my contribution to life instead of as a species. You know what I'm saying? Brother, that was a farm worker for 20-something years of his life that incurred the cancers and so forth that I helped overcome that his bike stolen. What do you think the scan on him would have been like if I hadn't helped him and had you scan him and see? Understanding what they put in that stuff and seeing what a slice of all the workers that do it deal with. Besides those that live in the field, as you see, as you work and babysat for one of the largest families that do rice growing here in the valley. And seeing the autism, but it's not autism. Sorry. And the stop of a lineage, because how does that farm continue?
With that kid.
Only if someone realizes a child isn't autistic. You understand?
And they break with generification and that's what they're children. Because why would a little Amy be able to do it?
Exactly.
Instead of Brian.
Henceforth, why doesn't Michelle run the mill? You understand? Stop it.
It's a challenge.
Why doesn't Michelle run the mill, and how come the granddaughter doesn't know how to run the mill, but the dad ran the shit when he first bought the motherfucker and talking about I don't want to get hurt. What the fuck, nigga? So the first thing out of my mouth was, my wife wants to run this thing. Remember, I ran this when I was fucking high on weed and shit, fool. And you knew it. And you just pulled it off the lot, had this motherfucker set up, so we got the money to buy one of these motherfuckers. She wants to run it, fucking let her run it. Run it with her. And show her how to do it properly. Otherwise, I'll do it. And you know I still don't know how to do the shit. And forth my comments on why the boards came out wavy and other things like that. And when he said that bullshit to me, I held my tongue. Didn't do like my mom on me. You know what I'm saying? And actually attack and go, motherfucker, you serious? You know? But now you're understanding. That's why I said to you the other day, rudely, pick yourself up. I'm raised the same way as you was in the sense of machismo shit.
Shit, I'm sorry.
What?
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I'm talking with you about something, but it's okay. I'll shut up. Put the music on. It's alright. Man, you didn't do nothing bad or wrong.
Yeah, pick yourself up. Your mom did the same because in the way that we can just, yeah, you got this similar.
The way that we've been raised and so forth, like I stated to you. Since you want to be a weirdo and so forth, and the only time that you acknowledge me is when I'm like someone from your country or the normal fucking machismo person from this land.
look to your daddy to pick yourself up, as you heard from your sister-in-law and so forth. As you stated, I need to re-listen to the conversation with my sister-in-law. And I'm like, okay, if you need to, it is right there in your face. Henceforth, why your scan stated what it was, and the not acceptance of fucking someone being not like what you were raised with, where I have to browbeat you and beat the mule until you know you can't eat over there. I want you to eat this. You understand? No, I don't want your observation on where you want your plants or your house or where you want your clothes, or if you can have clothes in the house or a dresser or any of that kind of stuff, honey. Or if you want a picture on the wall. Something that makes you feel like this is part of you, right? That was my question to your sister-in-law. Because my wife does it to me. Which if the girl does it, then I know the man does it. So hey, honey, do you get to put stuff out in this home? Y'all got a baby together. Do you get to put out what you want? Or does he take your shit and put it away or throw it away or sell the fucking shit? Yeah, he does like my wife, his sister. Interesting. So
wait, hold on. So, where in the conversation
do you have your
was stated?
yes, do you have your stuff out? Do you feel comfortable? Are you treated as equal in your home? You were there, you heard it. She said no. She's the one that stated, as a woman in this country, the only person that uplifts in this house or in this country you come from, is your dad. If your dad ain't uplifting you, your son's not, your brother's not, your grandpa's not, no other man is. If that's so, let me see how it is in the sense of, because my wife and her family.
I sell the shit. The selling shit was one instance.
It's not one instance. It's been several instances. The whole it's the
Tell
whole.
me here recently, when have I made you feel, other than fucking moving the direction of the bed and picking up the tools and fucking organizing them and putting them on the stand?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about my
What
things.
have I done that I sit on
There have
your items
here recently. You have thrown away my stuff to steal. That's why I have to go through the trash pile and other things to make sure and ask, why are you throwing or touching my stuff? That's why I have to illustrate, do not touch my things. That's why there is one little small, minuscule corner in a 400 square foot fucking thing, like at the house that we had, that was 1,200 square foot, where I only had one little spot where I had my stuff at, where I said, please do not touch my stuff. Please do not touch my stuff. Please do not touch my stuff. That's why my stuff is in the van, and the very few stuff that I have is in one little spot that I say, don't touch my shit over there. Please don't touch my stuff. Move all the rest of the fucking space that you have around here. That's all your shit. Do what you want with that. Leave my stuff alone. Been like that since we were staying in the van together. No, it hasn't. There you go with the... It's not my memoretics, fool. Since you said here recently, why would someone have to fucking say how the way I say of leave my jackets alone? Leave my stuff somewhere where I place it, please. Put my tools back. Where I put it, not the tools, my tools. Why do we have a duplicate of fucking everything? Why has it gotten to that point? Why would it get to that point? So, okay. Hey, sister, do you have the option of being able to do that? No, I don't.
Has she tried?
I don't think she has the ability to, because it looked like when she tries to say something, fucking, she needs her dad or something, because that would be something that would be called uplifting, honey, and forward growth, which she stated I'm doing on my own, and my husband does not wish to be fucking part of that. Henceforth, I'm trying to teach my sons, because she accepts Vicente as her son, and our son we've had together, that is not fucking right, quote unquote.
So here, sister-in-law, here's a video of your sister-in-law running a tractor. That her daddy fucking telling her you can do it, because her daddy ain't telling her she can do it, and her mama ain't telling her she can do it either. They were praising the husband. And why'd the husband make the video of the motherfucking daughter running the shit? Because the motherfucker knows where she comes from, because he was raised the same motherfucking way. And he wants her to be evolved forward, not de-evolved backwards, where I'm marrying someone that fits the fucking rap videos and all the bullshit that fucking I have listened to in my life, and the bullshit my mom and my stepfather and all the people she's been in and accumulated around me, where you pick on somebody or you do what you want with someone you can fucking mentally manipulate. The only mental manipulation, as you stated, that I'm doing to you was some fucked up shit, but what I'm stating to you is I'm trying to get you to fucking use your mind. It's the only manipulation I'm trying to do, not be around someone that I can mentally manipulate. And the only manner that I am is to fucking get you to fucking up your mind, up your IQ, not devolve your IQ. Fucking wow.
How is it devolving when I'm asking in the recent time other than...
How was it devolving in the recent time? How did in any way did I say that your mentality was devolving? Your IQ was devolving. That's what I just stated. So you're asking me, here recently, when has your IQ devolved? I don't know. This fucking arguing and bullshit that we've had since the social group people that you've pointed out and acknowledged and so forth, and I state fucking myself, because fucking faith and oath of my shahada, I stated in the Quran, states to stay away from those people since I've done such, and stated to you why I fucking point stuff out to you are those people that I see that are influencing my wife, where we have these issues, where she's beating a donkey and I gotta fucking beat her donkey, because I go, what the fuck, how you not see that? Get off that ride over there, because it's not conducive to your mental institute of genetic growth forward. It's actually de-evolving you, because you're having to associate with something where you have to lower yourself to fucking get the information out. It was like that for me when I first got with you. Now it's not that way. Henceforth, my words to you of making the person you've become, helping that person propagate out. Otherwise, again, we would not be together. Because one was too fucking young for me.
Okay, recently have you had to dig on your trash for items to save that I had intended
What
to
the fuck
throw?
did you throw away, honey? It was a pile of fucking shit that I'd already gone
mean, the
through.
load
It was
before?
boxes. Yes, I still went through the boxes that were there to see what was in there, honey.
I didn't say that you
But
had
yet,
to go or not.
most of the
I'm asking
fucking
if I
boxes
had
that we
thrown
threw,
anything
most of the boxes that were thrown away were stuff we got from online. So what the fuck would be thrown in there? Was it stuff that
or
was
the
stuff?
previous.
Yes, I went through that.
What have I thrown away? That it was.
Oh my god, dude! Here
I'm
recently.
So since you okay, you're putting out an impression.
What to you is
that you
considered
are
as recent?
not
What's
allowed
recent for you?
in the
Would it be this year?
in this household and
Would it be this year?
in the last
Is recent this year? Or last year? Is recent this year or last year?
however you're talking. What
Okay,
is your
recent for
memorandum that
me.
you're referring
Recent
to?
for me
So what
is.
is your timeline? Talk to me. I'm answering you. I'm answering
How
your
many
question
times?
when you're
Yes.
asking me what is
Okay.
recent for you. I have
I'm asking
not
for
even
you.
finished. Your mind is so fast that it frustrates you that I still gonna finish the sentence.
Of what? Me asking
Of
you.
answering to you what is recent, honey.
So what's recent to you?
So I'm answering your question by asking you if you were to express.
How the fuck do you answer
what
something
time-
with a question? You can't answer a fucking question with a question.
Sure. Recent and the last year. Have is being made you
In the last
think,
years,
what
from
have I
January to
done
now,
that it has made
had
you feel
fields from
that
January to now in garbage being taken away that is not fucking stuff like the last load that you just asked and pointed out, and the load before where it was this fucking trash that had not to do with the shop or any of our crystals or any of our packing stuff. No, there was nothing in there really. But I still checked it. But I still checked it. But I still checked it. Before, when you were doing the stuff over there and you're tossing stuff, I went through the things and I found several stuff that I pointed out to you and asked, why are you throwing this away? Hello? Henceforth, why the shit's over there? I didn't want to throw it away.
thing that you're emphasizing with the experience that somebody's having of their house being ruled over and they not having
Equality.
space.
Equality in space
So
and
that's
so
how you
forth to the
feel.
person in their
That's what
mind.
you fucking
Because in the
interpret.
sense of what we were talking about was how she felt, in a sense, because in the context of what the fuck me and your sister-in-law were talking about was our color and the perception from the family. If you follow dialogue, you should listen to the fucking video since you say,
Yeah, I will.
and you were
Just
present.
to start with, Priscilla wasn't even there when you're staying there. Priscilla went to Ximena's house, and so it wasn't. So if you want to imprint certain things, I'm gonna hear it again, so I have my own
Please.
fresh memory from it. Because
Please,
no,
since you don't have a memory, because you can't.
It wasn't Ximena, Martino, and Priscilla, and Vicente didn't go, how it was said yesterday. No, Priscilla wasn't there. Yeah, the bitch fucking, yeah, she's gonna take Martino, because who's Martino gonna be with? And that was it. It was just Martino. Vicente wasn't there because he just wasn't there, Martino. Vicente has his own motherfucking life. He's got activities and got shit that he does. But one to assume that
Assume what? That
as it was
Vicente is not
stated-
going to go with fucking her if she leaves. That's what I said. It's not an assumption. It's a
and you're
fucking
saying that
fact.
She's leaving
It's
the
a
house
fact.
because this situation is bad. So
It
she
wasn't the
needs to leave
situation
the
was
house.
bad. It's something that she portrayed out that somehow conversation between
Let's talk about
she
you. Let's talk
and your
about you.
brother,
Stop talking about them.
between
Talk
she
about
and your
you.
brother,
How you feel.
she had to leave out of the household to go communicate with her mom. Because somehow communication broke down between your brother and her to where she had to leave the home and express that, as she said, by expressing to her mom, so on and so forth, getting a reflection back into her from this person that she said she doesn't have a relationship with, cause more influence. She comes home, shows that she ate a bunch of shit, chewed the fuck out of her fingernails, and it was passed to fucking Priscilla. And Martino and Vicente. Again, Vicente didn't go, but yet he influenced by it. What the fuck I said? Back in the context of, please, if we devolved into some shit like that, it went worse, hopefully one of us would fucking take Romeo out of the equation so Romeo doesn't see all that shit. And that becomes his household. With the fucking context of the motherfucking conversation. Because you got offended because I said, and in your mind, that you would take the kids from me. And I said, if we fucking devolved to some shit like that, that how would it be offensive that hopefully, my God, you would fucking grow the fuck up, get the kids out of the situation, your kids out of the situation, get your kids out of the situation by not being a kid and staying in a situation and fucking causing their household to fucking evolve into that when they get older. How the fuck? That's as stupid as my mom being telling me the same shit that you're saying. That's why she's so much like her that she's offended because I said, please, mom, be an adult. Oh my God. I'm so fucking hurt because you said, like I'm saying to you right now, that you would be an adult and not be a child and stay in a situation and have the children stay in the fucking bullshit. You're not listening.
What's offensive is that to yourself that you think that I have the mindset to think otherwise.
To think what otherwise?
Your preconception, the preconceivement that there is for my thought form of thinking that I'm thinking that you are saying. First to start with, you said that you're considering those thoughts because I have brought it in the picture. So every time that I have brought any form of fucking me or you not being together was in a scenario of fucking death or incarceration.
I did not say that at all, honey.
So to start with,
what the fuck are you talking about? I did not say that. I did not say that. I stated.
That's what I'm gonna say.
All I said was the de-evolution of fucking us if we de-evolved. Hopefully the fucking work that we've done would be cool. Obviously, the way that your ego is taking this bullshit, there is no fucking progress at all in the work that I fucking perceived or thought. I had a plateau of when speaking that shit out of my mouth of thinking that maybe you would be an adult and be able to accept and understand what a fucking adult contextual mind, that I'm not in any sense attacking or anything, but stating hopefully you would fucking, or myself, remove Romeo from the fucking equation so his household wouldn't fucking grow into that.
There's gonna be another situation. There's gonna be the other household, and there's gonna be
What other household?
It's still a situation. The absorbing whatever side the person.
Absorbing what? If one doesn't evolve into the fucking that bullshit, then what the fuck are you talking about? Of still happening and still what? Oh my god, dude.
You don't think there's still expressions of emotions that where the person is removed, and yeah, the person is doing the adult thing of taking the kids, removing of that situation. There's another situation being created where
Fire hose, honey. Toss it, dude. I mean, go ahead, keep going.
I had. I think you're. Yeah, I'm sharing your reality now. It's very interesting what you're saying and what you're pointing out to you and the oppression that you're feeling. I need to take a fucking step back for a second.
Sure thing, kid. I'm fucking hearing all the weird, whatever the fuck your delusional mind wants to pick up. Pressure off the trailer, go grab some water. Looks like a brother's bringing the board. I'll give her an idea of riding the, or sitting on it in the canal or whatnot. Find a rope or something for her to tie to. Okay, about to clean this off, get rid of this water, and go pick up some more water. Just using solar. Boom, boom, boom. On the other inverter, it was reading that it was pulling 820 watts. Open up the water. Yeah. And this solar panel that we're using to power this is only supposed to put out 5.7 amps. But as you see, we're getting 11 amps out of the panel. This thing's drawing 6.5 amps, which is 2 amps lower than what they said on the thing. We'll see on the watts. Watts it says 629, but you got to add on the shunt what the inverter and it to create that, to move it, add it together. You know what I'm saying? Well, that's more than what the gas is doing. And I'd rather not run gas. We do this. Free energy. Teach it to the kids and everybody, man.
Free water, free sun.
People said they want to talk to me about my hydro plant. I'm going to run my hydro plant with this. They say it's too much or whatnot. I won't get no power, but what I'm getting on the readings and so forth here is going down. Amp draw and so forth. But again, this thing's being ran by a solar panel that supposedly only gives out 5.7. We're going to pump water when we get down there, back into both tanks. Here's our mobile fire. Ran by hydrogen, solar,
blah, blah, blah. But energy on demand. As strong, if not stronger, than our gas pump right here that I was using. But always evolved. Still there. But gas, petrol, hydrogen, made from water. Blah, blah, blah. Anyhow, we're doing it. Fighting fires. Growing food and showing things. Just because the thing says what it says, you just might get more out of it than what you say. Never know. Mountain lion might turn into a fox. You gotta confront it. How do you think? Connects to my Wi-Fi. Out here. What? The wilderness. Talk bear. The big pump. One of those 2 batteries started when mid-sun hits on there with a timer and have it for 2 hours and pump 3,000 gallons over. Off with solar. Pump into the bottom and then have the hydro plant pump it up and keep it all the water up this way. And let that fill itself up during the week and then pump it over. You know what I'm saying? Go crystal hunting, blast away in hydroblast, make my platforms, mix my dirt in, mix my proteins and such, and leave the dirt as it settles as zero till, blah blah blah, and go through our mine waste, make some cradles, and have fun. Excavate all the sulfuric pyrite and so forth, melt it down and get all the AU out of it. Talk beer. So, solar kit, panels on the roof. Fill this guy up. Waka waka. No more gas. Talk beer. Views during the day. How did the views go backwards? Still 10. fast, huh? Not a trip. Anyhow, look at the batteries and so forth. There's the girls. Super good difference in a week's growth. Width and height and foliage. And height. And just structured water.